Rama Revisited. I never imagined, until a few years ago, that I would ever collaborate with another writer on a work of fiction. Nonfiction was different. I've been involved in no less than 14 multi-author projects, too, with the editors of Life, and you don't get more multiplex than that. But fiction? No way. I was quite sure I would never let any outsider tamper with my unique brand of creativity. Well, a funny thing happened on the way to the word processor. Early in 1986, my agent, Scott Meredith, called me in his most persuasive "don't say no until I've finished" mode. There was, it seemed, this young genius of a movie producer who was determined to film something, anything of mine. Though I'd never heard of Peter Guber, as it happened I had seen 2 of his movies, Midnight Express, The Deep, and been quite impressed by them. I was even more impressed when Scott told me that Peter's latest, The Color Purple, had been nominated for half a dozen Oscars. However, I groaned inwardly when Scott went on to say that Peter had a friend with a brilliant idea he'd like me to develop into a screenplay. I groaned, because there are no new ideas in SF, and if it really was brilliant, I'd have thought of it already. Then Scott explained who the friend was, and I did a double take. The project suddenly looked very exciting indeed, for reasons that had nothing to do with Peter Guber, but a lot to do with Stanley Kubrick. Flashback. 20 years earlier in 2001, A Space Odyssey, Stanley and I had visited the moons of Jupiter, never dreaming that these completely unknown worlds would, in fact, be reconnoitered by robots long before the date of our movie. In March and July 1979, the 2 Voyager probes revealed that Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto were stranger places than we dared to imagine. The stunning views of Jupiter's giant satellites made it possible, no, imperative, for me to write 2070, Odyssey 2. This time around, the Jovian sequences could be based on reality, not imagination, and when Peter Hyams filmed the book in 1984, he was able to use actual images from the Voyager spacecraft as backgrounds for much of the action. Spectacular though the results of the 1979 missions were, it was confidently hoped that they would be quite surpassed within a decade. The Voyager spacecraft spent only a few hours in the vicinity of Jupiter, hurtling past the giant planet and its moons on the way to Saturn. But in May 1986, NASA planned to launch Galileo, an even more ambitious space probe. This would make not a brief flyby but a rendezvous. Galileo would spend 2 years, starting in December 1988, on a detailed survey of Jupiter and its major moons. By 1990, if all went well, there would be such a flood of new information about these exotic worlds that a 3rd space odyssey would be inevitable. That was what I was planning to write. I'd hitched my wagon to Galileo, and could hardly care less about some amateur science fiction author's ideas. How to turn him down politely? I was still pondering this when Scott continued. Peter Guber wants to fly out to Sri Lanka just for 36 hours to introduce this guy to you. His name is Gentry Lee, and let me explain who he is. He works at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and he's the chief engineer on Project Galileo. Have you heard of that? Yes, I said faintly. And before that, he was director of mission planning for the Viking landers that sent back those wonderful pictures from Mars. Because he felt the public didn't appreciate what was going on in space, he formed a company with your friend Carl Sagan to make Cosmos. He was manager of the whole TV series. Enough, I cried. This man I have to meet. Tell Mr. Gabber to bring him here right away. The name, said Scott, is Guber, Peter Guber. Well, it was agreed that the 2 of them would fly out to Sri Lanka, and if I liked Gentry's idea, and, equally important, Gentry, I'd develop an outline, perhaps a dozen pages, which would give characters, locations, plot, and all the basic elements from which any competent script writer could generate a screenplay. They arrived in Colombo on February 12, 1986, just 2 weeks after the Challenger disaster. 1986 was going to be the big year for space, but now the entire NASA program was in total disarray. In particular, Galileo would be delayed for years. It would be 1995 before there could be any further news from the moons of Jupiter. I could forget about Odyssey 3, just as Gentry could forget about doing anything with Galileo except getting it back from the Cape and putting it in mothballs. Happily, the Clarke summit went well, and for the next few weeks I filled floppy disks with concepts, characters, backgrounds, plots, anything which seemed even remotely useful to the story we decided to call Cradle. Gentry liked my 4,000-word outline and flew out to Sri Lanka again so that we could fill in the details. From then onward, we were able to collaborate by making frequent phone calls and flying yards of printout across the Pacific. The writing took the best part of a year, though of course we were both involved in other projects as well. When I discovered that Gentry had a considerably better background in English and French literature than I did, by now I was immune to such surprises. I heroically resisted all attempts to impose my own style on him. This upset some long-time ACC readers, who when Cradle appeared under our joint names were put out by passages where I should have done a little more sanitizing. The earthier bits of dialogue, one explained, were the result of Gentry's years with the hairy-knuckled, hard-drinking engineers and mathematicians of JPL's Astrodynamics division, where the Pasadena cops often have to be called in to settle bare-fisted fights over Bessel functions and nonlinear partial differential equations. Though I'd greatly enjoyed working with Gentry, when we'd finished rocking Cradle, I had no plans for further collaboration, because Halley's Comet was now dominating my life, as it had failed to dominate terrestrial skies. I realized that its next appearance in 2061 would provide a splendid opportunity for a third space odyssey. If the much-delayed Galileo does perform as hoped in 1995 and beams back megabytes of new information from the Jovian system, there may be a final odyssey, but I make no promises. By the summer of 1987, 2061, Odyssey 3 was doing very nicely in the bookstores, thank you, and I was once again beginning to feel those nagging guilt pains that assail an author when he's not working on a project. Suddenly, I realized that one was staring me right in the face. 15 years earlier, the very last sentence of Rendezvous with Rama had read, "The Ramans do everything in threes." Now, those words were a last-minute afterthought when I was doing the final revision. I had not, crossed my heart, any idea of a sequel in mind. It just seemed the correct, open-ended way of finishing the book. In real life, of course, no story ever ends. Many readers and reviewers jumped to the conclusion that I had planned a trilogy from the beginning. Well, I hadn't, but now I realized it was a splendid idea, and Gentry was just the man for the job. He had all the background in celestial mechanics and space hardware to deal with the next appearance of the Ramans. I quickly outlined a spectrum of possibilities, very much as I had done with Cradle, and in a remarkably short time Scott had sold a whole package to Bantam's Lou Aronica. Rama II, The Garden of Rama, and Rama Revealed would be written and delivered during the 1989-91 period. So once again Gentry Lee is commuting across the Pacific for brainstorming sessions in the Sri Lankan hills, and the postman is complaining about the bulky printouts he has to balance on his bicycle. This time around, however, technology has speeded up our intercontinental operations. The fax machine now allows us to exchange ideas almost in real time. It's far more convenient than the electronic mail link Peter Hyams and I used when scripting 20.0, see the Odyssey file. There is much to be said for this kind of long-distance collaboration. If they are too close together, co-authors may waste a lot of time on trivia. Even a solitary writer can think of endless excuses for not working. With two, the possibilities are at least squared. However, there is no way of demonstrating that a writer is neglecting his job. Even if his snores are deafening, his subconscious may be hard at work. And Gentry and I knew that our wildest excursions into literature, science, art, or history might yield useful story elements. For example, During the writing of Rama II, it became obvious that Gentry was in love with Eleanor of Aquitaine. Don't worry, Stacy. She's been dead for 785 years, and I had to tactfully dissuade him from devoting pages to her amazing career. If you wonder how Eva could have the remotest connection with interstellar adventures, you have pleasures in store. I certainly learned a lot of French and English history from Gentry that they never taught me at school. The occasion when Queen Eleanor berated her son, the intrepid warrior king Richard the Lionheart, in front of his troops for failing to produce an heir to the throne, must have been one of the more piquant moments in British military history. Alas, there was no way we could work in this gallant but gay Corleone, who was often a godfather, never a father. Very unlike Gentry, whose fifth son arrived toward the end of Rama II. But you will meet Gentry's most cherished creation, the yet-to-be-born Saint Michael of Siena. One day, I am sure, you'll encounter him again in books that Gentry will publish under his own name, with the minimum of help or hindrance from me. As I write these words, we're just coming up to the midway point of our 4-volume partnership. And though we think we know what's going to happen next, I'm sure the Ramans have quite a few surprises in store for us. Arthur C. Clarke. 1. Rama returns. The great radar pulse generator Excalibur, powered by nuclear explosions, had been out of service for almost half a century. It had been designed and developed in a frantic effort during the months following the transit of Rama through the solar system. When it was first declared operational in 2132, Excalibur's announced purpose was to give Earth ample warning of any future alien visitors. One as gigantic as Rama could be detected at interstellar distances. Years, it was hoped, before it could have any effect on human affairs. That original commitment to build Excalibur had been made even before Rama had passed perihelion. As the first extraterrestrial visitor rounded the sun and headed out toward the stars, armies of scientists studied the data from the only mission that had been able to rendezvous with the intruder. Rama, they announced, was an intelligent robot with absolutely no interest in our solar system or its inhabitants. The official report offered no explanations for the many mysteries encountered by the investigators. However, the experts did convince themselves that they understood one basic principle of Raman engineering. Since most of the major systems and subsystems encountered inside Rama by the human explorers had two functional backups, it appeared that the aliens engineered everything in threes. Therefore, since the entire giant vehicle was assumed to be a machine, it was considered highly likely that two more Rama spacecraft would be following the first visitor. But no new spaceships entered the solar neighborhood from the empty reaches of interstellar space. As the years passed, the people on Earth confronted more pressing problems. Concern about the Ramans, or whoever it was that had created that drab cylinder 50 kilometers long, abated as the lone alien incursion passed into history. The visit of Rama continued to intrigue many scholars, but most members of the human species were forced to pay attention to other issues. By the early 2140s, the world was in the grip of a severe economic crisis. There was no money left to maintain Excalibur. Its few scientific discoveries could not justify the enormous expense of assuring the safety of its operation. The great nuclear pulse generator was abandoned. 45 years later, it took 33 months to return Excalibur to operational status. The primary justification for the refurbishment of Excalibur was scientific. During the intervening years, radar science had flourished and produced new methods of data interpretation that had greatly enhanced the value of the Excalibur observations. As the generator again took images of the distant heavens, almost nobody on Earth was expecting the arrival of another Rama spacecraft. The operations manager at Excalibur Station did not even inform his supervisor the first time the strange blip appeared on his data processing display. He thought it was an artifact, a bogey created by an anomalous processing algorithm. When the signature repeated several times, however, he paid closer attention. The manager called in the chief Excalibur scientist, who analyzed the data and decided the new object was a long-period comet. It was another 2 months before a graduate student proved that the signature belonged to a smooth body, at least 40 kilometers in its longest dimension. By 2179, the world knew that the object hurtling through the solar system toward the inner planets was a second extraterrestrial spacecraft. The International Space Agency, ISA, concentrated its resources to prepare a mission that would intercept the intruder just inside the orbit of Venus in late February of 2200. Again, the eyes of humanity looked outward, toward the stars, and the deep philosophical questions raised by the first Rama were again debated by the populace on Earth. As the new visitor drew nearer and its physical characteristics were more carefully resolved by the host of sensors aimed in its direction, it was confirmed that this alien spacecraft, at least from the outside, was identical to its predecessor. Rama had returned. Mankind had a second appointment with destiny. To test and training. The bizarre metallic creature inched along the wall, crawling up toward the overhang. It resembled a skinny armadillo, its jointed snail body covered by a thin shell that curled over and around a compact grouping of electronic gadgetry astride the middle of its 3 sections. A helicopter hovered about 2 meters away from the wall. A long, flexible arm with a pincer on the end extended from the nose of the helicopter and just missed closing its jaws around the odd creature. "Damn it," muttered Janos Tabori, "this is almost impossible with the copter bouncing around. Even in perfect conditions, it's hard to do precision work with these claws at full extension." He glanced over at the pilot. "And why can't this fantastic flying machine keep its altitude and attitude constant?" "Move the helicopter closer to the wall," ordered Dr. David Brown. Hiro Yamanaka looked at Brown without expression and entered a command into the control console. The screen in front of him flashed red and printed out the message, "Command unacceptable. Insufficient tolerances." Yamanaka said nothing. The helicopter continued to hover in the same spot. "We have 50 centimeters, maybe 75, between the blades and the wall," Brown thought out loud. "In another 2 or 3 minutes the biot will be safe under the overhang. Let's go to manual and grab it. Now, no mistakes this time, Tabori." For an instant a dubious hire Yamanaka stared at the balding, bespectacled scientist sitting in the seat behind him. Then the pilot turned, entered another command into the console, and switched the large black lever to the left position. The monitor flashed, in manual mode. No automatic protection. Yamanaka gingerly eased the helicopter closer to the wall. Engineer Tabori was ready. He inserted his hands in the instrumented gloves and practiced opening and closing the jaws at the end of the flexible arm. Again the arm extended and the 2 mechanical mandibles deftly closed around the jointed snail and its shell. The feedback loops from the sensors on the claws told Tabori, through his gloves, that he had successfully captured his prey. "I've got it," he shouted exultantly. He began the slow process of bringing the quarry back into the helicopter. A sudden draft of wind rolled the helicopter to the left, and the arm with the biot banged against the wall. Tabori felt his grip loosening. "Straighten it up," he cried, continuing to retract the arm. While Yamanaka was struggling to null the rolling motion of the helicopter, he inadvertently tipped the nose down just slightly. The 3 crew members heard the sickening sound of the metal rotor blades crashing against the wall. The Japanese pilot immediately pushed the emergency button and the craft returned to automatic control. In less than a second, a whining alarm sounded and the cockpit monitor flashed red. "Excessive damage. High probability of failure. Eject crew." Yamanaka did not hesitate. Within moments he blasted out of the cockpit and had his parachute deployed. Tabori and Brown followed. As soon as the Hungarian engineer removed his hands from the special gloves, the claws at the end of the mechanical arm relaxed, and the armadillo creature fell the 100 meters to the flat plain below, smashing into thousands of tiny pieces. The pilotless helicopter descended erratically toward the plain. Even with its onboard automatic landing algorithm active and in complete control, the damaged flying machine bounced hard on its struts when it hit the ground and tipped over on its side. Not far from the helicopter's landing site, a portly man, wearing a brown military suit covered with ribbons, jumped down from an open elevator. He had just descended from the Mission Control Center and was clearly agitated as he walked briskly to a waiting rover. He was followed by a scrambling, lithe blonde woman in an ISA flight suit with camera equipment hanging over both her shoulders. The military man was General Valery Borzov, Commander-in-Chief of Project Newton. "Anyone hurt?" he asked the occupant of the rover, electrical engineer Richard Wakefield. Janos apparently banged his shoulder pretty hard during the ejection, but Nicole just radioed that he had no broken bones or separations, only a lot of bruises. General Borzov climbed into the front seat of the rover beside Wakefield, who was sitting behind the vehicle control panel. The blonde woman, video journalist Francesca Sabatini, stopped recording the scene and started to open the back door of the rover. Borzov abruptly waved her away. "Go check on Desjardins and Tabori," he said, pointing across the level plain. "Wilson's probably there already." Borzov and Wakefield headed in the opposite direction in the rover. They traveled about 400 meters before they pulled alongside a slight man, about 50, in a new flight suit. David Brown was busy folding up his parachute and replacing it in a stuffed bag. General Borzov stepped down from the rover and approached the American scientist. "Are you all right, Dr. Brown?" the general asked, obviously impatient to dispense with the preliminaries. Brown nodded but did not reply. "In that case," General Borzov continued in a measured tone, "perhaps you could tell me what you were thinking about when you ordered Yamanaka to go to manual. It might be better if we discussed it here, away from the rest of the crew." "Did you even see the warning lights?" Borzov added after a lengthy silence. "Did you consider, even for a moment, that the safety of the other cosmonauts might be jeopardized by the maneuver?" Dr. David Brown eventually looked over at Borzov with a sullen, baleful stare. When he finally spoke in his own defense, his speech was clipped and strained, belying the emotion he was suppressing. "It seemed reasonable to move the helicopter just a little closer to the target. We had some clearance left, and it was the only way that we could have captured the biot. Our mission, after all, is to bring home." "You don't need to tell me what our mission is," Borzov interrupted with passion. "Remember, I helped write the policies myself, and I will remind you again that the #1 priority at all times is the safety of the crew, especially during these simulations. I must tell you that I am absolutely flabbergasted by this crazy stunt of yours. The helicopter is damaged, Tabori is injured, you're lucky that nobody was killed." David Brown was no longer paying attention to General Borzov. He had turned around to finish stuffing his parachute into its transparent package. From the set of his shoulders and the energy he was expending on this routine task, it was obvious that he was very angry. Borzov returned to the rover. After waiting for several seconds, he offered Dr. Brown a ride back to the base. The American shook his head without saying anything, hoisted his pack onto his back, and walked off in the direction of the helicopter and the elevator. 3 Crew Conference. Outside the meeting room in the training facility, Janos Tabori was sitting on an auditorium chair underneath an array of small but powerful portable lights. The distance to the simulated biot was at the limit of the reach of the mechanical arm. He explained to the tiny camera that Francesca Sabatini was holding. "Twice, I tried to grab it and failed. Dr. Brown then decided to put the helicopter on manual and take it a little closer to the wall. We caught some wind." The door from the conference room opened and a smiling, ruddy face appeared. "We're all here waiting for you," said General O'Toole pleasantly. "I think Borzov's becoming a little impatient." Francesca switched off the lights and put her video camera back in the pocket of her flight suit. "All right, my Hungarian hero," she said with a laugh. "We'd better stop for now. You know how our leader dislikes waiting." She walked over and put her arms gently around the small man. She patted him on his bandaged shoulder. "But we're really glad you're all right." A handsome black man in his early 40s had been sitting just out of the camera frame during the interview, taking notes on a flat, rectangular keyboard about a foot square. He followed Francesca and Janos into the conference room. "I want to do a feature this week on the new design concepts in the teleoperation of the arm and the glove," Reggie Wilson whispered to Tabori as they sat down. "There are a bunch of my readers out there who find all this technical crap absolutely fascinating. I'm glad that the three of you could join us." Borzov's sarcastic voice boomed across the conference room. "I was starting to think that perhaps a crew meeting was an imposition on all of you, an activity that interrupted the far more important tasks of reporting our misadventures or writing erudite scientific and engineering papers." He pointed at Reggie Wilson, whose ubiquitous flat keyboard was on the table in front of him. "Wilson, believe it or not, you're supposed to be a member of this crew first and a journalist second. Just one time do you think you can put that damn thing away and listen? I have a few things to say, and I want them to be off the record." Wilson removed the keyboard and put it in his briefcase. Borzov stood up and walked around the room as he talked. The table in the crew conference room was a long oval about 2 meters across at its widest point. There were 12 places around the table. Guests and observers, when they attended, sat in the extra chairs over against the walls, each one equipped with a computer keyboard and monitor slightly inset into the surface and covered, when not being used, by a polished grain top that matched the quality simulated wood on the rest of the table. As always, the other 2 military men on the expedition, European Admiral Otto Heilmann, the hero of the Council of Governments' intercession in the Caracas crisis, and American Air Force General Michael Ryan O'Toole, flanked Borzov at one end of the oval. The other 9 Newton crew members did not always sit in the same seats, a fact that particularly frustrated the compulsively orderly Admiral Heilmann, and to a lesser extent, his commanding officer Borzov. Sometimes the 4 non-professionals in the crew would cluster together around the other end of the table, leaving the space cadets, as the 5 cosmonaut graduates of the Space Academy were known, to create a buffer zone in the middle. After almost a year of constant media attention, the public had relegated each member of the Newton dozen to one of 3 subgroups: the non-pros, consisting of the 2 scientists and 2 journalists, the military troika, and the 5 cosmonauts who did most of the skilled work during the mission. On this particular day, however, the 2 non-military groups were thoroughly mixed. The famed Japanese interdisciplinary scientist Shigeru Takagishi, widely regarded as the foremost expert in the world on the first Raman expedition 70 years earlier, and also the author of the Atlas of Rama that was required reading for all of the crew, was sitting in the middle of the oval between Soviet pilot Irina Turgenev and the brilliant, but often zany British cosmonaut electrical engineer Richard Wakefield. Opposite them were life science officer Nicole Desjardins, a statuesque copper-brown woman with a fascinating French and African lineage, the quiet, almost mechanical Japanese pilot Yamanaka, and the stunning Signora Sabatini. The final 3 positions at the south end of the oval, facing the large maps and diagrams of Rama on the opposite wall, were occupied by American journalist Wilson, the inimitable and garrulous Tabori, a Soviet cosmonaut from Budapest, and Dr. David Brown. Brown looked very businesslike and serious. He had a set of papers spread out in front of him as the meeting began. "It is inconceivable to me," Borzov was saying while he strode purposefully around the room, "that any of you could ever forget, even for a moment, that you have been selected to go on what could be the most important human mission of all time. But on the basis of this last set of simulations, I must admit that I am beginning to have my doubts about some of you. There are those who believe that this Rama craft will be a copy of its predecessor," Borzov continued, "and that it will be equally disinterested and uninvolved with whatever trifling creatures come to survey it. I admit it certainly appears to be at least the same size and same configuration, based on the radar data that we have been processing for the past 3 years. But even if it does turn out to be another dead ship built by aliens that vanished thousands of years ago, this mission is still the most important one of our lifetime, and I would think that it demands the very best effort from each of you. The Soviet general paused to collect his thoughts. Janos Tabori started to ask a question, but Borzov interrupted him and launched again into his monologue. Our performance as a crew on this last set of training exercises has been absolutely abominable. Some of you have been outstanding. You know who you are. But just as many of you have acted as if you had no idea what this mission was about. I am convinced that 2 or 3 of you do not even read the relevant procedures or the protocol listings before the exercises begin. I grant you that they are dull and sometimes tedious, but all of you agreed, when you accepted your appointments 10 months ago, to learn the procedures and to follow the protocols and project policies, even those of you with no prior flight experience. Borzov had stopped in front of one of the large maps on the wall. This one, an inset view of one corner of the city of New York, inside the first Raman spaceship. The area of tall, thin buildings resembling Manhattan skyscrapers, all huddled together on an island in the middle of the cylindrical sea, had been partially mapped during the previous human encounter. In 6 weeks, we will rendezvous with an unknown space vehicle, perhaps one containing a city like this, and all of mankind will depend on us to represent them. We have no way of knowing what we will find. Whatever preparation we will have completed before then may well be not enough. Our knowledge of our pre-planned procedures must be perfect and automatic, so that our brains are free to deal with any new conditions we may encounter. The commander sat down at the head of the table. Today's exercise was nearly a complete disaster. We could easily have lost 3 valuable members of our team as well as one of the most expensive helicopters ever built. I want to remind you all, one more time, of the priorities of this mission as agreed to by the International Space Agency and the Council of Governments. The top priority is the safety of the crew. Second priority is the analysis and or determination of any threat, if it exists, to the human population of the planet Earth. Borzov was now looking directly down the table at Brown, who returned the commander's challenging look with a stony stare of his own. Only after those 2 priorities are satisfied, and the Raman craft is adjudged harmless, does the capturing of one or more of the biots have any significance. I would like to remind General Borzov, David Brown said almost immediately in his sonorous voice, that some of us do not believe the priorities should be blindly applied in a serial fashion. The importance of the biots to the scientific community cannot be overstated. As I have said repeatedly, both in cosmonaut meetings and on my many television news appearances, if this second Rama craft is just like the first, which means that it will ignore our existence completely, and we proceed so slowly that we fail even to capture a single biot before we must abandon the alien ship and return to Earth, then an absolutely unique opportunity for science will have been sacrificed to assuage the collective anxiety of the world's politicians. Borzov started to reply, but Brown stood up and gestured emphatically with his hands. No, hear me out. You have essentially accused me of incompetence in my conduct of today's exercise, and I have a right to respond. He held up some computer printout and waved it at Borzov. Here are the initial conditions for today's simulation, as posted and defined by your engineers. Let me refresh your memory with a few of the more salient points, in case you've forgotten. Background condition number 1. It is near the end of the mission, and it has already been firmly established that Rama II is totally passive and represents no threat to the planet Earth. Background condition number 2. During the expedition, biots have only been seen sporadically and never in groups. Brown could tell from the body language of the rest of the crew that his presentation had had a successful beginning. He drew a breath and continued. One assumed, after reading those background conditions, that this particular exercise might represent the last chance to capture a biot. During the test, I kept thinking what it would mean if we could bring one or several of them back to the Earth. In all the history of humanity, the only absolutely certain contact with an extraterrestrial culture took place in 2130 when our cosmonauts boarded that first Rama spaceship. Yet the long-term scientific benefit from that encounter was less than it might have been. Granted, we have reams of remote sensing data from that first investigation, including the information from the detailed dissection of the spider biot done by Dr. Laura Ernst. But the cosmonauts brought home only one artifact, a tiny piece of some kind of biomechanical flower whose physical characteristics had already irreversibly changed before any of its mysteries could be understood. We have nothing else in the way of souvenirs from that first excursion. No ashtrays, no drinking glasses, not even a transistor from a piece of equipment that would teach us something about Raman engineering. Now we have a second chance. Brown looked up at the circular ceiling above him. His voice was full of power. If we could somehow find and return 2 or 3 different biots to the Earth, and if we could then analyze these creatures to unlock their secrets, then this mission would without doubt be the most significant historical event of all time. For in understanding in depth the engineering minds of the Ramans, we would, in a real sense, achieve a first contact. Even Borzov was impressed. As he often did, David Brown had used his eloquence to turn a defeat into a partial victory. The Soviet general decided to alter his tactics. Still, Borzov said, in a subdued tone during the pause in Brown's rhetoric, we must never forget that human lives are at stake on this mission, and that we must do nothing to jeopardize their safety. He looked around the table at the rest of the crew. I want to bring back biots and other samples from Rama as much as any of you, he continued. But one must confess that this blithe assumption that the second craft will be exactly like the first disturbs me a great deal. What evidence do we have from the first encounter that the Ramans, or whoever they are benevolent? None at all. It could be dangerous to seize a biot too soon. But there's no way of ever being certain, Commander, one way or the other. Richard Wakefield spoke from the side of the table between Borzov and Brown. Even if we verify that this spaceship is exactly like the first one almost 70 years ago, we still have no information about what will happen once we make a concerted effort to capture a biot. I mean, suppose for a moment that the 2 ships are just super sophisticated robots engineered millions of years ago by a now vanished race from the opposite side of the galaxy, as Dr. Brown has suggested in his articles. How can we predict what kinds of subroutines might be programmed into those biots to deal with hostile acts? What if the biots are integral parts, in some way that we have not been able to discern, of the fundamental operation of the ship? Then it would be natural, even though they are machines, that they would be programmed to defend themselves. And it is conceivable that what might look like an initial hostile act on our part could be the trigger that changes the way the entire ship functions. I remember reading about the robot lander that crashed into the Ethane Sea on Titan in 2012. It had stored entirely different sequences depending on what it. Halt, Janos Tabori interrupted with a friendly smile. The arcana of the early robotic exploration of the solar system is not on the agenda for today's post-mortem. He looked down the table at Borzov. Skipper, my shoulder is hurting, my stomach is empty, and the excitement of today's exercise has left me exhausted. All this talk is wonderful, but if there's no more specific business, would it be out of line to suggest an early end to this meeting, so that we will have adequate time, for once, to pack our bags? Admiral Heilman leaned forward on the table. Cosmonaut Tabori, General Borzov is in charge of the crew meetings. It is up to him to determine. The Soviet commander waved his arm at Heilman. Enough, Otto. I think that Janos is right. It has been a long day at the end of an extremely busy 17 days of activity. This conversation will be better when we are all fresh. Borzov stood up. All right, we will break for now. The shuttles will leave for the airport right after dinner. The crew started preparing to leave. During your short rest period, Borzov said as an afterthought, I want all of you to think about where we are in the schedule. We have left only 2 more weeks of simulations here at the training center before the break for the end-of-the-year holiday. Immediately thereafter, we begin the intensive pre-launch activities. This next set of exercises is our last chance to get it right. I expect each of you to return fully prepared for the remaining work and recommitted to the importance of this mission. For the Great Chaos. The intrusion of the first Raman spacecraft into the inner solar system in early 2130 had a powerful impact on human history. Although there were no immediate changes in everyday life after the crew headed by Commander Norton returned from encountering Rama I, the clear and unambiguous proof that a vastly superior intelligence existed, or, as a minimum, had existed, somewhere else in the universe forced a rethinking of the place of Homo sapiens in the overall scheme of the cosmos. It was now apparent that other chemicals, doubtless also fabricated in the great stellar cataclysms of the heavens, had risen to consciousness in some other place, at some other time. Who were these Ramans? Why had they built a giant sophisticated spacecraft and sent it on an excursion into our neighborhood? Both in public and private conversation, the Ramans were the #1 topic of interest for many months. For well over a year, mankind waited more or less patiently for another sign of the Raman's presence in the universe. Intense, telescopic investigations were conducted at all wavelengths to see if any additional information associated with the retreating alien spaceship could be identified. Nothing was found. The heavens were quiet. The Ramans were departing as swiftly and inexplicably as they had arrived. Once Excalibur was operational and its initial search of the heavens turned up nothing new, there was a noticeable change in the collective human attitude toward that first contact with Rama. Overnight, the encounter became a historical event, something that had happened and was now completed. The tenor of newspaper and magazine articles that had earlier begun with phrases like, "When the Ramans return," changed to, "If there is ever another encounter with the creatures who built the huge spaceship discovered in 2130. What had been a perceived threat, a lien in a sense on future human behavior, was quickly reduced to a historical curiosity. There was no longer an urgency to deal with such fundamental issues as the return of the Ramans or the destiny of the human race in a universe peopled by intelligent creatures. Mankind relaxed, at least for a moment. Then it exploded in a paroxysm of narcissistic behavior that made all previous historical periods of individual selfishness pale by comparison. The surge of unabashed self-indulgence on a global scale was easy to understand. Something fundamental in the human psyche had changed as a result of the encounter with Rama I prior to that contact. Humanity stood alone as the only known example of advanced intelligence in the universe. The idea that humans could, as a group, control their destiny far into the future had been a significant linchpin in almost every working philosophy of life. That the Ramans existed, or had existed, whatever the tense, the philosophically logic came to the same conclusion, changed everything. Mankind was not unique, maybe not even special. It was just a question of time before the prevailing homocentric notion of the universe was to be irrevocably shattered by clearer awareness of the others. Thus it was easy to comprehend why the life patterns of most human beings suddenly veered toward self-gratification, reminding literary scholars of a similar time almost exactly 5 centuries earlier, when Robert Herrick had exhorted the virgins to make the most of their fleeting time in a poem that began, "Gather ye rosebuds while ye may, old time is still a-flying." An unrestrained burst of conspicuous consumption and global greed lasted for just under 2 years. Frantic acquisition of everything the human mind could create was superimposed on a weak economic infrastructure that had been already poised for a downturn in early 2130, when the first Raman spaceship flew through the inner solar system. The looming recession was first postponed throughout 2130 and 2131, by the combined manipulative efforts of governments and financial institutions, even though the fundamental economic weaknesses were never addressed. With the renewed burst of buying in early 2132, the world jumped directly into another period of rapid growth. Production capacities were expanded, stock markets exploded, and both consumer confidence and total employment hit all-time highs. There was unprecedented prosperity, and the net result was a short-term but significant improvement in the standard of living for almost all humans. By the end of the year in 2133, it had become obvious to some of the more experienced observers of human history that the Raman boom was leading mankind toward disaster. Dire warnings of impending economic doom started being heard above the euphoric shouts of the millions who had recently vaulted into the middle and upper classes. Suggestions to balance budgets and limit credit at all levels of the economy were ignored. Instead, creative effort was expended to come up with one way after another of putting more spending power in the hands of a populace that had forgotten how to say wait, much less no, to itself. The global stock market began to sputter in January of 2134, and there were predictions of a coming crash. But to most humans spread around the Earth and throughout the scattered colonies in the solar system, the concept of such a crash was beyond comprehension. After all, the world economy had been expanding for over 9 years, the last 2 years at a rate unparalleled in the previous 2 centuries. World leaders insisted that they had finally found the mechanisms that could truly inhibit the downturns of the capitalistic cycles, and the people believed them until early May of 2134. During the first 3 months of the year, the global stock markets went inexorably down, slowly at first, then in significant drops. Many people, reflecting the superstitious attitude toward cometary visitors that had been prevalent for 2,000 years, somehow associated the stock market's difficulties with the return of Halley's Comet. Its apparition starting in March turned out to be far brighter than anyone expected. For weeks, scientists all over the world were competing with each other to explain why it was so much more brilliant than originally predicted. After it swooped past perihelion in late March and began to appear in the evening sky in mid-April, its enormous tail dominated the heavens. In contrast, terrestrial affairs were dominated by the emerging world economic crisis. On May 1, 2134, 3 of the largest international banks announced that they were insolvent because of bad loans. Within 2 days, a panic had spread around the world. The more than 1 billion home terminals with access to the global financial markets were used to dump individual portfolios of stocks and bonds. The communications load on the global network system, GNS, was immense. The data transfer machines were stretched far beyond their capabilities and design specifications. Data gridlock delayed transactions for minutes, then hours, contributing additional momentum to the panic. By the end of a week, 2 things were apparent: that over half of the world's stock value had been obliterated, and that many individuals, large and small investors alike, who had used their credit options to the maximum, were now virtually penniless. The supporting databases that kept track of personal bank accounts and automatically transferred money to cover margin calls were flashing disaster messages in almost 20% of the houses in the world. In truth, however, the situation was much worse. Only a small percentage of the transactions were actually clearing through all the supporting computers, because the data rates in all directions were far beyond anything that had ever been anticipated. In computer language, the entire global financial system went into the cycle slip mode. Billions and billions of information transfers at lower priorities were postponed by the network of computers, while the higher priority tasks were being serviced first. The net result of these data delays was that, in most cases, individual electronic bank accounts were not properly debited, for hours or even days, to account for the mounting stock market losses. Once the individual investors realized what was occurring, they rushed to spend whatever was still showing in their balances before the computers completed all the transactions. By the time governments and financial institutions understood fully what was going on and acted to stop all this frenetic activity, it was too late. The confused system had crashed completely. To reconstruct what had happened required carefully dumping and interleaving the backup checkpoint files stored at 100 or so remote centers around the world. For over 3 weeks, the electronic financial management system that governed all money transactions was inaccessible to everybody. Nobody knew how much money he had, or how much anyone else had. Since cash had long ago become obsolete, only eccentrics and collectors had enough banknotes to buy even a week's groceries. People began to barter for necessities. Pledges based on friendship and personal acquaintance enabled many people to survive temporarily, but the pain had only begun. Every time the International Management Organization that oversaw the global financial system would announce that they were going to try to come back online and would plead with people to stay off their terminals except for emergencies, their pleas would be ignored. Processing requests would flood the system, and the computers would crash again. It was only 2 more weeks before the scientists of the world agreed on an explanation for the additional brightness in the apparition of Halley's Comet. But it was over 4 months before people could count again on reliable database information from the GNS. The cost to human society of the enduring chaos was incalculable. By the time normal electronic economic activity had been restored, the world was in a violent financial downspin that would not bottom out until 12 years later. It would be well over 50 years before the gross world product would return to the heights reached before the crash of 2134. 5 after the crash. There is unanimous agreement that the Great Chaos profoundly altered human civilization in every way. No segment of society was immune. The catalyst for the relatively rapid collapse of the existing institutional infrastructure was the market crash and subsequent breakdown of the global financial system. However, these events would not have been sufficient by themselves to project the world into a period of unprecedented depression. What followed the initial crash would have been only a comedy of errors if so many lives had not been lost as a result of the poor planning. Inept world political leaders first denied or ignored the existing economic problems, then overreacted with a suite of individual measures that were baffling and/or inconsistent, and finally threw up their arms in despair as the global crisis deepened and spread. Attempts to coordinate international solutions were doomed to failure by the increasing need of each of the sovereign nations to respond to its own constituency. In hindsight, it was obvious that the interpersonalization of the world that had taken place during the 21st century had been flawed in at least one significant way. Although many activities, communications, trade, transportation, including space, currency regulation, peacekeeping, information exchange, and environmental protection, to name the most important, had indeed become international, even interplanetary, considering the space colonies. Most of the agreements that established these international institutions contained codicils that allowed the individual nations to withdraw upon relatively short notice. If the policies promulgated under the accords no longer served the interests of the country in question. In short, each of the nations participating in the creation of an international body had the right to abrogate its national involvement, unilaterally, when it was no longer satisfied with the actions of the group. The years preceding the rendezvous with the first Raman spaceship in early 2130 had been an extraordinarily stable and prosperous time. After the world recovered from the devastating cometary impact near Padua, Italy, in 2077, there was an entire half-century of moderate growth. Except for a few relatively short, and not too severe, economic recessions, living conditions improved in a wide range of countries throughout the time period. Isolated wars and civil disturbances did erupt from time to time, primarily in the undeveloped nations, but the concerted efforts of the global peacekeeping forces always contained these problems before they became too serious. There were no major crises that tested the stability of the new international mechanisms. Immediately following the encounter with Rama I, however, there were rapid changes in the basic governing apparatus. First, emergency appropriations to handle Excalibur and other large Rama-related projects drained revenues from established programs. Then, starting in 2132, a loud clamor for tax cuts to put more money into the hands of the individuals reduced even further the allocations for needed services. By late 2133, most of the newer international institutions had become understaffed and inefficient. Thus, the global market crash took place in an environment where there was already growing doubt in the minds of the populace about the efficacy of the entire network of international organizations. As the financial chaos continued, it was an easy step for the individual nations to stop contributing funds to the very global organizations that might have been able, if they had been used properly, to turn the tide of disaster. The horrors of the Great Chaos have been chronicled in thousands of history texts. In the first 2 years, the major problems were skyrocketing unemployment and bankruptcies, both personal and corporate. But these financial difficulties seemed unimportant as the ranks of the homeless and starving continued to swell. Tent and box communities appeared in the public parks of all the big cities by the winter of 2136-37, and the municipal governments responded by striving valiantly to find ways to provide services to them. These services were intended to limit the difficulties created by the supposedly temporary presence of these hordes of idle and underfed individuals. But when the economy did not recover, the squalid tent cities did not disappear. Instead, they became permanent fixtures of urban life, growing cancers that were worlds unto themselves, with an entire set of activities and interests fundamentally different from the host cities that were supporting them. As more time passed, and the tent communities turned into hopeless, restless cauldrons of despair, these new enclaves in the middle of the metropolitan areas threatened to boil over and destroy the very entities that were allowing them to exist. Despite the anxiety caused by this constant Damocles sword of urban anarchy, the world squeaked through the brutally cold winter of 2137-38 with the basic fabric of modern civilization still more or less intact. In early 2138, a remarkable series of events occurred in Italy. These events, focused around a single individual named Michael Balatresi, a young Franciscan novitiate who would later become known everywhere as St. Michael of Siena, occupied much of the attention of the world and temporarily forestalled the disintegration of the society. Michael was a brilliant combination of genius and spirituality and political skills, a charismatic polyglot speaker with an unerring sense of purpose and timing. He suddenly appeared on the world stage in Tuscany, coming seemingly out of nowhere, with a passionate religious message that appealed to the hearts and minds of many of the world's frightened and/or disenfranchised citizens. His following grew rapidly and spontaneously, and paid no heed to international boundaries. He became a potential threat to almost all the identified leadership coteries of the world with his unwavering call for a collective response to the problems besetting the species. When he was martyred under appalling circumstances in June of 2138, mankind's last spark of optimism seemed to perish. The civilized world that had been held together for many months by a flicker of hope and a slim thread of tradition abruptly crumbled into pieces. 4 years from 2138 to 2142 were not good years to be alive. The litany of human woes was almost endless. Famine, disease, and lawlessness were everywhere. Small wars and revolutions were too numerous to count. There was an almost total breakdown in the standard institutions of modern civilization, creating a phantasmagoric life for everyone in the world except the privileged few in their protected retreats. It was a world gone wrong, the ultimate in entropy. Attempts to solve the problems by well-meaning groups of citizens could not work, because the solutions they conceived could only be local in scope, and the problems were global. The Great Chaos also extended to the human colonies in space and brought a sudden end to a glorious chapter in the history of exploration. As the economic disaster spread on the home planet, the scattered colonies around the solar system, which could not exist without regular infusions of money, supplies, and personnel, quickly became the forgotten stepchildren of the people on Earth. As a result, almost half of the residents of the colonies had left to return home by 2140, the living conditions in their adopted homes having deteriorated to the point where even the twin difficulties of readjustment to Earth's gravity and the terrible poverty throughout the world were preferred over continuing to stay, most likely to die in the colonies. The emigration process accelerated in 2141 and 2142, years characterized by mechanical breakdowns in the artificial ecosystems at the colonies and the beginning of a disastrous shortage of spare parts for the entire fleet of robot vehicles used to sustain the new settlements. By 2143, only a very few hardcore colonists remained on the Moon and Mars. Communications between Earth and the colonies had become intermittent and erratic. Monies to maintain even the radio links with the outlying settlements were no longer available. The United Planets had ceased to exist 2 years previously. There was no all-human forum addressing the problems of the species. The Council of Governments (COG) would not be formed for 6 more years. The 2 remaining colonies struggled vainly to avoid death. In the following year, 2144, the last significant manned space mission of the time period took place. The mission was a rescue sortie piloted by an amazing Mexican woman named Benita Garcia. Using a jerry-rigged spacecraft thrown together from old parts, Ms. Garcia and her 3-man crew somehow managed to reach the geosynchronous orbit of the lame cruiser James Martin, the final interplanetary transport vehicle in service, and save 24 members from the crew of 100 women and children being repatriated from Mars. In every space historian's mind, the rescue of the passengers on the James Martin marked the end of an era. Within 6 more months, the 2 remaining space stations were abandoned, and no human lifted off the Earth, bound for orbit, until almost 40 years later. By 2145, the struggling world had managed to see the importance of some of the international organizations neglected and maligned at the beginning of the Great Chaos. The most talented members of mankind, after having eschewed personal political involvement during the benign early decades of the century, began to understand that it would only be through the collective skills of the brightest and most capable humans that any semblance of civilized life could ever be restored. At first, the monumental cooperative efforts that resulted were only modestly successful, but they rekindled the fundamental optimism of the human spirit and started the renewal process slowly. Ever so slowly, the elements of human civilization were put back into place. It was still another 2 years before the general recovery finally showed up in economic statistics. By 2147, the gross world product had dwindled to 7% of its level 6 years earlier. Unemployment in the developed nations averaged 3.5%. In some of the undeveloped nations, the combination of unemployed and underemployed amounted to 90% of the population. It is estimated that as many as 100 million people starved to death during the awful summer of 2142 alone, when a great drought and concomitant famine girdled the world in the tropical regions. The combination of an astronomical death rate from many causes and a minuscule birth rate, for who wanted to bring a child into such a hopeless world, caused the world's population to drop by almost 1 billion in the decade ending in 2150. The experience of the Great Chaos left a permanent scar on an entire generation. As the years passed, and the children born after its conclusion reached adolescence, they were confronted by parents who were cautious to the point of phobia. Life as a teenager in the 2160s and even the 2170s was very strict. The memories of the terrible traumas of their youth during the chaos haunted the adult generation and made them extremely rigid in their application of parental discipline. To them, life was not a joyride at an amusement park. It was a deadly serious affair, and only through a combination of solid values, self-control, and a steady commitment to a worthwhile goal was there a chance to achieve happiness. The society that emerged in the 2170s was therefore dramatically different from the freewheeling laissez-faireism of 50 years earlier. Many very old, established institutions, among them the nation-state, the Roman Catholic Church, and the English monarchy, had enjoyed a renaissance during the half-century interim. These institutions had prospered because they had adapted quickly and taken leadership positions in the restructuring that followed the chaos. By the late 2170s, when a semblance of stability had returned to the planet, interest in space began to build again. A new generation of observation and communication satellites was launched by the reconstituted International Space Agency, one of the administrative arms of the COG. At first, the space activity was cautious, and the budgets were very small. Only the developed nations participated actively. When piloted flights recommenced and were successful, a modest schedule of missions was planned for the decade of the 2190s. A new space academy to train cosmonauts for those missions opened in 2188 and had its first graduates 4 years later. On Earth, growth was achingly slow but regular and predictable for most of the 20 years preceding the discovery of the second Raman spaceship in 2196. In a technological sense, mankind was at approximately the same overall level of development in 2196 as it had been 66 years earlier, when the first extraterrestrial craft had appeared. Recent spaceflight experience was much less, to be certain, at the time of the second encounter. However, in certain critical technical areas like medicine and information management, the human society of the last decade of the 22nd century was considerably more advanced than it had been in 2130. In one other component, the civilizations encountered by the two Raman spacecraft were markedly different. Many of the human beings alive in 2196, especially those who were older and held the policy-making positions in the governing structure, had lived through some of the very painful years of the Great Chaos. They knew the meaning of the word fear, and that powerful word shaped their deliberations as they debated the priorities that would guide a human mission to rendezvous with Rama II. 6 La Signora Sabtini. So you were working on your doctorate in physics at SMU when your husband made his famous prediction about supernova 2191A. Elaine Brown was sitting in a large soft chair in her living room. She was dressed in a stark brown suit, sexless, with a high-collar blouse. She looked stiff and anxious, as if she were ready for the interview to be completed. I was in my second year and David was my dissertation advisor, she said carefully, her eyes glancing furtively at her husband. He was across the room, watching the proceedings from behind the cameras. David worked very closely with his graduate students. Everybody knew that. It was one of the reasons why I chose SMU for my graduate work. Francesca Sabatini looked beautiful. Her long blonde hair was flowing freely over her shoulders. She was wearing an expensive white silk blouse, trimmed by a royal blue scarf neatly folded around her neck. Her lounging pants were the same color as the scarf. She was sitting in a second chair next to Elaine. 2 coffee cups were on the small table between them. Dr. Brown was married at the time, wasn't he? I mean during the period when he was your advisor. Elaine reddened perceptibly as Francesca finished her question. The Italian journalist continued to smile at her, a disarmingly ingenuous smile, as if the question she had just asked was as simple and straightforward as 2 plus 2. Mrs. Brown hesitated, drew a breath, and then stammered slightly in giving her response. In the beginning, yes, I believe that he still was, she answered. But his divorce was final before I finished my degree. She stopped again, and then her face brightened. He gave me an engagement ring for a graduation present, she said awkwardly. Francesca Sabatini studied her subject. Could easily tear you apart on that reply, she thought rapidly, with just a couple more questions. but that would not serve my purpose. Okay, cut, Francesca blurted out suddenly. That's a wrap. Let's take a look and then you can put all the equipment back in the truck. The lead cameraman walked over to the side of robot camera number 1, which had been programmed to install a close-up on Francesca, and entered 3 commands into the miniature keyboard on the side of the camera housing. Meanwhile, because Elaine had risen from her seat, robot camera number 2 was automatically backing away on its tripod legs and retracting its zoom lens. Another cameraman motioned to Elaine to stand still until he was able to disconnect the second camera. Within seconds, the director had programmed the automatic monitoring equipment to replay the last 5 minutes of the interview. The output of all 3 cameras was shown simultaneously, split screen, the composite picture of both Francesca and Elaine occupying the center of the monitor with the tapes from the 2 close-up cameras on either side. Francesca was a consummate professional. She could tell quickly that she had the material she needed for this portion of the show. Dr. David Brown's wife, Elaine, was young, intelligent, earnest, plain, and not comfortable with the attention being focused on her. And it was all clearly there in the camera memory. While Francesca was wrapping up the details with her crew and arranging to have the annotated interview composite delivered to her hotel at the Dallas Transportation Complex before her flight in the morning, Elaine Brown came back into the living room with a standard robot server, 2 different kinds of cheese, a bottle of wine, and plenty of glasses for everyone. Francesca glimpsed a frown on David Brown's face as Elaine announced that there would now be a small party to celebrate the end of the interview. The crew and Elaine gathered around the robot and the wine. David excused himself and walked out of the living room into the long hall that connected the back of the house, where all the bedrooms were, with the living quarters in the front. Francesca followed him. "Excuse me, David," she said. He turned around, his impatience clear. "Don't forget that we still have some unfinished business. I promised an answer to Schmidt and Hagenist upon my return to Europe. They are anxious to proceed with the project." "I haven't forgotten," he replied. "I just want to make certain first that your friend Reggie is finished interviewing my children." He heaved a sigh. "There are times when I wish I was a total unknown in the world." Francesca walked up close to him. "I don't believe that for a minute," she said, her eyes fixed on his. "You're just nervous today because you can't control what your wife and children are saying to Reggie and me, and nothing is more important to you than control." Dr. Brown started to reply, but was interrupted by a shriek of "Mommy," reverberating down the hall from its origin in a distant bedroom. Within seconds, a small boy, 6 or 7 years old, swept past David and Francesca and raced pell-mell into the arms of his mother, who was now standing in the doorway connecting the hall and the living room. Some of Elaine's wine sloshed out of her glass from the force of the collision with her son. She unconsciously licked it off her hand as she sought to comfort the little boy. "What is it, Justin?" she asked. "That black man broke my dog," Justin whined between sobs. "He kicked it in the butt and now I can't make it work." The little boy pointed back down the hall. Reggie Wilson and a teenage girl, tall, thin, very serious, were walking toward the rest of the group. "Dad," said the girl, her eyes imploring David for help, "Mr. Wilson was talking to me about my pin collection when that damned robot dog came in and bit him on the leg, after peeing on him first. Justin had programmed him to make mischief." "She's lying," the crying little boy interrupted her with a shout. "She doesn't like Wally, she's never liked Wally." Elaine had one hand on the back of her nearly hysterical son and the other firmly around the stem of her wineglass. She would have been unsettled by the scene even if she hadn't noticed the disapproval she was receiving from her husband. She quaffed the wine and put the glass on a nearby bookshelf. There, Justin," she said, looking embarrassed. "Calm down and tell Mom what happened." "That black man doesn't like me and I don't like him. Wally knew it, so he bit him. Wally always protects me." The girl, Angela, became more agitated. "I knew something like this would happen. When Mr. Wilson was talking to me, Justin kept coming into my room and interrupting us, showing Mr. Wilson his games, his pets, his trophies, and even his clothes. Eventually, Mr. Wilson had to speak sharply to him. Next thing we know, Wally is running wild and Mr. Wilson has to defend himself. "She's a liar, Mom. A big liar, tell her to stop." Dr. David Brown had had enough of this commotion. "Elaine," he shouted angrily above the din, "get him out of here." He turned to his daughter as his wife pulled the weeping little boy through the door into the living room. "Angela/7," he said, his anger now raw and unconcealed. "I thought I told you not to fight with Justin today under any circumstances." The girl recoiled from her father's attack. Tears welled up in her eyes. She started to say something, but Reggie Wilson walked between her and her father. "Excuse me, 7 Dr. Brown," he interceded. "Angela really didn't do anything. Her story is basically correct. She—" "Look, Wilson," David Brown said sharply, "if you don't mind, I can handle my own family." He paused a moment to calm his anger. "I'm terribly sorry for all this confusion," he continued in a subdued tone, "but it will all be finished in another minute or so." The look he gave his daughter was cold and unkind. "Go back to your room, Angela. I'll talk to you later. Call your mother and tell her that I want her to pick you up before dinner." Francesca Sabatini watched with great interest as the entire scene unfolded. She saw David Brown's frustration, Elaine's lack of self-confidence. "This is perfect," Francesca thought, "even better than I might have hoped. He will be very easy." The sleek silver train cruised the North Texas countryside at 250 kilometers per hour. Within minutes, the lights from the Dallas Transportation Complex appeared on the horizon. The DTC covered a mammoth area, almost 25 square kilometers. It was part airport, part train station, part small city. Originally constructed in 2185 both to handle the burgeoning long-distance air traffic and to provide an easy nexus for transferring passengers to the high-speed train system, it had grown, like other similar transportation centers around the world, into an entire community. More than 1,000 people, most of whom worked at the DTC and found life easier when there was no commute, lived in the apartments that formed a semicircle around the shopping center south of the main terminal. The terminal itself housed 4 major hotels, 17 restaurants, and over 100 different shops, including a branch of the chic Donatelli fashion chain. "I was 19 at the time," the young man was saying to Francesca as the train approached the station, "and had had a very sheltered upbringing. I learned more about love and sex in that 10 weeks, watching your series on television, than I had learned in my whole life before. I just wanted to thank you for that program." Francesca accepted the compliments gracefully. She was accustomed to being recognized when she was in public. The train stopped and she descended onto the platform. Francesca smiled again at the young man and his date. Reggie Wilson offered to carry her camera equipment as they walked toward the people mover that would take them to the hotel. "Does it ever bother you?" he asked. She looked at him quizzically. "All the attention, being a public figure," he added in explanation. "No," she answered, "of course not." She smiled to herself. "Even after 6 months, this man does not understand me. Maybe he's too engrossed with himself to figure out that some women are as ambitious as men." "I knew that your 2 television series had been popular," Reggie was saying, "before I met you during the personnel screening exercises. But I had no idea that it would be impossible to go out to a restaurant or to be seen in a public place without running into one of your fans." Reggie continued to chat as the people mover eased out of the train station and into the shopping center. Near the track at one end of the enclosed mall, a large group of people were milling around outside a theater. The marquee proclaimed that the production inside was In Any Weather by the American playwright Lindsay Olson. "Did you ever see that play?" Reggie idly asked Francesca. "One saw the movie when it first came out," he continued without waiting for her to answer, "about 5 years ago. Helen Caudle and Jeremy Temple, before she was really big. It was a strange story about 2 people who had to share a hotel room during a snowstorm in Chicago. They're both married. They fall in love while talking about their failed expectations. As I said, it was a weird play. Francesca was not listening. A boy who reminded her of her cousin Roberto had climbed into the car just in front of them at the first stop in the shopping center. His skin and hair were dark, his facial features handsomely chiseled. How long has it been since I have seen Roberto? She wondered. Must be 3 years now. It was down in Positano with his wife, Maria. Francesca sighed and remembered earlier days from long ago. She could see herself laughing and running on the streets of Orvieto. She was 9 or 10, still innocent and unspoiled. Roberto was 14. They were playing with a soccer ball in the piazza in front of II Duomo. She had loved to tease her cousin. He was so gentle, so unaffected. Roberto was the only good thing from her childhood. The people mover stopped outside the hotel. Reggie was looking at her with a fixed stare. Francesca realized that he had just asked her a question. "Well," he said, as they descended from their car. "I'm sorry, dear," she answered. "I was daydreaming again. What did you ask?" "I didn't know I was that boring," Reggie said without humor. He turned dramatically to ensure that she was paying attention. "What choice did you make for dinner tonight?" I had narrowed it down to Chinese or Cajun. At that particular moment, the thought of having dinner with Reggie did not appeal to Francesca. "I'm very tired tonight," she said. "I think I'll just eat by myself in the room and do a little work afterward." She could have predicted the hurt look on his face. She reached up and kissed him lightly on the lips. "You can come by my room for a nightcap about 10. Once inside her hotel suite, Francesca's first action was to activate her computer terminal and check for messages. She had 4 altogether. The printed menu told her the originator of each message, the time of its transmission, the duration of the message, and its urgency priority. The Urgency Priority Network, UPN, was a new innovation of International Communications, Inc., one of the 3 surviving communications companies that were finally flourishing again after massive consolidation during the middle years of the century. A UPN user entered his daily schedule early in the morning and identified what priority messages could interrupt which activities. Francesca had chosen to accept forwarding of only priority 1 acute emergency messages to the terminal at David Brown's house. The taping of David and his family had to be accomplished in 1 day, and she had wanted to minimize the chances of an interruption and delay. The rest of her messages had been retained at the hotel. She had a single priority 2 message, 3 minutes long, from Carlo Bianchi. Francesca frowned, entered the proper codes into the terminal, and turned on the video monitor. A suave middle-aged Italian dressed in après-ski clothes, sitting on a couch with a burning fireplace behind him, came into view. "Buongiorno, cara," he greeted her. After allowing the video camera to pan around the living room at his new villa in Cortina d'Ampezzo, Signor Bianchi came right to the point. Why was she refusing to appear in the advertisements for his summer line of sportswear? His company had offered her an incredible amount of money and had even tailored the advertising campaign to pick up on the space theme. The spots would not be shown until after the Newton mission would be over, so there was no conflict with her ISA agreements. Carlo acknowledged that they had had some differences in the past, but according to him they were many years ago. He needed an answer in a week. "Screw you, Carlo," Francesca thought, surprised at the intensity of her reactions. There were few people in the world who could upset Francesca, but Carlo Bianchi was one of them. She entered the necessary commands to record a message to her agent, Daryl Bowman, in London. "Hi, Daryl. It's Francesca in Dallas. Tell that weasel Bianchi I wouldn't do his ads even if he offered me 10 million marks. And by the way, since I understand that his main competition these days is Donatelli, why don't you find their advertising director, Gabriella something or other? I met her once in Milano, and let her know that I would be happy to do something for them after Project Newton is over, April or May." She paused for a moment. "That's it. Back in Rome tomorrow night. My best to Heather." Francesca's longest message was from her husband, Alberto, a tall, graying, distinguished executive almost 60 years old. Alberto ran the Italian division of Schmidt and Hagenist, the multimedia German conglomerate that owned, among other things, over one-third of the free newspapers and magazines in Europe, as well as the leading commercial television networks in both Germany and Italy. In his transmission, Alberto was sitting in the den in their home, wearing a rich charcoal suit and sipping a brandy. His tone was warm, familiar, but more like a father than a husband. He told Francesca that her long interview with Admiral Otto Heilmann had been on the news throughout Europe that day, that he had enjoyed her comments and insights as always, but that he had thought Otto came across as an egomaniac. Not surprising, Francesca had mused when she heard her husband's comment, since he absolutely is. But he is often useful to me. Alberto shared some good news about one of his children. Francesca had 3 stepchildren, all of whom were older than she, before telling her that he missed her and was looking forward to seeing her the next night. Me too, Francesca thought before responding to his message. It is comfortable living with you. I have both freedom and security. 4 hours later, Francesca was standing outside on her balcony, smoking a cigarette in the cold Texas December air. She was wrapped tightly in the thick robe supplied to the rooms by the hotel. At least it's not like California, she thought to herself as she pulled a deep drag into her lungs. At least in Texas, some of the hotels do have smoking balconies. Those zealots on the American West Coast would make smoking a felony if they could. She walked over to the side of the railing so that she would have a better view of a supersonic airliner approaching the airport from the west. In her mind's eye, she was inside the plane, as she would be the next day on her flight home to Rome. She imagined that this particular flight had come from Tokyo, the undisputed economic capital of the world before the Great Chaos. After being devastated by their lack of raw materials during the lean years in the middle of the century, the Japanese were now prosperous again as the world returned to a free market. Francesca watched the plane land and then looked up at the sky full of stars above her. She took another pull on her cigarette and then followed the exhaled smoke as it drifted slowly away from her into the air. And so, Francesca, she reflected, now comes what may be your greatest assignment, a chance to become immortal. At least I should be remembered a long time as one of the Newton crew. Her mind turned to the Newton mission itself and briefly conjured up images of fantastic creatures who might have created the pair of gargantuan spaceships and sent them to visit the solar system. But her thoughts jumped back quickly to the real world, to the contracts that David Brown had signed just before she had left his home that afternoon. That makes us partners, my esteemed Dr. Brown, and completes the first phase of my plan. And unless I miss my guess, that was a gleam of interest in your eyes today. Francesca had given David a perfunctory kiss when they had finished discussing and signing the contracts. They had been alone together in his study. For a moment she had thought he was going to return the kiss with a more meaningful one. Francesca finished her cigarette, stubbed it out in the ashtray, and went back into her hotel room. As soon as she opened the door, she could hear the sound of heavy breathing. The oversized bed was in disarray, and a naked Reggie Wilson was lying across it on his back, his regular snores disturbing the silence of the suite. "You have great equipment, my friend," she commented silently, "both for life and for lovemaking. But neither is an athletic contest. You would be more interesting if there was some subtlety, perhaps even a little finesse." 7. Public relations. The solitary eagle soared high above the marshes in the early morning light. It banked on a gust of wind coming from the ocean and turned north along the coast. Far below the eagle, starting at the light brown and white sands beside the ocean, and continuing through the collection of islands and rivers and bays that stretch for miles toward the western horizon, an intermittent complex of diverse buildings connected by paved roads broke up the grassland and swamp. 75 years earlier, the Kennedy Spaceport had been one of a half-dozen locations on the Earth where travelers could disembark from their high-speed trains and airplanes to catch a shuttle flight up to one of the LEO, low Earth orbit, space stations. But the great chaos had changed the spaceport into a ghostly reminder of a once flourishing culture. Its portals and fancy connecting passageways were abandoned for years to the grasses, water birds, alligators, and ubiquitous insects of central Florida. In the 2160s, after 20 years of complete atrophy, the reactivation of the spaceport had begun. It had been used first as an airport, and then had evolved again into a general transportation center serving the Florida Atlantic coast. When launches to space recommenced in the mid-217 QS, it was natural that the old Kennedy launch pads would be recommissioned. By December of 2199, more than half of the old spaceport had been refurbished to handle the steadily growing traffic between Earth and space. From one of the windows of his temporary office, Valery Borzov watched the magnificent eagle glide gracefully back to its nest high in one of the few tall trees within the center. He loved birds. He had been fascinated by them for years, beginning in his early boyhood in China. In his most vivid recurring dream, General Borzov was always living on an amazing planet where the skies swarmed with flying creatures. He could still remember asking his father if there had been any flying biots inside the first Rama spacecraft, and then being acutely disappointed with the reply. General Borzov heard the sound of a large transport vehicle and looked out his west-facing window. Across the way, in front of the test facility, the propulsion module that would be used by both Newton vehicles was emerging from its test complex, carried on a huge platform moving on multiple tracks. The repaired module, sent back to the subsystem test area because of a problem with its ion controller, would be placed that afternoon inside a cargo shuttle and transferred to the spacecraft assembly facility at Space Station Leo 2, where it would be retrofitted prior to the final integrated vehicle tests just before Christmas. Both of the two Newton flight spacecraft were currently undergoing final checkout and test at Leo 2. All of the simulation exercises for the cosmonauts, however, were conducted over at Leo 3 with the backup equipment. The cosmonauts would only use the actual flight systems at Leo 2 during the last week before launch. On the south side of the building, an electric bus pulled to a stop outside the office complex and discharged a small handful of people. One of the passengers was a blonde woman wearing a long-sleeved yellow blouse with vertical black stripes and a pair of black silk pants. She walked with an effortless grace over to the building entrance. General Borzov admired her from a distance, reminding himself that Francesca had been a successful model before becoming a television journalist. He wondered what it was that she wanted and why she had insisted on seeing him privately before the medical briefing this morning. A minute later, he greeted her at the door to his office. "Good morning." "Signora Sabatini," he said. "Still so formal, General," she replied, laughing. "Even when there's only the two of us. You and the two Japanese men are the only members of the team who refuse to call me Francesca." She noticed that he was staring strangely at her. She looked down at her clothing to see if something was wrong. "What's the matter?" she asked him after a momentary hesitation. "It must be your blouse," General Borzov answered with a start. "For just a moment I had the distinct impression that you were a tiger poised to pounce on a hapless antelope or gazelle. Maybe it's old age, or mind has started playing tricks on me." He invited her to come into his office. "I have had men tell me before that I resemble a cat, but never a tiger." Francesca sat down in the chair beside the general's desk. She meowed with a mischievous smile. "I'm just a harmless tabby house cat." "I don't believe that for a moment," Borzov said with a chuckle. "Many adjectives can be used to describe you, Francesca, but harmless would never be one of them." He suddenly became very businesslike. "Now, what can I do for you? You said that you had something very important to discuss with me that absolutely could not wait." Francesca pulled a large sheet of paper out of her soft briefcase and handed it to General Borzov. "This is the press schedule for the project," she said. "I reviewed it in detail only yesterday with both the Public Information Office and the World Television Networks. Notice that of the in-depth personal interviews with the cosmonauts, only 5 have already been completed. 4 more were originally scheduled for this month. But notice also that, when you added that extra 3-day simulation to this coming set of exercises, you wiped out the time that had been allotted to interview Wakefield and Turgenev. She paused for a moment to make sure he was following her. We can still catch Takagishi next Saturday and we'll tape the O'Tooles on Christmas Eve in Boston. But both Richard and Irina say that they now have no time for their interviews. In addition, we still have an old problem. Neither you nor Nicole is scheduled at all. You insisted on a meeting at 7:30 this morning to discuss this press schedule, Borzov interrupted, his voice clearly conveying the relative importance that he assigned to such activities. Among other things, Francesca answered nonchalantly. She ignored the implied criticism in his comment. Of the people on this mission, she continued, the polls show that the public has the greatest interest in you, me, Nicole Desjardins, and David Brown. So far, I have been unable to pin you down on a date for your personal interview, and Madame Desjardins says that she does not intend to have one at all. The networks are unhappy. My pre-launch coverage is going to be incomplete. I need some help from you. Francesca looked directly at General Borzov. I am asking you to cancel the additional simulation, to set a definite time for your personal interview, and to talk to Nicole on my behalf. He frowned. The general was both angered and annoyed by Francesca's presumption. He was going to tell her that the scheduling of personal publicity interviews was not high on his priority list, but something held him back. Both his sixth sense and a lifetime of experience in dealing with people told him to hesitate, that there was more to this discussion than he had yet heard. He temporized by changing the subject. Incidentally, I must tell you that I am growing increasingly concerned about the lavish scope of this New Year's Eve party that your friends in the Italian government business coalition are hosting. I know we agreed at the beginning of our training that we would participate, as a group, in that one social function. But I had no idea that it was going to be billed as the party of the century, as it was called last week by one of those American personality magazines. You know all those people. Can't you do something to reduce the scope of the party? The gala was another item on my agenda, Francis replied, carefully avoiding the thrust of his comment. I need your assistance there as well. 4 of the Newton cosmonauts now say that they do not plan to attend, and 2 or 3 more have suggested that they may have other commitments, even though we all agreed to the party back in March. Takagishi and Yamanaka want to celebrate the holiday with their families in Japan, and Richard Wakefield tells me that he has made reservations to go scuba diving in the Cayman Islands. And then there's that Frenchwoman again, who simply says that she's not coming and refuses to offer any kind of explanation. Borzov could not suppress a grin. Why are you having such a hard time with Nicole Desjardins? I would think that since both of you are women, you would be able to speak to her more easily than the others. She is entirely unsympathetic with the role of the press in this mission. She has told me so several times, and she is very stubborn about her privacy. Francesca shrugged her shoulders. But the public is absolutely fascinated with her. After all, not only is she a doctor and a linguist and a former Olympic champion, but also she is the daughter of a famous novelist and the mother of a 14-year-old daughter, despite never having been married. Valery Borzov was looking at his watch. Just for my information, he interrupted, how many more items are on your agenda, as you call it? We are due in the auditorium in 10 more minutes. He smiled back at Francesca. And I feel compelled to remind you that Madame Desjardins went out of her way today to accommodate your request for press coverage of this briefing. Francesca studied General Borzov for several seconds. Think he's ready now, she thought to herself. And unless I misjudged him, he will understand immediately. She pulled a small cubic object out of her briefcase and handed it across the desk. This is the only other item on my agenda, she said. The Newton commander-in-chief seemed puzzled. He turned the cube over in his hands. "A freelance journalist sold it to us," Francesca said in a very serious tone. "We were assured it was the only copy in existence." She paused a moment while Borzov loaded the cube into the appropriate part of his desk computer. He blanched noticeably when the first video segment from the cube appeared on the monitor. He watched the wild rantings of his daughter, Natasha, for about 15 seconds. "I wanted to keep this out of the hands of the tabloid press," Francesca added softly. "How long is the tape?" General Borzov asked quietly. "Almost half an hour," she replied. "I'm the only one who has seen the entire thing." General Borzov heaved a sigh. This was the moment his wife, Petra, had dreaded ever since it was first made official that he would be the commanding officer of the Newton. The institute director at Sverdlovsk had promised that no reporters would have access to his daughter. Now here was a videotape with a 30-minute interview with her. Petra would be mortified. He stared out the window. In his mind, he was assessing what would happen to the mission if his daughter's acute schizophrenia were paraded before the public. It would be embarrassing, he conceded, but the mission would not be damaged in any serious way. General Borzov looked across at Francesca. He hated making deals, and he wasn't certain that Francesca herself had not commissioned the interview with Natasha. Nevertheless, Borzov relaxed and forced a smile. "I guess I could thank you," he said, "but somehow it doesn't seem appropriate." He paused for a moment. "I assume I'm expected to show some gratitude." So far, so good, Francesca thought. She knew better than to say anything just yet. "All right," the general continued after the lengthy silence. "I will cancel the extra simulation. Others have already complained about it." He turned the data cube over in his hands. "And Petra and I will come to Rome early, as you once suggested, for the personal interview. I will remind all the cosmonauts tomorrow about the party on New Year's Eve and tell them that it is their duty to attend. But neither I nor anyone else can require Nicole Jardins to talk to you about anything except her work." He stood up abruptly. "Now it's time for us to go to that biometry meeting." Francesca reached up and kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you, Valerie," she said. 8. Biometry. The medical briefing had already begun when Francesca and General Borzov arrived. All the rest of the cosmonauts were present, as well as 25 or 30 additional engineers and scientists associated with the mission. 4 newspaper reporters and a television crew completed the audience. At the front of the small auditorium stood Nicole Jardins, wearing her gray flight outfit as always, and holding a laser pointer in her hand. To the side of her was a tall Japanese man in a blue dress suit. He was listening carefully to a question from the audience. Nicole interrupted him to acknowledge the new arrivals. "Suma Mason, Hakamatsu Sanner," she said. "Let me introduce our commander, General Valery Borzov of the Soviet Union, as well as the journalist cosmonaut Francesca Sabatini." She turned toward the latecomers. "Dobry utra," Nicole said to the general, quickly nodding a greeting in Francesca's direction as well. "This is the esteemed Dr. Toshiro Hakamatsu," Nicole said. "He designed and developed the biometry system that we are going to use in flight, including the tiny probes that will be inserted into our bodies." General Borzov extended his hand. "I'm glad to meet you, Hakamatsu-san," he said. "Madame Desjardins has made us all very much aware of your outstanding work." "Thank you," the man replied, bowing in the direction of Borzov after shaking his hand. "It is an honor for me to be part of this project." Francesca and General Borzov took the 2 empty seats at the front of the auditorium, and the meeting continued. Nicole aimed her pointer at a keyboard on the side of a small podium, and a full-scale, multicolored male model of the human cardiovascular system, with veins marked in blue and arteries in red, appeared as a 3-dimensional holographic image in the front of the room. Tiny white markers circulating inside the flowing blood vessels indicated the direction and rate of flow. The Life Sciences Board of the ISA, just last week, gave final approval to the new Hakamatsu probes as our key health monitoring system for the mission, Nicole was saying. They withheld their approval until the last minute so that they could properly assess the results of the stress testing, in which the new probes were asked to perform in a wide variety of off-nominal situations. Even under those conditions, there was no sign that any rejection mechanisms were triggered in any of the test subjects. We are fortunate that we will be able to use this system, for it will make life much easier both for me, as your life science officer, and for you. During the mission, you will not be subjected to the routine injection scanning techniques that have been used on previous projects. These new probes are injected one time, maybe twice at the most during our 100-day mission, and they do not need to be replaced. How did the long-term rejection problem get solved? Came a question from another doctor in the audience, interrupting Nicole's train of thought. I will discuss that in detail during our splinter session this afternoon, she replied. For now, it should be sufficient for me to mention that since the key chemistry governing rejection focuses on 4 or 5 critical parameters, including acidity, the probes are coated with chemicals that adapt to the local chemistry at the implantation site. In other words, once the probe arrives at its destination, it non-invasively samples its ambient biochemical environment and then exudes a thin coating for itself that is designed to be consistent with the chemistry of the host and thereby avoid rejection. But I am getting ahead of myself, Nicole said, turning to face the large model showing blood circulation in the human being. The family of probes will be inserted here, in the left arm, and the individual monitors will disperse according to their prescribed guidance programs to 32 distinct locales in the body. There they will embed themselves in the host tissue. The inside of the holographic model became animated as she spoke, and the audience watched as 32 blinking lights started from the left arm and scattered throughout the body. 4 went to the brain, 3 more to the heart, 4 to the primary glands of the endocrine system, and the remaining 21 monitors spread out to assorted locations and organs ranging from the eyes to the fingers and toes. Each of the individual probes contains both an array of microscopic sensors to sample important health parameters and a fancy data system that first stores and then transmits the recorded information upon receipt of an enabling command from the scanner. In practice, I would expect to scan each of you and dump all your health telemetry once a day, but the recorders can handle data covering up to 4 days if necessary. Nicole stopped and looked at the audience. Are there any questions so far? She asked. Yes, said Richard Wakefield in the front row. I see how this system gathers trillions of bits of data, but that's the easy part. There's no way you or any other human being could look at all that information. How does the data get synthesized or analyzed so that you can tell if anything irregular is happening? You'd make a great straight man, Richard, Nicole said with a smile. That's my next subject. She held up a small, flat, thin object with a keyboard on it. This is a standard programmable scanner that permits the monitored information to be sampled in many different ways. I can call for a full dump from any and or all channels, or I can request transmission only of warning data. Nicole saw many confused looks in her audience. I'd better back up and start this part of the explanation again, she said. Each measurement made by each instrument has an expected range, one that will vary, of course, from individual to individual, and a much wider tolerance range used to identify a true emergency. If a particular measurement only exceeds the expected range, it is entered in the warning file, and that specific channel is marked with an alarm identifier. One of my options using the scanner is to read out only these warning lists. If an individual cosmonaut is feeling fine, my normal procedure would be just to see if there are any entries in the warning buffer. But if you have a measurement outside the tolerance range, interjected Janos Tabori, who was the backup life science officer, then watch out. The monitor turns on its emergency transmitter and uses all its internal power to send out a beep, beep noise that is frightening. I know. It happened to me during a short test with what turned out to be improper tolerance values. One thought I was dying. His comment caused general laughter. The image of little Janos walking around emitting a high-pitched beep was amusing. No system is foolproof, Nicole continued, and this one is only as good as the set of values that are entered to trigger both the warnings and the emergencies, so you can see why calibration data is essential. We have examined each of your medical histories with extreme care and entered initial values in the monitors, but we must see actual results with the real probes inserted in your bodies. That's the reason for today's activity. We will insert your probe set today, monitor your performance during the 4 final simulation exercises that begin on Thursday, and then update the trigger values if necessary before we actually launch. There was some involuntary squirming as the cosmonauts thought about the prospect of tiny medical laboratories indefinitely embedded in their critical organs. They were accustomed to the regular investigative probes that were placed in the body to obtain some specific information, like the amount of plaque blocking the arteries, but those probes were temporary. The thought of permanent electronic invasion was disquieting, to say the least. General Michael O'Toole asked 2 questions that were bothering most of the crew. "Nicole," he inquired in his usual earnest manner, "can you tell us how you make sure that the probes actually go to the right places? Even more important, what happens if one malfunctions?" "Of course, Michael," she answered pleasantly. "Remember, these things will be inside me as well, and I had to ask the same questions." Nicole Desjardins was in her middle 30s. Her skin was a shiny copper brown, her eyes dark brown and almond-shaped, her hair a luxurious jet black. There was an unshakable self-confidence radiating from her that was sometimes mistaken for arrogance. "You won't leave the clinic today until we have verified that all the probes are properly positioned," she was saying. "Based on recent past experience, 1 or 2 of you may have a monitor wander off course. It is an easy matter to track it with the lab equipment and then send overwrite commands as necessary to move it to the proper spot. As far as the malfunction issue is concerned, there are several levels of fault protection. First, each specific monitor tests its own battery of sensors more than 20 times a day. Any individual instrument failing a test is turned off immediately by the executive software in its own monitor. In addition, each of the probe packages undergoes a full and rigorous self-test twice a day. Failure of self-test is one of many fault conditions that causes the monitor to secrete chemicals causing self-destruction, with eventual harmless absorption by the body. Lest you become unduly concerned, we have rigorously verified all these fault paths with test subjects during the past year. Nicole wound up her presentation and stood quietly in front of her colleagues. "Any more questions?" she asked. After a few seconds' hesitation, she continued, "Then I need a volunteer to walk up here beside the robot nurse and be inoculated. My personal probe set was injected and verified last week. Who wants to be next?" Francesca stood up. "All right, we'll start with La Bella Signora Sabatini," Nicole said, WTH uncharacteristic flair. She gestured to the television personnel. "Focus those cameras on the tracer simulation. It's quite a show when these electronic bugs swarm through the bloodstream." 9. Diastolic irregularity. Through the window, Nicole could barely discern the Siberian snowfields in the oblique December light. They were more than 50,000 feet below her. The supersonic plane was slowing now as it moved south toward Vladivostok and the island of Japan. Nicole yawned. After only 3 hours of sleep, it would be a fight all day to keep her body awake. It was almost 10 in the morning in Japan, but back home at Beauvoir, in the Loire Valley not far from Tours, her daughter Genevieve still had 4 more hours of sleep until her alarm would awaken her at 7 o'clock. The video monitor in the back of the seat in front of Nicole automatically turned on and reminded her that in only 15 minutes the plane would land at the Kansai Transportation Center. The lovely Japanese girl on the screen suggested that now would be an excellent time to make or confirm ground transportation and housing arrangements. Nicole activated the communication system in her seat, and a thin rectangular tray with a keyboard and small display area slid in front of her. In less than a minute, Nicole arranged both her train ride to Kyoto and her electric trolley passage from there to her hotel. She used her Universal Credit Card, UCC, to pay for all transactions, after first correctly identifying herself by indicating that her mother's maiden name was Anawi Tieso. When she was finished, a small printed schedule listing her train and trolley identifiers, along with the times of arrival and transit, she would reach her hotel at 11:14 a.m. Japanese time, popped out of one end of the tray. As the plane prepared for its landing, Nicole thought about the reason for her sudden trip 1/3 of the way around the world. Just 24 hours ago, she had been planning to spend this day around her home, alternating some office work in the morning with some language practice for Genevieve in the afternoon. It was the beginning of the holiday break for the cosmonauts, and except for that stupid party in Rome at the end of the year, Nicole was supposedly free until she had to report to Leo 3 on January 8. But while she had been sitting in her office at home the previous morning, routinely checking the biometry from the final set of simulations, Nicole had come across a curious phenomenon. She had been studying Richard Wakefield's heart and blood pressure during a variable gravity test, and had not understood a particularly rapid surge in his pulse rate. She had then decided to check Dr. Takagishi's detailed heart biometry for comparison, since he had been engaged in a strenuous physical activity with Richard at the time of the pulse surge. What she had found when she had examined a full dump of Takagishi's heart information had been an even bigger surprise. The Japanese professor's diastolic expansion was decidedly irregular, maybe even pathological, but no warnings had been issued by the probe and no data channels had been alarmed. What was going on? Had she detected a malfunction in the Hakamatsu system? An hour's worth of detective work had resulted in the identification of more peculiarities. During the full set of simulations, there had been 4 separate intervals during which Takagishi's problem had occurred. The abnormal behavior was sporadic and intermittent. Sometimes the extra-long diastole, reminiscent of a valve problem during the filling of the heart with blood, would not appear for as long as 38 hours. However, the fact that it did recur 4 different times suggested that there was definitely an abnormality of some kind. What had mystified Nicole was not the raw data itself. It was the failure of the system to trigger the proper alarms in the presence of the wildly irregular observations. As part of her analysis, she had traced laboriously through the Takagishi medical history, paying special attention to the cardiology report. She had found no hint of any kind of abnormality, so had convinced herself that she was seeing a sensor error and not a true medical problem. So if the system was working correctly, she had reasoned, the onset of the long diastole should have immediately sent the heart monitor outside the expected range and triggered an alarm. But it didn't neither the first time nor any other time. Is it possible that we have a double failure here? If so, how did the unit continue to pass self-test? At first, Nicole had thought about phoning one of her assistants in the life science office at ISA to discuss the anomaly she had found, but she decided instead, since it was a holiday for ISA, to telephone Dr. Hakamatsu in Japan. That phone call to him had completely bewildered her. He had told her flatly that the phenomenon she had observed must have been in the patient, that no combination of component failures in his probe could have produced such strange results. But then why were there no entries in the warning file? She had asked the Japanese electronics designer. Because no expected range values were exceeded, he answered confidently. For some reason, an extremely wide expected range must have been entered for this particular cosmonaut. Have you looked at his medical history? Later on in the conversation, when Nicole told Dr. Hakamatsu that the unexplained data had actually come from the probes inside one of his countrymen, namely cosmonaut scientist Takagishi, the usually restrained engineer had actually shouted into the phone. "Wonderful," he had said. "Then I'll be able to clear up this mystery in a hurry. I'll contact Takagishi-san over at Kyoto University and let you know what I find." 3 hours later, Nicole's video monitor had revealed the somber face of Dr. Shigeru Takagishi. "Madame Desjardins," he had said very politely, "I understand that you have been talking with my colleague Hakamatsu-san about my biometry output during the simulations. Would you be kind enough to explain to me what you have found?" Nicole had then presented all the information to her fellow cosmonaut, concealing nothing and expressing her personal belief that the source of the erroneous data had indeed been a probe malfunction. A long silence followed Nicole's explanation. At length the worried Japanese scientist had spoken again. "Hakamatsu-san just visited me here at the university and checked out the probe set inside me. He will report that I found no problems with his electronics." Takagishi had then paused, seeming glide deep in thought. "Madame Desjardins," he had said a few seconds later, "I would like to ask you a favor. It is a matter of the utmost importance to me. Could you possibly come to see me in Japan in the very near future? I would like to talk with you personally and explain something that may be related to my irregular biometry data." There had been an earnestness in Takagishi's face that Nicole could neither overlook nor misinterpret. He was clearly imploring her to help him. Without asking any more questions, she had agreed to visit him immediately. A few minutes later, she had reserved a seat on the overnight supersonic flight from Paris to Osaka. "It was never bombed during the Great War with America," Takagishi said, waving his arms at the city of Kyoto spread out below them. "And it suffered almost no damage when the hoodlums took over for 7 months in 2141.1. Admit that I am prejudiced," he said, smiling. "But to me Kyoto is the most beautiful city in the world." "Many of my countrymen feel that way about Paris," Nicole answered. She pulled her coat rightly around her. The air was cold and damp. It felt as if it might snow at any moment. She was wondering when her associate was going to start talking about their business. She had not flown 5,000 miles for a tour of the city, although she did admit that this Kiyomizu temple set among the trees on a hillside overlooking the city was certainly a magnificent spot. "Let's have some tea," Takagishi said. He led her to one of the several outside terrums flanking the main part of the old Buddhist temple. "Now," Nicole said to herself as she stifled a yawn, "he's going to tell me what this is all about." Takagishi had met her at the hotel when she had arrived. He had suggested that she have some lunch and a short nap before he returned. After he had picked her up at 3 o'clock, they had come directly to this temple. He poured the thick Japanese tea into the 2 cups and waited for Nicole to take a sip. The hot liquid warmed her mouth even though she didn't care for the bitter taste. "Madame," Takagishi began, "you are doubtless wondering why I have asked you to come all the way to Japan on such short notice. You see," he spoke slowly but with great intensity, "all my life I have dreamed that perhaps another Rama spacecraft would return while I was still alive. During my studies at the university, and during my many years of research, I was preparing myself for one single event, the return of the Ramans. On that March morning in 2197, when Alastair Moore called me to say that the latest images from Excalibur indicated that we had another extraterrestrial visitor, I nearly wept with joy. I knew immediately that the ISA would mount a mission to visit the spaceship. I resolved to be part of that mission." The Japanese scientist took a drink from his tea and looked to his left, out across the manicured green trees and the slopes above the city. "When I was a boy," he continued, his careful English barely audible, "I would climb these hills on a clear night and stare into the sky, searching for the home of the special intelligence that had created that incomparable giant machine. Once I came with my father and we huddled together in the cold night air, looking at the stars, while he told me what it had been like in his village during the days of the first Rama encounter 12 years before I was born. I believed on that night." He turned to look at Nicole and she could again see the passion in his eyes. "And I still believe today that there was some reason for that visit, some purpose for the appearance of that awesome spaceship. I have studied all the data from that 6RSD encounter, hoping to find a clue that would explain why it came. Nothing has been conclusive. I have developed several theories on the subject, but I do not have enough evidence to support any of them." Again, Takagishi stopped talking to drink some of his tea. Nicole had been both surprised and impressed by the depth of feeling he had exhibited. She sat patiently and said nothing while she waited for him to continue. "I knew that I had a good chance to be selected as a cosmonaut," he said, "not only because of my publications, including the Atlas, but also because one of my closest associates, Hisanori Akita, was the Japanese representative on the selection board. When the number of scientists remaining in the competition had been reduced to 8, and I was one of them, Akita-san suggested to me that it looked as if the two leading contenders were myself and David Brown. You'll recall that up until that time, no physical examinations of any kind had been conducted." "That's right," Nicole remembered. "The potential crew was first reduced to 48, and then we were all taken to Heidelberg for the physicals. The German doctors in charge insisted that each of the candidates must pass every single medical criterion. The academy graduates were the first group tested, and 5 out of 20 failed, including Elaine Blamont. When your countryman Blamont, who had already flown half a dozen major missions for the ISA, was disqualified from consideration because of that trivial heart murmur, and the Cosmonaut Selection Board subsequently upheld the doctors by denying his appeal, I completely panicked." The proud Japanese physicist was now staring directly into Nicole's eyes, entreating her to understand. "I was afraid that I was going to lose the most important opportunity of my career because of a minor physical problem that had never before affected any part of my life." He paused to choose his words carefully. "One know that what I did was wrong and dishonorable, but one convinced myself at the time it was all right, that my chance to decipher the greatest puzzle in man's history should not be blocked by a group of small-minded doctors defining acceptable health only in terms of numerical values." Dr. Takagishi told the rest of his story without embellishment or obvious emotion. The passion he had fleetingly demonstrated during his discussion of the Ramans had vanished. His monotonic recital was crisp and clear. He explained how he had cajoled his family physician into falsifying his medical history and providing him with a new drug that would prevent the occurrence of his diastolic irregularity during the 2 days of his physical at Heidelberg. Although there had been some risk of deleterious side effects from the new drug, everything went according to plan. Takagishi passed the rigorous physical and was ultimately selected as one of the 2 mission scientists, along with Dr. David Brown. He had never thought again about the medical issue until about 3 months ago, when Nicole had first explained to the cosmonauts that she was planning to recommend the usage of the Hakamatsu probe system during the mission, instead of the standard temporary probe scans once every week. "You see," Takagishi explained, his brow now starting to furrow, "under the old mission technique I could have used that same drug once a week, and neither you nor any other life science officer would ever have seen my irregularity. But a permanent monitoring system cannot be fooled. The drug is much too dangerous for constant use." "So you somehow worked out a deal with Hakamatsu," Nicole thought, jumping ahead of him in her own mind, "either with or without his explicit knowledge, and you input expected value ranges that would not trigger in the presence of your abnormality. You hoped that nobody analyzing the tests would call for a full biometry dump. Now she understood why he had summoned her urgently to Japan. And you want me to keep your secret." "Watakusuki no Dorio wa wakarimasu," Nicole said kindly, changing into Japanese to show her sympathy for her colleague's anguish. "I can tell how much distress this is causing you. You need not explain in detail how you tampered with the Hakamatsu probes." She paused and watched his face relax. "But if I understand you correctly, what you want is for me to become an accomplice to your deception. You recognize, of course, that I cannot even consider preserving your secret unless I am absolutely convinced that your minor physical problem, as you call it, represents no possible threat to the mission. Otherwise, I would be forced." "Madame Desjardins," Takagishi interrupted her, "I have the utmost respect for your integrity. I would never, never ask you to keep my heart irregularity out of the record unless you agreed that it was really an insignificant problem. He looked at her in silence for several seconds. When Hakamatsu first phoned me last evening, he continued quietly, I thought originally that I would call a press conference and then resign from the project. But while one was thinking about what I would say in my resignation, one kept seeing this image of Professor Brown. He is a brilliant man, my American counterpart, but he is also, in my opinion, too certain of his own infallibility. The most likely replacement for me would be Professor Wolfgang Heinrich from Bonn. He has published many fine papers about Rama, but he, like Brown, believes that these celestial visits represent random events, totally without connection in any way to us and our planet. The intensity and passion had returned to his eyes. One cannot quit now, unless I have no choice. Both Brown and Heinrich might miss the clue. Behind Takagishi, on the path that led back to the main wooden building of the temple, 3 Buddhist monks walked briskly past. Despite the cold, they were dressed lightly in their usual charcoal gray smocks, their feet exposed to the cold in open sandals. The Japanese scientist was proposing to Nicole that they spend the rest of the day at the office of his personal physician, where they could study his complete and uncensored medical history dating back to his childhood. If she would be willing, he added, they would give her a data cube containing all the information to take back to France and study at her leisure. Nicole, who had been listening intently to Takagishi for almost an hour, momentarily diverted her attention to the 3 monks now purposefully climbing the stairs in the distance. Their eyes are so serene, she thought, their lives so free of contradiction. One-mindedness can be a virtue. FT makes all the answers easy. For just a moment she was envious of the monks and their ordered existence. She wondered how well they would handle the dilemma that Dr. Takagishi was presenting her. He is not one of the space cadets, she was now thinking, so his role is not absolutely critical to mission success. And in a sense he is right, the doctors on the project have been too strict. They never should have disqualified Elaine. It would be a shame if, Dejabu, she said before he had finished talking. One will go with you to see your doctor, and if I don't find anything that bothers me, I will take the entire file home with me to study during the holidays. Takagishi's face lit up. But let me warn you again, she added. If there is anything in your history that I find questionable, or if I have the slightest shred of evidence that you have withheld any information from me, then I will ask you to resign immediately. Thank you so much, Dr. Takagishi replied, standing and bowing to his female colleague. Thank you so much, he repeated. 10. The cosmonaut and the Pope. General O'Toole could not have slept more than 2 hours altogether. The combination of excitement and jet lag had kept his mind active all night long. He had studied the lovely bucolic mural on the wall opposite the bed in his hotel room and counted all the animals twice. Unfortunately, he had remained wide awake after he had finished both counts. He took a deep breath, hoping that it would help him relax. So why all this nervousness, he thought. He is just a man like all the rest on Earth. Well, not exactly. O'Toole sat up straight in his chair and smiled. It was 10 o'clock in the morning and he was sitting in a small anteroom inside the Vatican. He was about to have a private audience with the Vicar of Christ himself, Pope John Paul V. During his childhood, Michael O'Toole had often dreamed of someday becoming the first North American pope. Pope Michael, he had called himself during the long Sunday afternoons when he had studied his catechism alone. As he had repeated the words of his lessons over and over and committed them to memory, he had imagined himself, maybe 50 years in the future, wearing the cassock and papal ring, celebrating Mass for thousands in the great churches and stadia of the world. He would inspire the poor, the hopeless, the downtrodden. He would show them how God could lead them to a better life. As a young man, Michael O'Toole had loved all learning, but 3 subjects had especially intrigued him. He could not read enough about religion, history, and physics. Somehow his facile mind found it easy to jump between these different disciplines. It never bothered him that the epistemologies of religion and physics were 180 degrees apart. Michael O'Toole had no difficulty recognizing which questions in life should be answered by physics and which ones by religion. All three of his favorite scholastic subjects merged in the study of creation. It was, after all, the beginning of everything, including religion, history, and physics. How had it happened? Was God present as the referee, perhaps, for the kickoff of the universe 18 billion years ago? Wasn't it he who had provided the impetus for the cataclysmic explosion known as the Big Bang that produced all matter out of energy? Hadn't he foreseen that those original pristine hydrogen atoms would coalesce into giant clouds of gas, and then collapse under gravitation to become the stars in which would be manufactured the basic chemical building blocks of life? And I have never lost my fascination for creation, O'Toole said to himself as he waited for his papal audience. How did it all happen? What is the significance of the particular sequence of events? He remembered his questions of the priests when he was a teenager. I probably decided not to become a priest because it would have limited my free access to scientific truth. The Church has never been as comfortable as Lamb with the apparent incompatibilities between God and Einstein. An American priest from the Vatican State Department had been waiting at his hotel in Rome the previous evening when O'Toole had returned from his day as a tourist. The priest had introduced himself and apologized profusely for not having responded to the letter that General O'Toole had written from Boston in November. It would have facilitated the process. The priest had remarked in passing, if the general had pointed out in his letter that he was the General O'Toole, the Newton cosmonaut. Nevertheless, the priest had continued, the papal schedule had been juggled and the Holy Father would be delighted to see O'Toole the next morning. As the door to the papal office swung open, the American general instinctively stood up. The priest from the night before walked into the room, looking very nervous, and quickly shook O'Toole's hand. They both glanced toward the doorway, where the Pope, wearing his normal white cassock, was concluding a conversation with a member of his staff. John Paul V came forward into the anteroom, a pleasant smile on his face, and extended his hand toward O'Toole. The cosmonaut automatically dropped to one knee and kissed the papal ring. "Holy Father," he murmured, astonished at the excited pounding of his heart, "thank you for seeing me. This is indeed a great honor for me." "For me as well," the Pope replied in lightly accented English. "I have been following the activities of you and your colleagues with great interest." He gestured toward O'Toole, and the American general followed the church leader into a grand office with high ceilings. A very large, dark wood desk stood on one side of the room under a life-size portrait of John Paul IV, the man who had become Pope during the darkest days of the Great Chaos, and had provided both the world and the Church with 20 years of energetic and inspirational leadership. The gifted Venezuelan, a poet and historical scholar in his own right, had demonstrated to the world between 2139 and 2158 how positive a force the organized church could be at a time when virtually every other institution was collapsing, and was, therefore, unable to give any succor to the bewildered masses. The Pope sat down on a couch and motioned for O'Toole to sit next to him. The American priest left the room. In front of O'Toole and the Pope were great windows that opened onto a balcony overlooking the Vatican gardens some 20 feet below. In the distance, O'Toole could see the Vatican Museum where he had spent the previous afternoon. "You wrote in your letter," the Holy Father said, without referring to any notes, "that there were some theological issues that you would like to discuss with me. I assume these are in some way related to your mission." O'Toole looked at the 70-year-old Spaniard who was the spiritual leader of 1 billion Catholics. The Pope's skin was olive, his features sharp, his thick black hair now mostly gray. His brown eyes were soft and clear. He certainly doesn't waste any time, O'Toole thought, recalling an article in Catholic magazine in which one of the leading cardinals in the Vatican administration had praised John Paul V for his management efficiency. "Yes, Holy Father," O'Toole said. "As you know, I am about to embark on a journey of the utmost significance for humankind. As a Catholic, I have some questions that I thought it might be helpful for me to discuss with you." He paused for a moment. "I certainly don't expect you to have all the answers, but maybe you can guide me a little with your accumulated wisdom." The Pope nodded and waited for O'Toole to continue. The cosmonaut took a deep breath. "The issue of redemption is one that's bothering me, even though I guess it's just a part of a bigger concern that I have in reconciling the Ramans with our faith." The Pope's brow furrowed, and O'Toole could tell that he was not communicating very well. "I have no trouble whatsoever," the general added as an explanation, "with the concept of God creating the Ramans. That's easy to comprehend. But did the Ramans follow a similar pattern of spiritual evolution, and therefore need to be redeemed at some point in their history like human beings on Earth? And if so, did God send Jesus, or perhaps his Raman equivalent, to save them from their sins? Do we humans thus represent an evolutionary paradigm that has been repeated over and over throughout the universe?" The Pope's smile broadened almost into a grin. "Goodness, General," he said with humor, "you have romped over a vast intellectual territory very quickly. You must know that I do not have fast answers to such profound questions. The Church has had its scholars addressing the issues raised by Rama for almost 70 years, and as you would expect, our research has recently intensified because of the discovery of the second spacecraft." "But what do you personally believe, Your Holiness?" O'Toole persisted. "Did the creatures who made these two incredible space vehicles commit some original sin and also need a savior sometime in their history? Is the story of Jesus unique for us here on Earth, or is it just one small chapter in a book of nearly infinite length that covers all sentient beings and a general requirement for redemption to achieve salvation?" "I'm not certain," the Holy Father replied after several seconds. "Sometimes it is nearly impossible for me to fathom the existence of other intelligence in any form out there in the rest of the universe. Then, as soon as I acknowledge that it certainly wouldn't look like us, I struggle with images and pictures that sidetrack my thinking from the kinds of theological questions that you have raised this morning." He paused for a moment, reflecting. "But most of the time I imagine that the Ramans too had lessons to learn in the beginning, that God did not create them perfect either, and that at some time in their development he must have sent them Jesus." The Pope interrupted himself and looked intently at General O'Toole. "Yes," he continued softly, "I said Jesus. You asked me what I believed personally. To me Jesus is both the true Savior and the only Son of God. It would be he who would be sent to the Ramans also, albeit in a different guise." Toole's face had brightened at the end of the pontiff's remarks. "I agree with you, Holy Father," he said excitedly, "and therefore all intelligence is united, everywhere throughout the universe, by a similar spiritual experience. In a very, very real sense, assuming that the Ramans have also been saved, we are all brothers. After all, we are made from the same basic chemicals. That means that heaven will not be limited just to humans, but will encompass all beings everywhere who have understood his message." "I can see where you might come to that conclusion," John Paul replied. "But it is certainly not one that is universally accepted. Even within the Church there are those who have an altogether different view of the Ramans." "You mean the homocentric group that uses quotations from St. Michael of Siena for support?" The Pope nodded. "For myself," General O'Toole said, "I sixth their narrow interpretation of St. Michael's sermon on the Ramans much too confining. In saying that the extraterrestrial spacecraft might have been a herald, like Elijah or even Isaiah, foretelling the second coming of Christ, Michael was not restricting the Ramans to having only that particular role in our history and no other function or existence. He was simply explaining one possible view of the event from a human spiritual perspective." Again the pontiff was smiling. "I can tell that you have spent considerable time and energy thinking about all this. My advance information about you was only partially correct. Your devotion to God, the Church, and your family were all cited in your dossier, but there is little mention of your active intellectual interest in theology. I consider this mission to be by far the most important assignment of my life. I want to make certain that I properly serve both God and mankind. So I am trying to prepare myself in every possible way, including discovering whether or not the Ramans may have a spiritual component. It could affect my actions on the mission." O'Toole paused a few seconds before continuing. "By the way, Your Holiness, have your researchers found any evidence of possible Raman spirituality based on their analysis of the first rendezvous?" John Paul V shook his head. "Not really, however. One of my most devout archbishops, a man whose religious zeal sometimes overshadows his logic, insists that the structural order inside the first Raman craft, you know, the symmetries, geometric patterns, even the repetitive redundant designs based on the number 3, is suggestive of a temple. He could be right. We just don't know. We don't see any evidence either way about the spiritual nature of the beings who created that first spaceship." "Amazing," said General O'Toole. "I had never thought of that before. Imagine if it really was created as some kind of a temple. That would stagger David Brown." The general laughed. "Dr. Brown insists," he said in explanation, "that we poor ignorant human beings would not have any chance of ever determining the purpose of such a spaceship, for the technology of its builders is so far advanced beyond our comprehension that it would be impossible for us ever to understand any of it. And according to him, of course there could be no Raman religion. In his opinion, they would have left all the superstitious mumbo-jumbo behind eons, before they developed the capability to construct such a fabulous interstellar spacecraft." "Dr. Brown is an atheist, isn't he?" the Pope asked. O'Toole nodded. "An outspoken one. He believes that all religious thinking impairs the proper functioning of the brain. He regards anyone who doesn't agree with his point of view as an absolute idiot." "And the rest of the crew, are they as strongly opinionated on the subject as Dr. Brown?" "He is the most vocal atheist, although I suspect Wakefield, Tabori, and Turgenev all share his basic attitudes. Strangely enough, my intuitive sense tells me that Commander Borzov has a soft spot in his heart for religion. That's true of most of the survivors of the chaos. Anyway, Valerie seems to enjoy asking me questions about my faith." General O'Toole stopped for a moment as he mentally completed his survey of the religious beliefs of the Newton crew. The European women Desjardins and Sabatini are nominally Catholic, although they would not be considered devout by any stretch of the imagination. Admiral Heilman is a Lutheran on Easter and Christmas. Takajishi meditates and studies Zen. I don't know about the other two. The pontiff stood up and walked to the window. "Somewhere out there a strange and wonderful space vehicle, created by beings from another star, is headed toward us. We are sending a crew of 12 to rendezvous with it." He turned toward General O'Toole. "This spaceship may be a messenger from God, but probably only you will be able to recognize it as such." O'Toole did not reply. The Pope stared out the window again and was quiet for almost a minute. "No, my son," he finally said softly, as much to himself as to General O'Toole. "I do not have the answers to your questions. Only God has them. You must pray that He will provide the answers when you need them." He faced the general. "I must tell you that I am delighted to find you so concerned with these issues. I am confident that God also has purposely selected you for this mission." General O'Toole could tell that the audience was coming to an end. "Holy Father," he said, "thank you again for seeing me and sharing this time. I feel deeply honored." John Paul V smiled and walked over to his guest. He embraced him in the European manner and escorted General O'Toole out of his office. 11 SD, Michael of Siena. The exit from the subway station was opposite the entrance to the International Peace Park. As the escalator deposited General O'Toole on the upper level and he walked out into the afternoon light, he could see the domed shrine to his right, not more than 200 meters away. To his left, at the other end of the park, the top of the ancient Roman Colosseum was visible behind a complex of administrative buildings. The American general walked briskly into the park and turned right on the sidewalk leading to the shrine. He passed a lovely small fountain, part of a monument to the children of the world, and stopped to watch the animated sculptured figures playing in the cold water. O'Toole was full of anticipation. What an incredible day, he was thinking. First I have an audience with the Pope, and now I finally visit the shrine of St. Michael. I definitely saved the best day for last. When Michael of Siena was canonized in 2188, 50 years after his death, and perhaps more significantly, 3 years after John Paul V had been elected as the new pope, there had been an immediate consensus that the perfect place to locate a major shrine in his honor would be in the International Peace Park. The great park stretched from the Piazza Venezia to the Colosseum, wandering around and among those few ruins from the old Roman fora that had somehow survived the nuclear holocaust. Choosing the exact spot for the shrine had been a delicate process. The memorial to the 5 martyrs, honoring those courageous men and women who had dedicated themselves to the restoration of order in Rome during the months immediately following the disaster, had been the feature attraction of the park for years. There was considerable feeling that the new shrine to St. Michael of Siena must not be allowed to overshadow the dignified, open, marble pentagon that had occupied the southeast corner of the park since 2155. After much debate, it was decided that St. Michael's shrine should be located in the opposite, northwest corner of the park, its foundation symbolically centered on the actual epicenter of the blast, only 10 yards from the place where Trajan's column had stood, until it was instantaneously vaporized by the intense heat at the core of the fireball. The first floor of the round shrine was entirely for meditation and worship. There were 12 alcoves or chapels attached to the central nave, 6 with sculpture and artwork following classical Roman Catholic motifs, and the other 6 each honoring one of the world's major religions. This eclectic partition of the ground floor was purposely designed to provide comfort for the many non-Catholics who made pilgrimages to the shrine to pay their respects to the memory of the beloved St. Michael. General O'Toole did not spend much time on the first level. He knelt and said a prayer in the chapel of St. Peter, and looked briefly at the famous wood sculpture of Buddha in the nook beside the entrance. But like most tourists, he could not wait to see the incomparable frescoes on the second floor. O'Toole was overwhelmed by both the size and the beauty of the famous paintings the moment he stepped out of the elevator. Directly in front of him was a life-size portrait of a lovely girl of 18 with long blonde hair. She was bending down in an old church in Siena on Christmas Eve in 2115 and leaving behind a curly-haired baby, wrapped in a blanket and placed in a basket, on the cold church floor. This painting represented the night of St. Michael's birth, and was the first in a sequence of 12 panels of frescoes that completely circled the shrine and told the story of the saint's life. General O'Toole walked over to the small kiosk beside the elevator and rented a 45-minute audio tour cassette that was 10 centimeters square and easily fit in his coat pocket. He picked up one of the tiny disposable receivers and clipped it into his ear. After choosing English as his language, he pushed the button marked Introduction and listened as a lovely feminine British voice explained what he was about to see. Each of the 12 frescoes is 6 meters high, the woman was saying as the general was studying the features of the baby Michael in the first panel. The lighting in the room is a combination of natural light from the outside, coming through filtered skylights, and artificial illumination from the electronic arrays in the dome. Automatic sensors determine the ambient conditions and mix the natural with the artificial light so that the viewing of the frescoes is always perfect. The 12 panels on this level correspond to the 12 alcoves on the floor below. The arrangement of the frescoes themselves, which follow the life of the saint in a chronological order, flows in a clockwise direction. Thus the final painting, commemorating Michael's canonization ceremony at Rome in 2188, is right next to the painting of his birth in the Siena Cathedral 72 years earlier. The frescoes were designed and implemented by a team of 4 artists, including the master Feng Yi from China, who appeared suddenly in the spring of 2190 without any prior notification. Despite the fact that very little was known outside China of his skill, The other three artists, Rosa da Silva from Portugal, Fernando Lopez from Mexico, and Hans Reichwein from Switzerland, immediately welcomed Feng Yi to their team on the strength of the superb sketches that he had brought with him. O'Toole glanced around the circular room as he listened to the lyrical voice on the cassette. On this last day of 2199, there were more than 200 people on the second floor of St. Michael's Shrine, including 3 tour groups. The American cosmonaut progressed slowly around the circle, stopping in front of each panel to study the artwork and listen to the discussion on the cassette. The major events of St. Michael's life were depicted in detail in the frescoes. The 2nd through 5th panels featured his days as a Franciscan novitiate in Siena, his fact-finding tour around the world during the Great Chaos, the beginning of his religious activism when he returned to Italy, and Michael's use of the church resources to feed the hungry and house the homeless. The 6th painting showed the tireless saint inside the television studio donated by a wealthy American admirer. Here Michael, who spoke 8 languages, repeatedly proclaimed his message of the fundamental unity of all humanity and the requirement for the wealthy to care for the less fortunate. The 7th fresco was Feng Yi's portrait of the confrontation in Rome between Michael and the old and dying pope. It was a masterpiece of contrast. Using color and light brilliantly, the painting conveyed the image of an energetic, vibrant, and vital young man being wrongly censured by a world-weary prelate anxious to live out his final days in peace and quiet. In Michael's facial expression could be seen 2 distinctly different reactions to what he was being told: obedience to the papacy, and disgust that the church was more concerned with style and order than substance. Michael was sent to a monastery in Tuscany by the Pope, the audio guide continued, and it was there that the final transformations in his character took place. The 8th panel depicts God's appearances to Michael during this period of solitude. According to the saint, God spoke to him twice, the first time in the middle of a thunderstorm, and the second time when a magnificent rainbow filled the sky. It was during the long and violent storm that God shouted out, on the claps of thunder, the new laws of life, which Michael later proclaimed at his Easter sunrise service at Bolsena. On his 2nd visitation, God informed the saint that his message would be spread to the ends of the rainbow, and that he would give the faithful a sign during the Easter Mass. That most famous miracle of Michael's life, one that was watched on television by over 1 billion people, is shown in the 9th panel. The painting presents Michael preaching Easter Mass to the multitudes gathered around the shores of Lake Bolsena. A vigorous spring shower is drenching the crowd, most of whom are dressed in the familiar blue robes that had become associated with his following. But while the rain falls all around St. Michael, not a drop ever falls on the pulpit or on the sound equipment being used to amplify his voice. A perpetual radiant spotlight from the sun bathes the young saint's face as he announces God's new laws to the world. It was this crossover from being a purely religious leader. General O'Toole switched off the cassette as he walked toward the 10th and 11th paintings. He was familiar with the rest of the story. After the Mass at Bolsena, Michael was beset by a flock of troubles. His life abruptly changed. Within 2 weeks, most of his cable television licenses were rescinded. Stories of corruption and immorality among his young devotees, whose numbers had grown into the hundreds of thousands in the Western world alone, were constantly in the press. There was an assassination attempt, which was foiled at the last minute by his staff. There were also baseless reports in the media that Michael had proclaimed himself the second Christ. And so the leaders of the world became afraid of you, all of them. You were a threat to everyone with your laws of life, and they never understood what you meant by the final evolution. O'Toole stood in front of the 10th fresco. It was a scene he knew by heart. Almost every other educated person in the world would also recognize it instantly. The television replays of the last seconds before the terrorist bomb exploded were shown every year on June 28, the first day of the feast of St. Peter and St. Paul, and the anniversary of the day that Michael and almost 1,000,000 others had perished in Rome on a fateful early summer morning in 2138. You had called them to come to Rome to join you, to show the world that everyone was united. And so they came. The 10th painting showed Michael in his blue robes, standing high on the steps of the Victor Emmanuel monument next to the Piazza Venezia. He was in the middle of a sermon. Around him in all directions, spilling over into the Roman Fora along the jam-packed Via dei Fori Imperiali leading to the Colosseum, was a sea of blue and faces. Eager, excited faces, mostly young, looking up and around the monuments of the ancient city to catch a glimpse of the boy-man who dared to suggest that he had a way, God's way, out of the despair and hopelessness that had engulfed the world. Michael Ryan O'Toole, a 57-year-old American Catholic from Boston, fell on his knees and wept, like thousands before him, when he looked at the 11th panel in the sequence. This painting depicted the same scene as the previous panel, but the time was more than an hour later, an hour after the 75-kiloton nuclear bomb hidden in a sound truck near Trajan's Column had exploded and sent its hideous mushroom-shaped cloud into the skies above the city. Everything within 200 meters of the epicenter had been instantly vaporized. There was no Michael, no Piazza Venezia, no huge Victor Emmanuel monument. In the center of the fresco was nothing but a hole, and around the perimeter of that hole, where the vaporization had not been quite as complete, were scenes of agony and horror that would shatter the complacency of even the most self-protected individuals. "Dear God," General O'Toole said to himself through his tears, "help me to comprehend the message in St. Michael's life. Help me to understand how I can contribute, in whatever small way, to your overall plan for us. Guide me as I prepare to be your emissary to the Ramans." 12 Ramans and Aromanians. "So what do you think?" Nicole Desjardins stood up and turned around slowly in front of the camera beside the monitor. She was wearing a form-fitting white dress made from one of the new stretch fabrics. The hem of the dress was cut just below her knees, and the long sleeves were marked by one black stripe that passed under her elbows as it ran from the shoulder to the wrist. The wide, jet-black belt matched both the color of the stripe and the color of her hair and high-heeled shoes. Her hair was pulled together by a comb at the back of her head, and then left to tumble freely almost to her waist. Her only jewelry was a gold tennis bracelet containing 3 rows of small diamonds that she was wearing around her left wrist. "You look beautiful, Mom," her daughter Genevieve answered her from the screen. "I've never seen you before both dressed up and with your hair down. What happened to your normal sweatsuit?" The 14-year-old grinned. "And when does the party start?" "At 9:30, Nicole replied. "Very fashionably late. We probably won't have dinner until an hour after that. I'm going to eat something in the hotel room before I leave so that I won't starve." "Mom, now don't forget your promise. Last week's Audrey Huey said that my favorite singer, Julian Leclerc, would definitely be one of the guest entertainers. You have to tell him that your daughter thinks he's absolutely divine." Nicole smiled at her daughter. "I will, darling, for you, although it will probably be misinterpreted. From what I have heard, your Monsieur Leclerc thinks that every woman in the world is in love with him." She paused for a moment. "Where's your grandfather? I thought you said he would be joining you in a few minutes." "Here I am," Nicole's father said as his weathered, friendly face appeared on the screen next to his granddaughter. "I was just finishing up a section of my new novel on Peter Abelard. I didn't expect you to call this early." Pierre Desjardins was now 66 years old, a successful historical novelist for many years. His life since the early death of his wife had been blessed by fortune and accomplishment. "You look stunning," he exclaimed after seeing his daughter in her evening wear. "Did you buy that dress in Rome?" "Actually, Dad," Nicole said, again turning around so that her father could see the entire outfit, "I bought this for Francois's wedding 3 years ago. But of course I never had a chance to wear it. Do you think it's too simple?" "Not at all," Pierre replied. "In fact, I think it's just perfect for this kind of extravaganza. If it's like the big fetes that I used to attend, Every woman there will be wearing her fanciest and most expensive clothing and jewelry. You will stand out in your simple black and white, particularly with your hair down like that. You took perfect. Thanks, Nicole said. Even though I know you're prejudiced, I still like to hear your compliments. She looked at her father and daughter, her only two close companions for the last 7 years. Tin really surprisingly anxious. One don't think I'll be this nervous on the day we encounter Rama. I often feel out of my element at big parties like this, and tonight I have a peculiar sense of foreboding that I can't explain. You remember, Dad, like I felt the day before our dog died when I was a child. Her father's face became serious. Maybe you'd better consider staying in the hotel. Too many of your premonitions have been accurate in the past. I remember your telling me that something was wrong with your mother 2 days before we received that message. It's not that strong a feeling, Nicole interrupted. And besides, what would I give as an excuse? Everyone's expecting me, especially the press, according to Francesca Sabatini. She's still annoyed with me for refusing to have a personal interview with her. Then I guess you should go, but try to have some fun. Don't take things so seriously for this one night. And remember to say hello to Julian Leclerc for me, Genevieve added. I'll miss you both when midnight comes, Nicole said. It will be the first time I've been away from you on New Year's Eve since 2194. Nicole paused for a moment, remembering their family celebrations together. Take care, both of you. You know I love you very much. I love you too, Mom, Genevieve shouted. Pierre waved goodbye. Nicole switched off the videophone and checked her watch. It was 8 o'clock. She still had an hour before she was supposed to meet her driver in the lobby. She walked over to the computer terminal to order something to eat. With a few commands, she requested a bowl of minestrone and a small bottle of mineral water. The computer monitor told her to expect them both in between 16 and 19 minutes. I really am high-strung tonight, Nicole thought as she leafed through the magazine Italia and waited for her food. The feature story in Italia was devoted to an interview with Francesca Sabatini. The article covered 10 full pages and must have had 20 different photographs of La Bella Signora. The interviewer discussed both of Francesca's highly successful documentary projects, the first on modern love and the second on drugs, stressing the point, in the middle of some questions about the drug series, that Francesca repeatedly smoked cigarettes during the conversation. Nicole perused the article in a hurry, noting as she read that there were facets to Francesca she had never considered. But what motivates her? Nicole wondered to herself. What is it that she wants? Near the end of the magazine story, the interviewer had asked Francesca her opinion of the other 2 women in the Newton crew. I feel that I'm actually the only woman on the mission, Francesca had answered. Nicole slowed down to read the rest of the paragraph. The Russian pilot Turgenev thinks and acts like a man, and the French-African princess Nicole Desjardins has purposely suppressed her femininity, which is sad because she could be such a lovely woman. Nicole was only slightly angered by Francesca's glib comments. More than anything, she was amused. She felt a brief competitive surge, but then chided herself for such a childish reaction. I'll ask Francesca about this article at just the right time, Nicole thought with a smile. Who knows? Maybe I'll even ask her if seducing married men qualifies her as feminine. The 40-minute drive from the hotel to the party at Hadrian's Villa, which was located on the outskirts of the Roman suburbs not far from the resort town of Tivoli, was passed in total silence. The other passenger in Nicole's car was Hiro Yamanaka, the most taciturn of all the cosmonauts. In her television interview 2 months earlier with Yamanaka, a frustrated Francesca Sabatini, after 10 minutes of 2- and 3-word, monosyllabic responses to all her questions, had asked Hiro if the rumor about his being an android were true. What? Hiro Yamanaka had asked. Are you an android? Francesca had repeated with a mischievous smile. No, the Japanese pilot had responded, his features remaining absolutely expressionless while the camera zoomed in on his face. When the car turned off the main road between Rome and Tivoli to drive the final mile to the Villa Adriana, the traffic became congested. Progress was very slow, not only because of the many cars carrying people to the gala, but also because of the hundreds of curious onlookers and paparazzi who were lining the small two-lane road. Nicole took a deep breath as the automobile finally pulled into a circular drive and stopped. Outside her tinted window, she could see a bevy of photographers and reporters, poised to pounce on whoever climbed out of the car. Her door opened automatically and she stepped out slowly, pulling her black suede coat around her and trying to be careful not to catch her heels. "Who's that?" she heard a voice say. "Franco, over here, quick, it's Cosmonaut Desjardins." There was a smattering of applause and the flash of many cameras. A kindly-looking Italian gentleman came forward and took Nicole by the hand. People moiled around her. Several microphones were stuck in her face, and it seemed as if she were being given 100 simultaneous questions and requests in 4 or 5 different languages. "Why have you refused all personal interviews? Please open your coat so we can see your dress. Do the other cosmonauts respect you as a doctor? Stop a moment, please smile. What is your opinion of Francesca Sabatini?" Nicole said nothing as the security men held back the crowd and led her to a covered electric cart. The 4-passenger cart moved slowly up a long hill, leaving the crowd behind, as a pleasant Italian woman in her mid-20s explained in English to Nicole and Hiro Yamanaka what they were seeing around them. Hadrian, who had ruled the Roman Empire between AD 117 and 138, had built this immense villa, she told them, for his own enjoyment. The architectural masterpiece represented a blending of all the building styles Hadrian had seen on his many journeys to the distant provinces, and was designed by the emperor himself on 300 acres of plain at the foot of the Tiburtini Hills. The initial cart ride past the ancient assortment of buildings was apparently an integral part of the evening's festivities. The lighted ruins themselves were only vaguely suggestive of their previous glory, for roofs were mostly missing, the decorative statuary had all been removed, and the rough stone walls were bare of adornment. But by the time the cart wound past the ruins of the Canopus, a monument built around a rectangular pool in the Egyptian style, it was the 15th or 16th building in the complex. Nicole had lost count. A general sense of the huge extent of the villa had definitely emerged. This man died over 2,000 years ago, Nicole thought to herself, remembering her history. One of the smartest humans who ever lived. Soldier, administrator, linguist, she smiled as she recalled the story of Antinous, lonely most of his life, except for one brief, all-consuming passion that ended in tragedy. The cart came to a stop at the end of a short walkway. The woman guide finished her monologue. To honor the great Pax Romana, an extended time of world peace 2 millennia ago, the Italian government, helped by generous donations from the corporations listed underneath the statue over there on your right, decided in 2189 to construct a perfect replica of Hadrian's maritime theater. You may recall that we passed the ruins of the original at the beginning of the ride. The goal of the reconstruction project was to show what it would have been like to have visited a part of this villa during the emperor's lifetime. The building was finished in 2193 and has been used for state events ever since. The guests were met by formally clad young Italian men, uniformly tall and handsome, who escorted them along the walkway, up to and through Philosopher's Hall, and finally into the Maritime Theater. There was a brief security check at the actual entrance, and then the guests were free to roam as they pleased. Nicole was enchanted by the building. It was basically round in shape, about 40 meters in diameter. An annulus of water separated an inner island, on which was located a large house with 5 rooms and a big yard, from the wide portico with its fluted columns. There was no roof above the water or the inner part of the portico, the open skies giving the entire theater a wonderful feeling of freedom. Around the building the guests mixed and talked and drank. Advanced robot waiters rolled around carrying large trays of champagne and wine and other alcoholic spirits. Across the two small bridges that connected the island with its house and yard to the portico and the rest of the building, Nicole could see a dozen people, all dressed in white, working to set up the dinner buffet. A heavy blonde woman and her pint-size, jocular husband, a bald man wearing an old-fashioned pair of spectacles, were rapidly approaching Nicole from about 30 feet away. Nicole prepared for the coming onslaught by taking a small sip of the champagne and cassis cocktail that had been handed to her by a strangely insistent robot a few minutes before. "Oh, Madame Desjardins," the man said, waving at her and closing in with great speed. "We just have to talk to you. My wife is one of your biggest fans." He walked up beside Nicole and gestured to his wife. "Come on, Cecilia," he shouted. "I've got her." Nicole took a deep breath and forced a wide smile. "It's going to be one of those evenings," she said to herself. Finally, Nicole was thinking. Maybe I have a few minutes of peace and quiet. She was sitting by herself, her hack purposely toward the door, at a small table in the corner of the room. The room was at the rear of the island house in the middle of the Maritime Theater. Nicole finished the last few bites of her food and washed them down with some wine. Hugh, she thought, trying without success to remember even half the people she had met in the last hour. She had been like a prized photograph, passed from person to person and praised by everyone. She had been embraced, kissed, hugged, pinched, flirted with by both men and women, and even propositioned by a rich Swedish shipbuilder who had invited her to his castle outside the city of Göteborg. Nicole had hardly said a word to any of them. Her face ached from polite smiling, and she was a trifle tipsy from the wine and champagne cocktails. "Well, as I live and breathe," she heard a familiar voice behind her say, "one believe the lady in the white dress is none other than my fellow cosmonaut, the ice princess herself, Madame Nicole Desjardins." Nicole turned and saw Richard Wakefield staggering toward her. He bounced off a table, reached out to stabilize himself on a chair, and nearly fell in her lap. "Sorry," he said, grinning and managing to seat himself beside her. "I'm afraid I've had too much gin and tonic." He took a big gulp from the glass that had miraculously remained unspilled in his right hand. "And now," he said with a wink, "if you don't mind, I'm going to take a nap before the dolphin show." Nicole laughed as Richard's head hit the wooden table with a splat, and he feigned unconsciousness. After a moment, she leaned over playfully and forced one of his eyelids open. "If you don't mind, comrade, could you not pass out until after you explain to me the bit about the dolphin show?" With great effort, Richard sat up and began rolling his eyes. "You mean you don't know? You, who always know all the schedules and all the procedures. That's impossible." Nicole finished her wine. "Seriously, Wakefield, what are you talking about?" Richard opened one of the small windows and stuck his arm through it, pointing at the pool of water that encircled the house. "The great Dr. Luigi Bartolini is here with his intelligent dolphins. Francesca is going to introduce him in about 15 minutes. He stared at Nicole with wild abandon. "Doctor, Bartolini is going to prove here and tonight," he shouted, "that his dolphins can pass our university entrance exams." Nicole pulled back and looked carefully at her colleague. "He really is drunk," she thought to herself. "Maybe he feels as out of place as I do." Richard was now gazing intently out the window. "This party is really some zoo, isn't it?" Nicole said after a long silence. "Where did they find—" "That's it," Wakefield interrupted her suddenly, giving the table a triumphant pounding. "That's why this place has seemed familiar to me since the moment we walked in." He glanced at Nicole, who was eyeing him as if he had lost his mind. "It's a miniature Rama, don't you see?" He jumped up, unable to contain his happiness at his discovery. "The water surrounding this house is the cylindrical sea, the porticos represent the central Pekin, and we, lovely lady, are sitting in the city of New York." Nicole was beginning to comprehend but could not keep up with the racing thoughts of Richard Wakefield. "And what does similarity of design prove?" he thought out loud. What does it mean that human architects 2,000 years ago constructed a theater with some of the same guiding principles of design as those used in the Raman ship? Similarity of nature. Similarity of culture. Absolutely not. He stopped, now aware that Nicole was staring fixedly at him. Mathematics, he said emphatically. A quizzical expression told him that she still didn't understand completely. Mathematics, he said again, surprisingly lucid all of a sudden. That's the key. The Ramans almost certainly didn't look like us and clearly evolved on a world far different from the Earth, but they must have understood the same mathematics as the Romans. His face brightened. Ha, he shouted again, causing Nicole to jump. He was pleased with himself. Ramans and Romans, that's what tonight is all about, and at some level of development in between is modern-day Homo sapiens. Nicole shook her head as Richard exulted in the joy of his wit. You don't understand, lovely lady, he said, extending his hand to help her up from her seat. Then perhaps you and I should go to watch a dolphin show, and I will speak to you of Ramans there and Romans here, of cabbages and kings, of dum-de-dum and sealing wax, and whether pigs have wings. 13 Happy New Year. After everyone had finished eating land, all the plates had been cleared. Francesca Sabatini appeared in the center of the yard with a microphone and spent 10 minutes thanking all the gala sponsors. Then she introduced Dr. Luigi Bartolini, suggesting that the techniques he had pioneered to communicate with the dolphins might prove extremely useful when humans try to talk to any extraterrestrials. Richard Wakefield had disappeared just before Francesca had started speaking, ostensibly to find the rest room and obtain another drink. Nicole had caught sight of him briefly 5 minutes later, just after Francesca had finished with her introduction. He had been surrounded by a pair of buxom Italian actresses, both of whom were laughing heartily at his jokes. He had waved at Nicole and winked, pointing at the two women as if his actions were self-explanatory. Good for you, Richard, Nicole had thought, smiling to herself. At least one of us social misfits is having a good time. She now watched Francis's walk gracefully across the bridge and start to move the crowd back from the water so that Bartolini and his dolphins would have plenty of room. Francesca was wearing a tight black dress, bare on one shoulder, with a starburst of gold sequins in the front. A gold scarf was tied around her waist. Her long blonde hair was braided and pinned against her head. You really belong here, Nicole thought, truthfully admiring Francesca's ease in large crowds. Dr. Bartolini began the first segment of his dolphin show, and Nicole turned her attention to the circular pool of water. Luigi Bartolini was one of those controversial scientists whose work is brilliant but never quite as exceptional as he himself wants others to believe. It was true that he had developed a unique way of communicating with the dolphins, and had isolated and identified the sounds of 30 to 40 action verbs in their portfolio of squeaks. But it was not true, as he so often claimed, that 2 of his dolphins could pass a university entrance exam. Unfortunately, the way the 22nd century international scientific community operated, if your most outrageous or advanced theories could not be substantiated, or were held up to ridicule, then your other discoveries, no matter how solid, were often disparaged as well. This behavior had induced an endemic conservatism in science that was not altogether healthy. Unlike most scientists, Bartolini was a brilliant showman. In the final segment of his show, he had his 2 most famous dolphins, Emilio and Emilia, take an intelligence test in a real-time competition against 2 of the villa guides, one male and one female, who had been selected at random that evening. The construct of the competitive test was enticingly simple. On 2 of the 4 large electronic screens, one pair of screens was in the water and another pair was in the yard. A 3x3 matrix was shown with a blank in the lower right-hand corner. The other 8 elements were filled with different pictures and shapes. The dolphins and humans taking the test were supposed to discern the changing patterns moving from left to right and top to bottom in the matrix, and then correctly pick out, from a set of 8 candidates displayed on the companion screen, the element that should be placed in the blank lower right corner. The competitors had 1 minute to make their choice on each problem. The dolphins in the water, like the humans on the land above them, had a control panel of 8 buttons they could push. The dolphins used their snouts to indicate their selection. The first few problems were easy, both for the humans and for the dolphins. In the first matrix, a single white ball was in the upper left corner, 2 white balls in the second column of the first row, and 3 white balls in the matrix element corresponding to row 1 and column 3. Since the first element of the second row was a single ball as well, half white and half black, and since the beginning element of the third row was another single ball, now fully black, it was easy to read the entire matrix quickly and determine that what belonged in the blank lower right corner was 3 black balls. Later problems were not so easy. With each successive puzzle, more complications were added. The humans made their first error on the 8th matrix, the dolphins on the 9th. Altogether, Dr. Bartolini exhibited 16 matrices, the last one so complicated that at least 10 separate changing patterns had to be recognized to properly identify what should be entered as the last element. The final score was a tie, humans 12, dolphins 12. Both pairs took a bow, and the audience applauded. Nicole had found the exercise fascinating. She wasn't certain if she believed Dr. Bartolini's assertion that the competition was fair and unrehearsed, but it didn't matter to her. What she thought was interesting was the nature of the competition itself, the idea that intelligence could be defined in terms of an ability to identify patterns and trends. Is there a way that synthesis can be measured, she thought, in children, or even adults for that matter? Nicole had participated in the test along with the human and dolphin contestants and had correctly answered the first 13, missing the 14th because of a careless assumption, and just finishing the 15th accurately before the buzzer sounded the end of the allocated time. She had had no idea where to begin on the 16th. And what about you Ramans? She was wondering, as Francis's returned to the microphone to introduce Genevieve's heartthrob Julian Leclerc. Would you have been able to answer all 16 correctly in 1/10 the time? 100th. She gulped as she realized the full range of possibilities, or maybe even 1/1,000,000th. I never lived till I met you. I never loved till I saw you. The soft melody of the old recorded song swam in Nicole's memory and brought back an image from 15 years before, from another dance with another man when she had still believed that love could conquer everything. Julian Leclerc misread her body signals and pulled her closer to him. Nicole decided not to fight it. She was already very tired, and, if the truth were known, it felt good being held tightly by a man for the first time in several years. She had honored her agreement with Genevieve. When Monsieur Leclerc had finished his short set of songs, Nicole had approached the French singer and given him the message from her daughter. As she had anticipated, he had interpreted her approach to mean something entirely different. They had continued talking, while Francesca had announced to the partygoers that there would be no more formal entertainment until after midnight, and that all the guests were free to drink or snack or dance to the recorded music until then. Julian had offered his arm to Nicole, and the two of them had walked back over to the portico, where they had been dancing ever since. Julian was a handsome man in his early 30s, but he was not really Nicole's type. First of all, he was too conceited for her. He talked about himself all the time and did not pay any attention when the conversation switched to other topics. Although he was a gifted singer, he had no other particularly outstanding characteristics. But Nicole reasoned as their continued dancing brought stares from the other guests. He's all right as a dancer, and it beats standing around twiddling my thumbs. At a break in the music, Francesca came over to talk to them. Good for you, Nicole, she said, her open smile appearing genuine. I'm glad to see that you're enjoying yourself. She extended a small tray with half a dozen dark chocolate balls lightly sprayed with white, possibly a sugar confection. These are fantastic, Francesca said. I made them especially for the Newton crew. Nicole took one of the chocolates and popped it into her mouth. It was delicious. Now I have a favor to ask. Francesca continued after several seconds. Since I was never able to schedule a personal interview with you, and our mail indicates that there are millions of people out there who would like to find out more about you. Do you think that you could come over to our studio here and give me 10 or 15 minutes before midnight? Nicole stared intently at Francesca. A voice inside her was sending out a warning, but her mind was somehow garbling the message. I agree, Julian Leclerc said while the two women looked at each other. The press always talks about the mysterious lady cosmonaut, or refers to you as the Ice Princess. Show them what you've shown me tonight, that you're a normal, healthy woman like everybody else. Why not? Nicole finally decided, suppressing her interior voice. At least by doing it here I don't have to involve Dad and Genevieve. They had started to walk toward the makeshift studio on the other side of the portico when Nicole saw Shidru Takagishi across the room. He was leaning against a column and talking to a trio of Japanese businessmen dressed in formal attire. Just a minute, Nicole said to her companions. I'll be right back. Tanisha Shinen, Takagishi-san, Nicole greeted him. The Japanese scientist turned, startled at first, and smiled as he saw her approach. After he formally introduced Nicole to his associates, and they all bowed to acknowledge her presence and accomplishments, Takagishi started a polite conversation. "Ogenki desu ka?" he asked. "Akage-sama da," she replied. Nicole leaned across to her Japanese colleague and whispered in his ear. "I only have a minute. I wanted to tell you that I have carefully examined all your records, and I am in complete agreement with your personal physician. There is no reason to say anything about your heart anomaly to the medical committee." Dr. Takagishi looked as if he had just been told that his wife had given birth to a healthy son. He started to say something personal to Nicole, but remembered he was in the midst of a group of his countrymen. "Domo arigato gozaimasu," he said to the retreating Nicole, his warm eyes conveying the depth of his thanks. Nicole felt great as she waltzed into the studio between Francesca and Julian Leclerc. She posed willingly for the still photographers while Signora Sabatini ensured that all the television equipment was in working order for the interview. She sipped some more champagne and cassis, making intermittent small talk with Julian. Finally, she took a seat beside Francesca underneath the Klieg lights. How wonderful, Nicole kept thinking about the earlier interaction with Takagishi, to be able to help that brilliant little man. Francesca's first question was innocent enough. She asked Nicole if she was excited about the coming launch. "Of course," Nicole answered. She then gave a lively summary of the training exercises that the cosmonaut crew had been undergoing while waiting for the opportunity to rendezvous with Rama II. The entire interview was conducted in English. The questions flowed in an orderly pattern. Nicole was asked to describe her role in the mission, what she expected to discover. "I don't really know, but whatever we find will be extremely interesting," and how she happened to go to the Space Academy in the first place. After about 5 minutes, Nicole was feeling at ease and very comfortable. It seemed to her that she and Francesca had fallen into a complementary rhythm. Francesca then asked 3 personal questions, one about her father, a second about Nicole's mother and the Senufo tribe in the Ivory Coast, and the third about her life with Genevieve. None of them were difficult, so Nicole was totally unprepared for Francesca's last question. "It is obvious from your daughter's photographs that her skin is considerably lighter than yours," Francesca said in the same tone and manner that she had used for all the other questions. "Genevieve's skin color suggests that her father was probably white. Who was the father of your daughter?" Nicole felt her heart rate surge as she listened to the question. Then time seemed to stand still. A surprising flood of powerful emotions engulfed Nicole, and she was afraid she was going to cry. A brilliant hot image of 2 entwined bodies reflected in a large mirror burst into her mind and made her gasp. She momentarily looked down at her feet, trying to regain her composure. "You stupid woman," she said to herself as she struggled to calm the combination of anger and pain, and remembered love that had crashed upon her like a tidal wave. You should have known better. Again the tears threatened and she fought them. She looked up at the lights and Francesca. The gold sequins on the front of the Italian journalist's dress had grouped into a pattern, or so it seemed to Nicole. She saw a head in the sequins, the head of a large cat, its eyes gleaming and its mouth with sharp teeth just beginning to open. At last, after what seemed to be forever, Nicole felt that she again had her emotions under control. She stared angrily at Francesca. "E non voglio parlar di quello," Nicole said quietly in Italian. "Abbiamo terminate questa intervista." She stood up, noticed that she was trembling and sat down again. The cameras were still rolling. She breathed deeply for several seconds. At length Nicole rose from her chair and walked out of the temporary studio. She wanted to flee, to run away from everything, to go someplace where she could be alone with her private feelings. But it was impossible. Julian grabbed her as she exited from the interview. "What a bitch," he said, waving an accusing finger in Francesca's direction. There were people all around Nicole. All of them were talking at the same time. She was having trouble focusing her eyes and ears in all the confusion. In the distance, Nicole heard some music that she vaguely recognized, but the song was more than half over before she realized it was Auld Lang Syne. Julian had his arm around her back and was singing lustily. He was also leading the group of 20 or so people clustered around them in singing the final words. Nicole mouthed the last bar mechanically and tried to maintain her equilibrium. Suddenly, a moist pair of lips was pressed against hers, and an active tongue was trying to pry open her mouth and force its way inside. Julian was kissing her feverishly. Photographers were snapping pictures all around. There was an incredible amount of noise. Nicole's head began to spin, and she felt as if she were going to faint. She struggled hard, finally succeeding in freeing herself from Julian's grasp. Nicole staggered backward and bumped into an angry Reggie Wilson. He pushed her aside in his haste to grab a couple sharing a deep New Year's kiss in the flashing lights. Nicole watched him disinterestedly, as if she were in a movie theater, or even in one of her own dreams. Reggie pulled the pair apart and raised his right arm as if he were going to slug the other man. Francesca Sabatini restrained Reggie as a confused David Brown retreated from her embrace. "Keep your hands off her, you bastard," Reggie shouted, still threatening the American scientist. "And don't think for 1 minute that I don't know what you're doing." Nicole could not believe what she was seeing. Nothing made any sense. Within seconds the room was full of security guards. Nicole was one of many people ushered summarily away from the fracas, while order was being restored. As she left the studio area, she happened to pass Elaine Brown, sitting by herself in the portico with her back against a column. Nicole had met and enjoyed Elaine when she had gone to Dallas to talk to David Brown's family physician about his allergies. At the moment, Elaine was obviously drunk and in no mood to talk to anybody. "You shit," Nicole heard her mutter. "I never should have showed you the results until after I had published them myself. Then everything would have been different." Nicole left the gala as soon as she was able to arrange her transportation back to Rome. Francesca unbelievably tried to escort her out to the limousine as if nothing had happened. Nicole curtly rejected her fellow cosmonaut's offer and walked out alone. It started to snow during the ride back to the hotel. Nicole concentrated on the falling snowflakes and was eventually able to clear her mind enough to assess the evening. Of one thing she was absolutely certain. There had been something unusual and very powerful in that chocolate ball she had eaten. Nicole had never before come so close to losing complete control of her emotions. Maybe she gave one to Wilson too, Nicole thought, and that partially explains his eruption. But why? She asked herself again. What is she trying to accomplish? Back at the hotel, she prepared quickly for bed, but just as she was ready to turn out the lights, Nicole thought she heard a light knock on the door. She stopped and listened, but there was no sound for several seconds. She had almost decided that her ears were playing tricks on her when she heard the knock again. Nicole pulled the hotel robe around her and approached the locked door very cautiously. "Who's there?" she said forcefully but not convincingly. Identify yourself." She heard a sound of scraping and a piece of folded paper was thrust under the door. Nicole, still wary and frightened, picked up the paper and opened it. On it was written in the original Senufo script of her mother's tribe 3 simple words: Renata, Ome, here. Renata was Nicole's name in Senufo. A mixture of panic and excitement caused Nicole to open the door without first checking on the monitor to see who was outside. Standing 10 feet away from the door, his amazing old eyes already locked on hers, was an ancient, wizened man with his face painted in green and white horizontal streaks. He was wearing a full-length, bright green tribal costume, similar to a robe, on which were gold swashes and a collection of line drawings of no apparent meaning. "Ome," Nicole said, her heart threatening to jump out of her chest. "What are you doing here?" she added in Senufo. The old black man said nothing. He was holding out a stone and a small vial of some kind, both in his right hand. After several seconds he stepped deliberately forward into the room. Nicole backpedaled with each of his steps. His gaze never wavered from her. When they were in the center of her hotel room and only 3 or 4 feet apart, the old man looked up at the ceiling and began to chant. It was a ritual Senufo song, a general blessing and spell invocation used by the tribal shaman for hundreds of years to ward off evil spirits. When he had finished the chant, the old man Ome stared again at his great-granddaughter and began to speak very slowly. "Renata," he said, "Ome has sensed strong danger in this life. It is written in the tribal chronicles that the man of 3 centuries will chase the evil demons away from the woman with no companion. But Ome cannot protect Renata after Renata leaves the kingdom of Minho. Here," he said, taking her hand and placing the stone and vial in it. "These stay with Renata always." Nicole looked down at the stone, a smooth, polished oval about 8 inches long and 4 inches in each of the other 2 dimensions. The stone was mostly creamy white with a few strange brown lines wriggling across its surface. The small green vial that he had given her was no bigger than a traveling bottle of perfume. "The water from the Lake of Wisdom can help Renata," Ome said. "Renata will know the time to drink." He tilted his head back and earnestly repeated the earlier chant, this time with his eyes closed. Nicole stood beside him in puzzled silence, the stone and the vial in her right hand. When he was finished singing, Ome shouted 3 words that Nicole did not understand. Then he abruptly turned around and walked quickly toward the open door. Startled, Nicole ran out into the hall just in time to see his green gown disappear into the elevator. 14 Goodbye, Henry. Nicole and Genevieve walked arm in arm up the hill through the light snow. "Did you see the look on that American's face when I told him who you were?" Genevieve said with a laugh. She was very proud of her mother. Nicole shifted her skis and poles over to the other shoulder as they approached the hotel. "Gutna Bend," an old man who would have made a perfect Santa Claus mumbled as he ambled by. "I wish you wouldn't be so quick to tell people," Nicole said, not really chastising her daughter. "Sometimes it's nice not to be recognized." There was a small shed for the skis beside the entrance to the hotel. Nicole and Genevieve stopped and placed their equipment in a locker. They exchanged their ski boots for soft snow slippers and walked back out into the fading light. Mother and daughter stood together for a moment and looked back down the hill toward the village of Davos. "You know," said Nicole, "there was a time today, during our race down that back piece toward Cloisters, when I found it impossible to believe that I will actually be way out there." She gestured at the sky in less than 2 weeks, headed for a rendezvous with a mysterious alien spacecraft. Sometimes the human mind balks at the truth. "Maybe it's only a dream," her daughter said lightly. Nicole smiled. She loved Genevieve's sense of play. Whenever the day-to-day drudgery of the hard work and tedious preparation would begin to overwhelm Nicole, she could always count on her daughter's easy nature to bring her out of her seriousness. They were quite a trio, the 3 of them that lived at Beauvoir. Each of them was sorely dependent on the other 2. Nicole did not like to think how the 100-day separation might affect their harmonious accord. "Does it bother you that I will be gone so long?" Nicole asked Genevieve as they entered the hotel lobby. A dozen people were sitting around a roaring fire in the middle of the room. An inconspicuous but efficient Swiss waiter was serving hot drinks to the après-ski crew. There would be no robots in a Morisani hotel, not even for room service. "I don't think of it that way," her cheerful daughter responded. "After all, I'll be able to talk with you almost every night on the video phone. The delay time will even make it fun and challenging." They walked past the old-fashioned registration desk. "Besides," Genevieve added, "I'll be the center of attention at school for the whole mission. My class project is already set. I'm going to draw a psychological portrait of the Ramans based on my conversations with you." Nicole smiled again and shook her head. Genevieve's optimism was always infectious. It was a shame. "Oh, Madame Desjardins." The voice interrupted her thought. The hotel manager was beckoning to her from the desk. Nicole turned around. "There's a message for you," the manager continued. "I was told to deliver it to you personally." He handed her a small plain envelope. Nicole opened it and saw just the tiniest portion of a crest on the note card. Her heart raced into overdrive as she closed the envelope again. "What is it, Mother?" Genevieve inquired. "It must be special to be hand-delivered. Nobody does things like that these days." Nicole tried to hide her feelings from her daughter. "It's a secret memo about my work," she lied. "The deliveryman made a terrible mistake. He should never have given it even to Herr Graf. He should have put it in my hands only." "More confidential medical data about the crew?" Genevieve asked. She and her mother had often discussed the delicate role of the life science officer on a major space mission. Nicole nodded. "Darling," she said to her daughter, "why don't you run upstairs and tell your grandfather that I'll be along in a few minutes? We'll still plan dinner for 7:30. I'll read this message now and see if any urgent response is required." Nicole kissed Genevieve and waited until her daughter was on the elevator before walking back outside into the light snow. It was dark now. She stood under the streetlight and opened the envelope with her cold hands. She had difficulty controlling her trembling fingers. "You fool," she thought, "you careless fool. After all this time, what if the girl had seen?" The crest was the same as it had been on that afternoon, 15.5 years ago, when Darren Higgins had handed her the dinner invitation outside the Olympic press area. Nicole was surprised by the strength of her emotions. She steeled herself and finally looked at the rest of the note below the crest. "Sorry for the last-minute notice. Must see you tomorrow, noon exactly. Warming hut aid on the Weissflugzeug. Come alone, Henry." The next morning Nicole was one of the first in line for the cable car that carried skiers to the top of the Weissflugzeug. She climbed into the polished glass car with about 20 others and leaned against the window while the door automatically shut. "Have seen him only once in these 15 years, she thought to herself. And yet. As the cable car ascended, Nicole pulled her snow glasses down over her eyes. It was a dazzling morning, not unlike the January morning 7 years earlier when her father had called for her from the villa. They had had a rare snowfall at Beauvoir the night before, and after much pleading, she had let Genevieve stay home from school to play in the snow. Nicole was working at the hospital in Tours at the time, and was waiting to hear about her application to the Space Academy. She had been showing her 7-year-old daughter how to make a snow angel when Pierre had called a second time from the house. "Nicole, Genevieve, there's something special in our mail," he had said. "It must have come during the night." Nicole and Genevieve had run to the villa in their snowsuits while Pierre posted the full text of the message on the wall video screen. "Most extraordinary," Pierre had said. "It seems we've all been invited to the English coronation, including the private reception afterward. This is extremely unusual." "Oh, Grandpapa," Genevieve said excitedly, "I want to go. Can we go? Do I get to meet a real king and queen?" "There is no queen, darling," her grandfather replied, "unless you mean the Queen Mother. This king has not yet married." Nicole read the invitation several times without saying anything. After Genevieve had calmed down and left the room, Her father had put his arms around Nicole. "I want to go," she had said quietly. "Are you certain?" he had asked, pulling away and regarding her with an inquisitive stare. "Yes," she had answered 6 RMLY. Henry had never seen her until that evening. Nicole was thinking as she checked first her watch and then her equipment in preparation for her ski run down from the summit. Father had been wonderful. He had let me disappear at Beauvoir, and almost nobody knew I had a baby until Genevieve was almost a year old. Henry never even suspected. Not until that night at Buckingham Palace. Nicole could still see herself waiting in the reception line. The king had been late. Genevieve had been fidgety. At last Henry had been standing opposite her. The Honorable Peer des Jardins of Beauvoir, France, with his daughter Nicole and granddaughter Genevieve. Nicole had bowed very properly and Genevieve had curtsied. "So this is Genevieve," the king had said. He had bent down for only a moment and put a hand under the child's chin. When the girl had lifted up her face, he had seen something that he recognized. He had turned to look at Nicole, a trace of questioning in his glance. Nicole had revealed nothing with her smile. The crier was calling out the names of the next guests in the line. The king had moved on. "So you sent Darren to the hotel," Nicole thought as she shoosed a short slope, aimed for a small jump, and was airborne for a second or two. "And he hemmed and hawed and finally asked me if I would come have tea." Nicole dug her edges into the snow and came to an abrupt stop. "Tell Henry I can't," she remembered saying to Darren in London 7 years earlier. She looked again at her watch. It was only 11 o'clock, too early to ski to the hut. She eased over to one of the lifts and took another ride to the summit. It was 2 minutes past noon when Nicole arrived at the small chalet on the edge of the woods. She took off her skis, stuck them in the snow, and walked toward the front door. She ignored the conspicuous signs all around her that said EINTRITT verboten. From out of nowhere came 2 burly men, one of whom actually jumped between Nicole and the door to the hut. "It's all right," she heard a familiar voice say. "We're expecting her." The 2 guards vanished as quickly as they had appeared, and Nicole saw Darren, smiling as always, occupying the doorway to the chalet. "Hi there, Nicole," he said in his normal friendly fashion. Darren had aged. There were a few flecks of gray around his temples and some salt with the pepper in his short beard. "How are you?" he asked. "I'm fine, Darren," she answered, aware that despite all her lectures to herself, she was already starting to feel nervous. She reminded herself that she was now a professional, as accomplished in her own way as this king she was about to see. Nicole then strode forcefully into the chalet. It was warm inside. Henry was standing with his back to a small fireplace. Darren closed the door behind her and left the 2 of them alone. Nicole self-consciously removed her scarf and opened her parka. She took off her snow glasses. They stared at each other for 20, maybe 30 seconds, neither saying a word, neither wanting to interrupt the powerful flow of emotions that was carrying each of them back to 2 magnificent days 15 years before. "Hello, Nicole," the king said finally. His voice was soft and tender. "Hello, Henry," she replied. He started to walk around the couch, to come close to her, perhaps to touch her, but there was something in her body language that stopped him. He leaned on the side of the couch. "Won't you sit down?" he invited. Nicole shook her head. "I'd prefer to stand if it's all right with you." She waited a few more seconds. Their eyes again locked in a deep communication. She felt herself being drawn to him despite her strong internal warnings. "Henry," she blurted out suddenly, "why did you summon me here? It must be important. It's not normal for the King of England to spend his days sitting in a chalet on the side of a Swiss ski mountain." Henry walked toward the comer of the room. "I brought you a present," he said as he bent down with his back to Nicole, "in honor of your 36th birthday." Nicole laughed. Some of the tension was easing. "That's tomorrow," she said. "You're a day early, but why?" He extended a data cube toward her. "This is the most valuable gift I could find for you," he said seriously, "and it has taken many marks from the royal treasury to compile it." She looked at him quizzically. I have been worried for some time about this mission of yours, Henry said, and in the beginning I could not understand why. But about 4 months ago, one night when I was playing with Prince Charles and Princess Eleanor, I realized what was bothering me. My intuitive sense tells me that this crew of yours will have problems. I know it sounds crazy, particularly coining from me, but I'm not worried about the Ramans. That megalomaniac Brown is probably right. The Ramans couldn't care less about us Earthlings. But you're about to spend 100 days in confined quarters with 11 other. He could tell that Nicole was not following him. Here, he said, take this cube. One had my intelligence agents put together full and complete dossiers on every member of the Newton dozen, including you. Nicole's brow furrowed. The information, most of which is not available in the official ISA files, confirmed my personal view that the Newton team contains quite a few unstable elements. I didn't know what to do with. This is none of your business, Nicole interrupted angrily. She was affronted by Henry's involvement in her professional life. Why are you meddling? Hey, calm down, will you? The king replied. One assure you my motives were all good. Look, he added, you probably won't even need all this information, but I thought that maybe it could be useful. Take it. Throw it away if you like. You're the life science officer. You can treat it however you want. Henry could tell that he had botched the meeting. He walked away and sat down in a chair facing the fire. His back was toward Nicole. Take care of yourself, Nicole, he mumbled. She thought for a long moment, put the data cube inside her parka and walked over behind the king. Thank you, Henry, she said. Nicole let her hand fall on his shoulder. He didn't turn around. He reached up with his hand and very slowly wrapped his fingers around hers. They remained in that position for almost a minute. There was some data that eluded even my investigators, he said in a low voice. One fact in particular in which I was extremely interested. Nicole could hear her heart amid the crackle of the logs in the fireplace. A voice inside her shouted, tell him, but another voice, full of wisdom, counseled silence. She slowly withdrew her fingers from his. He turned around to look at her. She smiled. Nicole walked over to the door. She put her scarf back on her head and zipped her parka before going outside. Goodbye, Henry, she said. 15 Encounter. The combined Newton spacecraft had maneuvered so that Rama filled the expanded viewpoint in the control center. The alien spaceship was immense. Its surface was a dull, drab gray, and its long body was a geometrically perfect cylinder. Nicole stood beside Valery Borzov in silence. For each of them, this first sight of the entire Rama vehicle in the sunlight was a moment to savor. Have you detected any differences? Nicole said at length. Not yet, Commander Borzov replied. It looks as if the two of them came off the same assembly line. They were quiet again. Wouldn't you love to see that assembly line? Nicole asked. Valery Borzov nodded. A small flying craft, like a bat or a hummingbird, zoomed past the viewport in the near field and headed off in the direction of Rama. The exterior drones will confirm the similarities. Each of them has a stored set of images from Rama. Any variations will be logged and reported within 3 hours. And if there are no unexplained variations, then we proceed as planned, General Borzov answered with a smile. We dock, open up Rama, and release the interior drones. He glanced at his watch. All of which should take place about 22 hours from now, provided the life science officer asserts that the crew is ready. The crew is in fine shape, Nicole reported. I've just finished looking at a synopsis of the crew's health data again. It's been surprisingly regular. Except for hormonal abnormalities in all 3 women, which were not totally unexpected, we have seen no significant anomalies in 40 days. So physically we're all ready to go, the commander said thoughtfully. But what about our psychological readiness? Are you troubled about this recent spate of arguments? Or can we chalk it up to tension and excitement? Nicole was silent for a moment. I agree these 4 days since the docking have been a little rough. Of course, We knew about the Wilson-Brown problem even before launch. We partially solved it by having Reggie on your ship during most of the cruise, but now that we've joined the two spacecraft and the team is all together again, those two seem to be at each other at every opportunity, particularly if Francesca is around. I tried to talk to Wilson twice while the two ships were separated, Borzov said in a frustrated tone. He wouldn't discuss it, but it's clear that he is very angry about something. General Borzov walked over to the control panel and started fiddling with the keyboards. Sequencing information appeared on one of the monitors. It must involve Sabatini, he continued. Wilson didn't do much work during cruise, but his log indicates that he spent an inordinate amount of time on the video phone with her, and he was always in a foul mood. He even offended O'Toole. General Borzov turned and looked intently at Nicole. As my life science officer, I want to know if you have any official recommendations about the crew, especially with respect to psychological interactions among the team members. Nicole had not expected this. When General Borzov had scheduled this final crew health assessment with her, she had not thought that the meeting would extend to the mental health of the Newton dozen as well. "You're asking for a professional psychological evaluation also?" she asked. "Certainly," General Borzov replied. "I want an A5401 from you that attests to both the physical and psychological readiness of every one of the crew members. The procedure clearly states that the commanding officer, before each sortie, should request crew certification from the life science officer. But during the simulations you asked only for physical health data." Borzov smiled. "I can wait, Madame Desjardins," he said, "if you'd like time to prepare your report." "Oh no," Nicole said after some reflection. "I can give my opinions now and then officially document them later tonight." She hesitated several more seconds before continuing. "I wouldn't put Wilson and Brown together as crew members on any subteam, at least not in the first sortie. And I'd even have some qualms, although this opinion is certainly not as strong, about combining Francesca in a group with either of the two men. I would place no other limitations of any kind on this crew." "Good, good." The commander grinned broadly. "I appreciate your report, and not just because it confirms my own opinions. As you can understand, these matters can sometimes be fairly delicate." General Borzov abruptly changed the subject. "Now I have another question of an altogether different nature to ask you." "What's that?" "Francesca came to me this morning and suggested that we have a party tomorrow night. She contends that the crew is tense and in need of some kind of release before the first sortie inside Rama. Do you agree with her?" Nicole reflected for a moment. "It's not a bad idea," she replied. "The strain has been definitely showing. But what kind of party did you have in mind?" "A dinner all together, here in the control room, some wine and vodka, maybe even a little entertainment." Borzov smiled and put his arm on Nicole's shoulder. "I'm asking your professional opinion, you understand, as my life science officer." "Of course," Nicole said with a laugh. "General," she added, "if you think it's time for the crew to have a party, then I'd be delighted to lend a hand." Nicole finished her report and transferred the file by data line over to Borzov's computer in the military ship. She had been very careful in her language to identify the problem as a personality conflict, rather than any kind of behavioral pathology. To Nicole, the problem between Wilson and Brown was straightforward. Jealousy, pure and simple, the ancient green-eyed monster itself. She was certain that it was wise to prevent Wilson and Brown from working closely together during sorties inside Rama. Nicole chastised herself for not having raised the issue with Borzov on her own. She realized that her mission portfolio included mental health as well, but somehow she had difficulty thinking of herself as the crew psychiatrist. "Avoid it because it's not an objective process," she thought. "We have no sensors yet to measure good or bad mental health." Nicole walked down the hall of the living area. She was careful to keep one foot on the floor at all times. She was so accustomed to the weightless environment that it was almost second nature. Nicole was glad that the Newton design engineers had worked so hard to minimize the differences between being in space and on the Earth. It made the job of being a cosmonaut much simpler by allowing the crew to concentrate on the more important elements of their work. Nicole's room was at the end of the corridor. Although each of the cosmonauts had private quarters, the result of heated arguments between the crew and the system engineers, the latter having insisted that sleeping in pairs was a more efficient use of the space. The rooms were very small and confining. There were 8 bedrooms on this larger vehicle, called the scientific ship by the crew members. The military ship had 4 more small bedrooms. Both spacecraft also had exercise rooms and lobbies, common rooms where there was more comfortable furniture as well as some entertainment options not available in the bedrooms. As Nicole passed Janos Tabori's room on her way to the exercise area, she heard his unmistakable laugh. His door was open as usual. "Did you really expect me," Janos was saying, "to trade bishops and leave your knights in command of the center of the board? Come on, Shig, one may not be a master, but I do learn from my mistakes. I fell for that one in an earlier game." Tabori and Takagishi were involved in their usual postprandial chess match. Almost every night, the crew had stayed on a 24-hour day that coincided with Greenwich Mean Time. The 2 men played for an hour or so before sleeping. Takagishi was a ranked chess master, but he was also soft-hearted and wanted to encourage Tabori. So in virtually every game, after establishing a solid position, Takagishi would allow his edge to be eroded. Nicole stuck her head in the door. "Come in, beautiful," Janos said with a grin. "Watch me destroy our Asiatic friend in this pseudo-cerebral endeavor." Nicole had started to explain that she was going to the exercise room when a strange creature, about the size of a big mouse, scurried through her legs and into Tabori's room. She jumped back involuntarily as the toy, or whatever it was, headed for the 2 men. The ousel cock, so black of hue with orange lawny bill, the throstle, with his note so true the wren with little quill. The robot was singing as it skipped toward Janos. Nicole dropped down on her knees and examined the curious newcomer. It had the lower body of a human and the head of a donkey. It continued to sing. Tabori and Takagishi stopped their game and both laughed at the bewildered expression on Nicole's face. "Go on," said Janos. "Tell him that you love him. That's what the fairy Queen Titania would do." Nicole shrugged her shoulders. The little robot was temporarily quiet. As Janos urged again, Nicole mumbled "I love you" to the 20-centimeter Athenian with a mule's head. The miniature bottom turned to Nicole. "Methinks, mistress, you should have little reason for that. And yet, to say the truth, reason and love keep little company together nowadays." Nicole was amazed. She reached out to pick up the tiny figure but stopped herself when she heard another voice. "Lord, what fools these mortals be! Now where is that player I changed into an ass? Bottom, where art thou?" A second small robot, this one dressed as an elf, leapt into the room. When he saw Nicole, he jumped up from the floor and hovered at eye level for several seconds, his tiny back wings beating at a frantic pace. "I be Puck, fair lass," he said. "I've not seen thee before." The robot dropped to the ground and was silent. Nicole was now dumbfounded. "What in the world?" she started to say. "SHH," Janos said, motioning for her to be quiet. He pointed at Puck. Bottom was sleeping in the corner near the edge of Janos' bed. Puck had now found Bottom and was spraying him with a fine light dust from a small pouch. As the 3 human beings watched, Bottom's head began to change. Nicole could tell that the small plastic and metal pieces making up the asshead were simply rearranging themselves, but even she was impressed by the scope of the metamorphosis. Puck scampered off just as Bottom awakened with his new human head and started talking. "One have had a most rare vision," Bottom said. "I have had a dream, past the wit of man to say what dream it was. Man is but an ass if he go about to expound this dream." "Bravo, bravo," Janos shouted as the creature fell silent. "Omdido," Takagishi added. Nicole sat down in the single unoccupied chair and looked at her companions. "And to think," she said, shaking her head, "that I actually told the commander you two were psychologically sound." She paused 2 or 3 seconds. "Would one of you please tell me what is going on here?" "It's Wakefield," Jono said. "The man is absolutely brilliant and, unlike some geniuses, also very clever. In addition, he's a Shakespeare fanatic. He has a whole family of these little guys, although I think Puck is the only one that flies and Bottom's the only one that changes shape." "Puck doesn't fly," Richard Wakefield said, coming into the room. "He is barely capable of hovering, and only for a short period." Wakefield seemed embarrassed. "I didn't know you were going to be here," he said to Nicole. "Sometimes I entertain these two in the middle of their chess game." "One night," Jonos added as Nicole remained speechless, "I had just conceded defeat to Shig when we heard what we thought was a fracas in the hall. Moments later, Tybalt and Mercutio entered the room, swearing and slashing their swords at each other." "This is a hobby of yours?" Nicole asked after several seconds, indicating the robots with a wave of her hand. "My lady," Jonos interrupted before Wakefield could answer, "never mistake a passion for a hobby. Our esteemed Japanese scientist does not play chess as a hobby, and this young man from the Bard's hometown of Stratford-on-Avon does not create these robots as a hobby." Nicole glanced at Richard. She was trying to imagine the amount of energy and work that was necessary for the creation of sophisticated robots like the one she had just seen, not to mention talent and, of course, passion. "Very impressive," she said to Wakefield. His smile acknowledged her compliment. Nicole excused herself and started to leave the room. Puck zoomed around her and stood in the doorway. "If we shadows have offended, think but this, and all is mended, that you have but slumbered here, while these visions did appear." Nicole was laughing as she stepped over the sprite and waved good night to her friends. Nicole stayed in the exercise room longer than she expected. Ordinarily, 30 minutes of hard bicycling or running in place was enough to release her tensions and relax her body for sleep. On this evening, however, with the goal of their mission now so close at hand, it was necessary for her to work out for a longer time to calm her hyperactive system. Part of her difficulty was her residual concern about the report she had filed, recommending that Wilson and Brown be separated on all important mission activities. "Was I too hasty?" she asked herself. "Did I let General Borzov sway my opinion?" Nicole was very proud of her professional reputation and often constructively second-guessed her major decisions. Toward the end of her exercise, she convinced herself again that she had filed the proper report. Her tired body told her that it was ready to sleep. When she returned to the living area in the spacecraft, it was dark everywhere except in the hallway. As she started to turn left into the corridor that led to her room, she happened to glance beyond the lobby, in the direction of the small room where she kept all the medical supplies. "That's strange," she thought, straining her eyes in the dim light. "It looks as if F left the supply room door open." Nicole walked across the lobby. The supply door was indeed ajar. She had already activated the automatic lock and had started to close the door when she heard a noise inside the dark room. Nicole reached in and turned on the light. She surprised Francesca Sabatini, who was sitting in the cummer at a computer terminal. There was information displayed on the monitor in front of her, and Francesca was holding a thin bottle in one of her hands. "Oh, hello, Nicole," Francesca said nonchalantly, as if it were normal for her to be sitting in the dark at the computer in the medical supply room. Nicole walked slowly over to the computer. "What's going on?" she said casually, her eyes scanning the information on the screen. From the coded headings, Nicole could tell that Francesca had requested the inventory subroutine to list the birth control devices available on board the spacecraft. "What is this?" Nicole now asked, pointing at the monitor. There was a trace of irritation in her voice. All the cosmonauts knew that the medical supply room was off limits to everyone but the life science officer. When Francesca still did not reply, Nicole became angry. "How did you get in here?" she demanded. The two women were only a few centimeters apart in the small alcove next to the desk. Nicole suddenly reached over and grabbed the bottle out of Francesca's hand. While Nicole was reading the label, Francesca pushed her way through the narrow space and headed for the door. Nicole discovered that the liquid in her hand was for inducing abortions and quickly followed Francesca into the lobby. "Are you going to explain this?" Nicole asked. "Just give me the bottle, please," Francesca said finally. "I can't do that," answered Nicole, shaking her head. "This is a very strong medicine with serious side effects. What did you think you were going to do? Steal it and have it pass unnoticed? As soon as one completed an inventory comparison, I would have known that it was gone." The two women stared at each other for several seconds. "Look, Nicole," Francesca said at length, managing a smile, "this is really a very simple matter. One have discovered recently, much to my chagrin, that I am in the very early stages of pregnancy. I wish to abort the embryo. It's a private matter and I did not want to involve you or any of the rest of the crew." "You can't be pregnant," Nicole replied quickly. "One would have seen it in your biometry data." "I'm only 4 or 6 days, but I'm certain. I can already feel the changes in my body, and it's the right time of the month." "You know the proper procedures for medical problems," Nicole said after some hesitation. "This might have been very simple, to use your phrase, if you had first come to me. Most likely I would have respected your request for confidentiality. But now you've given me a dilemma." "Will you stop with the bureaucratic lecture?" Francesca interrupted sharply. "I'm really not interested in the goddamn rules. A man has made me pregnant and I intend to remove the fetus. Now, are you going to give me the bottle or must I find another way?" Nicole was outraged. "You are amazing," she responded to Francesca. "Do you really expect me to hand you this bottle and walk away, without asking any questions? You may be that cavalier about your life and health, but I certainly am not. I have to examine you first, check your medical history, determine the age of the embryo. Only then would I even consider prescribing this medicine for you. Besides, I would feel compelled as well to point out to you that there are moral and psychological ramifications." Francesca laughed out loud. "Spare me your ramifications, Nicole. I don't need your upper-class bourgeois morality passing judgment on my life. Congratulations to you for raising a child as a single parent. My situation is much different. The father of this baby purposely stopped taking his pills, thinking my being pregnant would rekindle my love for him. He was wrong. This baby is unwanted. Now, should I be more graphic?" "That's enough," Nicole interrupted, pursing her lips in disgust. "The details of your personal life are really none of my business. I must decide what is best for you and for the mission." She paused. "In any event, I must insist on a proper examination, including the normal pelvic internal image set. If you refuse, then I won't authorize the abortion. And of course I'd be forced to make a complete report." Francesca laughed. "You don't need to threaten me. I am not that stupid. If it will make you feel better to stick your fancy equipment between my legs, then be my guest. But let's do it. I want this baby out of me before the sortie." Nicole and Francesca hardly exchanged a dozen words during the next hour. They went together to the small infirmary, where Nicole used her sensitive instruments to verify the existence and size of the embryo. She also tested Francesca for her acceptability to receive the abortion liquid. The fetus had been growing inside Francesca for 5 days. "Who might you be?" Nicole thought as she looked on the monitor at the microscopic image of the tiny sac embedded in the walls of the uterus. Even in the microscope on the probe, there was no way to tell that the collection of cells was a living thing. But you are already alive, and much of your future is already programmed by your genes. Nicole had the printer list for Francesca what she could expect physically once she had ingested the medicine. The fetus would be swept away, rejected by her body, within 24 hours. There could possibly be some slight cramping with the normal menstruation that would follow immediately. Francesca drank the liquid without hesitation. As her patient was dressing, Nicole thought back to the time when she had first suspected her own pregnancy. Never once did I consider, and not just because her father was a prince. No, it was a question of responsibility and love. "I can tell what you're thinking," Francesca said when she was ready to leave. She was standing by the infirmary door. "But don't waste your time. You have enough problems of your own." Nicole did not reply. "So tomorrow the little bastard will be gone," Francesca said coldly, her eyes tired and angry. "It's a damn good thing. The world doesn't need another half-black baby." Francesca didn't wait for Nicole's response. 16 Rama burning bright. The touchdown near the entry port to Rama was smooth and without incident. Following the precedent of Commander Norton 70 years earlier, General Borzov instructed Yamanaka and Turgenev to guide the Newton to a contact point just outside the 100-meter circular disk, centered on the spin axis of the giant cylinder. A set of low, pillbox-shaped structures temporarily held the spacecraft from Earth in place against the slight centrifugal force created by the spinning Rama. Within 10 minutes, strong attachments anchored the Newton firmly to its target. The large disk was, as anticipated, the outer seal of the Raman airlock. Wakefield and Tabori departed from the Newton in their EVA gear and started searching for an embedded wheel. The wheel, which was the manual control for the airlock, was in exactly the predicted place. It turned as expected and exposed an opening in the outer shell of Rama. Since nothing about Rama II had yet varied from its predecessor in any way, the two cosmonauts continued with the entry procedure. 4 hours later, after considerable shuttling back and forth in the half-kilometer of corridors and tunnels that connected the great hollow interior of the alien spaceship to the external airlock, the two men had finished opening the 3 redundant cylindrical doors. They had also deployed the transportation system that would ferry people and equipment from the Newton to the inside of Rama. This ferry had been designed by the engineers on Earth to slide along the parallel grooves the Ramans had cut into the walls of the outer tunnels unknown ages ago. After a short break for lunch, Yamanaka joined Wakefield and Tabori, and the three of them constructed the planned Alpha Communications relay station at the inside end of the tunnel. The patterns of the arrayed antennas had been carefully engineered so that, if the second Raman vehicle was identical to the first, two-way communication would be possible between cosmonauts located anywhere on the stairways or in the northern half of the central plane. The master communication plan called for the establishment of another major relay station, to be called Beta, near the cylindrical sea. The pair of stations would provide strong links everywhere in the northern hemicylinder and would even extend to the island of New York. Brown and Takagishi took their positions in the control center once the operation of the Alpha relay station was verified. The countdown to interior drone deployment proceeded. Takagishi was obviously both nervous and excited as he finished his pre-flight tests with his drone. Brown seemed relaxed, even casual, as he completed his final preparations. Francesca Sabatini was sitting in front of the multiple monitors, ready to select the best images for real-time transmission to the Earth. General Borzov himself announced the major events in the sequence. He paused for a dramatic breath before issuing the command to activate the two drones. The drones then flew away into the dark emptiness of Rama. Seconds later, the main screen in the control center, whose picture came directly from the drone being commanded by David Brown, was flooded with light as the first flare ignited. When the light became more manageable, the outline of the first wide-angle shot could be seen. It had always been planned that this initial picture would be a composite of the northern hemisphere, covering all the territory from the bowl-shaped end, where they had entered down to the cylindrical sea at the midpoint of the artificial world. The sharp image that was eventually frozen on the screen was overwhelming. It was one thing to read about Rama and to conduct simulations inside its replica. It was quite another to be anchored to the gigantic spaceship near the orbit of Venus and to be taking a first look inside. That the vista was familiar barely lessened the wonder of the image. In the end of the crater-shaped bowl, starting from the tunnels, a complex of terraces and ramps fanned out until they reached the main body of the spinning cylinder. Trisecting this bowl were three wide ladders, resembling broad railroad tracks, each of which later expanded into enormous stairways with more than 30,000 steps each. The ladder stairway combinations resembled three equally spaced ribs of an umbrella and provided a way to ascend or descend from the flat bottom of the crater to the vast central plain wrapped around the wall of the spinning cylinder. The northern half of the central plain spread out to fill most of the picture on the screen. The huge expanse was broken into rectangular fields that had irregular dimensions except immediately around the cities. The three cities in the wide-angle image, clusters of tall, slim objects, resembling man-made buildings that were connected by what looked like highways running along the edges of the fields, were immediately recognized by the crew as the Paris, Rome, and London named by the first Raman explorers. Equally striking in the image were the long straight grooves or valleys of the central plain. These three linear trenches, 10 kilometers long and 100 meters wide, were equally spaced around the curve of Rama. During the first Raman encounter, these valleys had been the sources of the light that had filled the worldlet, shortly after the melting of the cylindrical sea. The strange sea, a body of water running completely around the huge cylinder, was at the far edge of the image. It was still frozen, as expected, and in its center was the mysterious island of towering skyscrapers that had been called New York since its original discovery. The skyscrapers stretched off the end of the picture, the looming towers beckoning to be visited. The entire crew stared silently at the image for almost a minute. Then Dr. David Brown started hooting. "All right, Rama," he said in a proud voice. "You see, all you disbelievers," he shouted loud enough for everyone to hear, "it is exactly like the first one." Francesca's video camera turned to record Brown's exultation. Most of the rest of the crew were still speechless, transfixed by the details on the monitor. Meanwhile, Takajishi's drone was transmitting narrow-angle photos of the area just under the tunnel. These images were featured on the smaller screens around the control center. The pictures would be used to verify the designs of the communication and transportation infrastructure to be established inside Rama. This was the real job of this phase of the mission, comparing the thousands of pictures that would be taken by these drones to the existing camera mosaics from Rama I, although most of the comparisons could be done digitally, and therefore automatically. There would always be differences that would require human explanation. Even if the two spaceships were identical, the differing light levels at the times the images were taken would create some artificial miscompares. 2 hours later, the last of the drones returned to the relay station, and an initial summary of the photographic survey was complete. There were no major structural differences between Rama II and the earlier space vehicle, down to a scale of 100 meters. The only significant region of miscompares at that resolution was the cylindrical sea itself, and ice reflectivity was a notoriously difficult phenomenon to handle with a straightforward digital comparison algorithm. It had been a long and exciting day. Borzov announced that crew assignments for the first sortie would be posted in an hour, and that a special dinner would be served in the control center 2 hours later. "You cannot do this," an angry David Brown shouted, bursting into the commander's office without knocking and brandishing a hard copy printout of the first sortie assignments. "What are you talking about?" General Borzov responded. He was annoyed by Dr. Brown's rude entrance. "There must be some kind of mistake," Brown continued in a loud voice. "You can't really expect me to stay here on the Newton during the first sortie." When there was no response from General Borzov, the American scientist changed tactics. "I want you to know that I don't accept this, and the ISA management won't like it either." Borzov stood up behind his desk. "Close the door, Dr. Brown," he said calmly. David Brown slammed the sliding door. "Now you listen to me for a minute," the general continued. "I don't give a damn who you know. I am the commanding officer of this mission. If you continue to act like a prima donna, I'll see to it that you never set foot inside Rama. Brown lowered his voice. But I demand an explanation, he said with undisguised hostility. I am the senior scientist on this mission. I am also the leading spokesman for the Newton project among the media. How can you possibly justify leaving me on board the Newton while 9 other cosmonauts go inside Rama? I don't have to justify my actions, Borzov replied, for the moment enjoying his power over the arrogant American. He leaned forward. But for the record, and because I anticipated this childish outburst of yours, I will tell you why you're not going on the first sortie. There are 2 major purposes for our first visit: to establish the communications transportation infrastructure, and to complete a detailed survey of the interior, ensuring that this spaceship is exactly like the first one. That's already been confirmed by the drones, Brown interrupted. Not according to Dr. Takagishi, Borzov rebutted. He says that, shit, General, Takagishi won't be satisfied until every square centimeter of Rama has been shown to be exactly the same as the first ship. You saw the results of the drone survey. Do you have any doubt in your mind? David Brown stopped himself in mid-sentence. General Borzov was drumming on his desk with his fingers and regarding Dr. Brown with a cold stare. Are you going to let me finish now? Borzov said at length. He waited a few more seconds. Whatever you may think, the commander continued, Dr. Takagishi is considered to be the world expert on the interior of Rama. You cannot argue even for a minute that your knowledge of the details approaches his. I need all 5 of the space cadets for the infrastructure work. The 2 journalists must go inside, not only because there are 2 separate tasks, but also because world attention is focused on us at this time. Finally, I believe it is important for my subsequent management of this mission that I myself go inside at least once, and I choose to do it now. Since the procedures clearly state that at least 3 members of the crew must remain outside Rama during the early sorties, it is not difficult to figure out. You don't fool me for a minute, David Brown now interrupted nastily. I know what this is all about. You've concocted an apparently logical excuse to hide the real reason for my exclusion from the first sortie team. You're jealous, Borzov. You can't stand the fact that I am regarded by most people as the real leader of this mission. The commander stared at the scientist for over 15 seconds without saying anything. You know, Brown, he said finally, I feel sorry for you. You are remarkably talented, but your talent is exceeded by your own opinion of it. If you weren't such a... This time it was Borzov's turn to stop himself in mid-sentence. He looked away. Incidentally, since I know that you will go back to your room and immediately whine to the ISA, I should probably tell you that the Life Science Officer's fitness report explicitly recommends against your sharing any mission duties with Wilson, because of the personal animosity that both of you have demonstrated. Brown's eyes narrowed. Are you telling me that Nicole Desjardins actually filed an official memorandum citing Wilson and me by name? Borzov nodded. The bitch, Brown muttered. It's always someone else who is at fault, isn't it, Dr. Brown? General Borzov said, smiling at his adversary. David Brown turned around and stalked out of the office. For the banquet, General Borzov ordered a few precious bottles of wine to be opened. The commanding officer was in an excellent mood. Francesca's suggestion had been a good one. There was a definite feeling of camaraderie among the cosmonauts as they brought the small tables together in the control center and anchored them to the floor. Dr. David Brown did not come to the banquet. He remained in his room while the other 11 crew members feasted on game hens and wild rice. Francesca awkwardly reported that Brown was feeling under the weather. But when Janos Tabori playfully volunteered to go check the American scientist's health, Francesca hurriedly added that Dr. Brown wanted to be left alone. Janos and Richard Wakefield, both of whom had several glasses of wine, bantered with Francesca at one end of the table while Reggie Wilson and General O'Toole engaged in an animated discussion about the coming baseball season at the opposite end. Nicole sat between General Borzov and Admiral Heilman and listened to their reminiscences of peacekeeping activities in the early post-chaos days. Cosmonauts Turgenev and Yamanaka were their usual taciturn selves, contributing to the conversation only when asked a direct question. When the meal was over, Francesca excused herself. She and Dr. Takagishi disappeared for several minutes. When they returned, Francesca asked the cosmonauts to turn their chairs to face the large screen. Then, with the lights out, she and Takagishi projected a full exterior view of Rama on the monitor, except that this was not the dull gray cylinder everyone had seen before. No, this Rama had been cleverly colored, using image processing subroutines, and was now a black cylinder with yellow-gold stripes. The end of the cylinder looked almost like a face. There was a momentary quiet in the room before Francesca began to recite. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? Nicole Desjardins felt a cold chill run up her spine as she listened to Francesca begin the next verse. In what distant deeps or skies burnt the fire of thine eyes? That is the real question after all, Nicole was thinking. Who made this gargantuan spacecraft? That's much more important for our ultimate destiny than why. What the hammer? What the chain? In what furnace was thy brain? What the anvil? What dread grasp dare its deadly terrors clasp? Across the table General O'Toole was also mesmerized by Francesca's recitation. His mind was again struggling with the same fundamental questions that had been bothering him since he originally applied for the mission. Dear God, he was wondering, how do these Ramans fit into your universe? Did you create them first before us? Are they our cousins in some sense? Why have you sent them here at this time? When the stars threw down their spears and watered heaven with their tears, did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the lamb make thee? When Francesca finished the short poem, there was a brief silence and then spontaneous applause. She graciously mentioned that Dr. Takagishi had provided all the image processing intelligence, and the likable Japanese cosmonaut took an embarrassed bow. Then Janos Tabori stood at his chair. I think I speak for all of us, Shig and Francesca, in congratulating you on that original and thought-provoking performance, he said with a grin. It almost, but not quite, made me feel serious about what we are doing tomorrow. Speaking of which, General Borzov said, rising at the head of the table with his recently opened bottle of Ukrainian vodka, from which he had already taken 2 strong belts, it is now time for an ancient Russian tradition, the toasts. I brought along only 2 bottles of this national treasure, and I propose to share them both with you, my comrades and colleagues, on this very special evening. He placed both bottles in General O'Toole's hands, and the American adroitly used the liquid dispenser to channel the vodka into small covered cups that were passed around the table. As Irina Turgenev knows, the commander continued, there is always a small worm in the bottom of a bottle of Ukrainian vodka. Legend has it that he who eats the worm will be endowed with special powers for 24 hours. Admiral Heilman has marked 2 of the cup bottoms with an infrared cross. The 2 people who drink from the marked cups will each be allowed to eat one of the vodka-saturated worms. Yuch, said Janos a moment later, as he passed the infrared scanner to Nicole. He had first verified that he had no cross on the bottom of his cup. This is one contest I am glad to lose. Nicole's cup did have a marking on the bottom. She was one of the 2 lucky cosmonauts who would be able to eat a Ukrainian worm for dessert. She found herself wondering, must I do this? And then answering her own question affirmatively as she saw the earnest look on her commanding officer's face. Oh well, she thought, it probably won't kill me. Any parasites have probably been rendered harmless by the alcohol. General Borzov himself had the second cup with a cross on the bottom. The general smiled, placed one of the 2 tiny worms in his own cup and the other in Nicole's, and raised his vodka toward the ceiling of the spacecraft. Let us all drink to a successful mission, he said. For each of us, these next few days and weeks will be the greatest adventure of our lives. In a real sense, we dozen are human ambassadors to an alien culture. Let us each resolve to do our best to properly represent our species. He took the cover off his cup, being careful not to jiggle it, and then drank it all in one gulp. He swallowed the worm whole. Nicole also swallowed the worm quickly, commenting to herself that the only thing she had ever eaten that tasted worse than the worm was that awful tuber during her poro ceremony in the Ivory Coast. After several more short toasts, the lights in the room began to dim. "And now," General Borzov announced with a grand gesture, "direct from Stratford, the Newton proudly presents Richard Wakefield and his talented robots." The room became dark except for a square meter to the left of the table that was spotlit from above. In the middle of the light was a cutaway of an old castle. A female robot, 20 centimeters high and dressed in a robe, was walking around in one of the rooms. She was reading a letter at the beginning of the scene. After a few steps, however, she dropped her hands to her sides and began to speak. "Glamis thou art and Cawdor, and shalt be what thou art promised. Yet do I fear thy nature. It is too full oath milk of human kindness to catch the nearest way. Thou wouldst be great." "I know that woman," Janos said with a grin to Nicole. "One have met her somewhere before." "SHH," replied Nicole. She was fascinated by the precision in the movements of Lady Macbeth. "That Wakefield really is a genius," she was thinking. "How is he able to design such extraordinary detail into those little things?" Nicole was astonished by the range of expressions on the robot's face. As she concentrated, the tiny stage began to swim in Nicole's mind. She momentarily forgot she was watching robots in a miniature performance. A messenger came in and told Lady Macbeth both that her husband was drawing near and that King Duncan would be spending the night in their castle. Nicole watched Lady Macbeth's face explode with ambitious anticipation as soon as the messenger had departed. "Come, you spirits that tend on mortal thoughts. Unsex me here and fill me from the crown to the toe, top full of direst cruelty. Make thick my blood." My God, Nicole thought, blinking her eyes to make certain they were not playing tricks on her. She's changing. Indeed she was. As the words "unsex me here" came from the robot, her, or its shape began to change. The impression of the breasts against the metal gown, the roundness of the hips, even the softness of the face all disappeared. An androgynous robot played on as Lady Macbeth. Nicole was spellbound and floating in a fantasy induced both by her wild imagination and the sudden intake of alcohol. The new face on the robot was vaguely reminiscent of someone she knew. She heard a disturbance to her right and turned to see Reggie Wilson talking avidly with Francis's. Nicole glanced back and forth quickly from Francesca to Lady Macbeth. "That's it," she said to herself. "This new Lady Macbeth resembles Francesca." A burst of fear, a premonition of tragedy, suddenly overwhelmed Nicole and plunged her into terror. Something terrible is going to happen, her mind was saying. She took several deep breaths and tried to calm herself, but the eerie feeling would not go away. On the little stage, King Duncan had just been greeted by his gracious hostess for the evening. To her left, Nicole saw Francesca offer General Borzov the last sips of the wine. Nicole could not quell her panic. "Nicole, what's the matter?" Janos asked. He could tell she was distressed. "Nothing," she said. She gathered all her strength and rose to her feet. "Something I ate must have disagreed with me. I think I'll go to my room." "But you'll miss the movie after dinner," Janos said humorously. Nicole forced a pained smile. He helped her stand up. Nicole heard Lady Macbeth berating her husband for his lack of courage, and one more wave of premonitory fear surged through her. She waited until the adrenaline burst had subsided, and then excused herself quietly from the group. She walked slowly back to her room. 17. Death of a soldier. In her dream, Nicole was 10 years old again and playing in the woods behind her home in the Paris suburb of Chilly-Mazarin. She had a sudden feeling that her mother was dying. The little girl panicked. She ran toward the house to tell her father. A small snarling cat blocked her path. Nicole stopped. She heard a scream. She left the path and went through the trees. The branches scraped her skin. The cat followed her. Nicole heard another scream. When she awakened, a frightened Janos Tabori was standing over her. "It's General Borzov," Janos said. "He's in excruciating pain." Nicole jumped swiftly out of bed, threw her robe around her, grabbed her portable medical kit and followed Janos into the corridor. "It looks like an appendicitis," he mentioned as they hurried into the lobby, "but I'm not certain." Irina Turgenev was kneeling beside the commander and holding his hand. The general himself was stretched out on a couch. His face was white and there was sweat on his brow. "Ah, Dr. Desjardins has arrived." He managed a smile. Borzov then tried to sit up, winced from the pain, and let himself lie back down. "Nicole," he said quietly, "I am in agony. I've never felt anything like this in my life, not even when I was wounded in the army." "How long ago did it start?" she asked. Nicole had pulled out her scanner and biometry monitor to check all his vital statistics. Meanwhile, Francesca and her video camera had moved over right behind Nicole's shoulder to film the doctor performing the diagnosis. Nicole impatiently motioned for her to back away. "Maybe 2 or 3 minutes ago," General Borzov said with effort. "I was sitting here in a chair watching the movie, laughing heartily as I recall, when there was an intense, sharp pain here on my lower right side. It felt as if something were burning me from the inside." Nicole programmed the scanner to search through the last 3 minutes of detailed data recorded by the Hakamatsu probes inside Borzov. She located the onset of the pain, easily identifiable in terms of both heart rate and endocrine secretions. She next requested a full dump over the time period of interest from all channels. "Janos," she then said to her colleague, "go over to the supply room and bring me the portable diagnostician." She handed Tabori the code card for the door. "You have a slight fever, suggesting your body is fighting some infection," Nicole told General Borzov. "All the internal data confirms that you are feeling severe pain." Cosmonaut Tabori returned with a small electronic array shaped like a box. Nicole extracted a small data cube from the scanner and inserted it into the diagnostician. In about 30 seconds, the little monitor blinked, and the words 94% likely appendicitis appeared. Nicole pressed a key, and the screen displayed the other possible diagnoses, including hernia, internal muscle tear, and drug reaction. None were, according to the diagnostician, more than 2% probable. "I have 2 choices at this juncture." Nicole was thinking rapidly as General Borzov winced again from the pain. "I can send all the data down to Earth for a complete diagnostic, per the procedure." She glanced at her watch and quickly computed twice the round-trip light time plus the minimum duration of a physician's conference after the electronic diagnosis was completely which time it might be too late. "What does it say, doctor?" the general was asking. His eyes were entreating her to end the pain as quickly as possible. "Most likely diagnosis is appendicitis," Nicole answered. "Damn it," General Borzov responded. He looked around at all the others. Everyone was there except Wilson and Takagishi, both of whom had skipped the movie. "But I won't make the project wait. We'll go ahead with the first and second sorties while I'm recuperating." Another sharp pain jolted him and his face contorted. "Whoa," said Nicole. "It's not certain yet. We need a little more data first." She repeated the earlier data dump, now using the extra 2 minutes of information that had been recorded since she arrived in the lobby. This time the diagnosis read 92% likely appendicitis. Nicole was about to routinely check the alternative diagnoses when she felt the commander's strong hand on her arm. "If we do this quickly, before too much poison builds up in my system, then this is a straightforward operation for the robot surgeon, isn't it?" Nicole nodded. "And if we spend the time to obtain a diagnostic concurrence from the Earth, ouch, then my body may be in deeper trauma." He is reading my mind, Nicole thought at first. Then she realized that the general was only displaying his thorough knowledge of the Newton procedures. "Is the patient trying to give the doctor a suggestion?" Nicole asked. smiling despite Borzov's obvious pain. "I wouldn't be that presumptuous," the commander answered with just a trace of a twinkle in his eye. Nicole glanced back at the monitor. It was still blinking 92% likely appendicitis. "Do you have anything to add?" she said to Janos Tabori. "Only that I have seen an appendicitis before," the little Hungarian answered. "Once, when I was a student in Budapest. The symptoms were exactly like this." "All right," Nicole said. "Go prepare Rose Sir for the operation. Admiral Heilman, will you and cosmonaut Yamanaka help General Borzov to the infirmary, please?" She turned around to Francesca. "I recognize that this is big news. I will allow you in the operating room on 3 conditions. You will scrub like all the surgical staff. You will stand quietly over against the wall with your camera, and you will absolutely obey any order that I give you." "Good enough," Francesca nodded. "Thank you." Irina Turgenev and General O'Toole were still waiting in the lobby after Borzov left with Heilman and Yamanaka. "I'm certain that I speak for both of us," the American said in his usual sincere manner. "Can we help in any way?" "Janos will assist me while Rose Sir performs the operation, but one could use one more pair of hands as an emergency backup." "I would like to do that," O'Toole said. "I have some hospital experience from my charity work." "Fine," replied Nicole. "Now come with me to clean up." Rose Sir, the portable robot surgeon that had been brought along on the Newton mission for just this kind of situation, was not in the same class, in terms of medical sophistication, as the fully autonomous operating rooms at the advanced hospitals on Earth. But Rose Sir was a technological marvel in its own right. It could be packed in a small suitcase and weighed only 4 kilograms. Its power requirements were low, and there were more than 100 configurations in which it could be used. Janos Tabori unpacked Rose Sir. The electronic surgeon didn't look like much in its stowed configuration. All of its spindly joints and appendages were neatly arranged for easy storage. After Janos rechecked his Rose Sir user's guide, he picked up the central control box of the robot surgeon and affixed it, as suggested, to the side of the infirmary bed where General Borzov was already lying. His pain had only subsided a little. The impatient commander was urging everyone to hurry. Janos entered the code word identifying the operation. Rose Sir automatically deployed all its limbs, including its extraordinary scalpel hand with 4 fingers, in the configuration needed to remove an appendix. Nicole then entered the room, her hands in gloves and her body covered with the white gown of the surgeon. "Have you finished the software check?" she said. Janos nodded his head. "I'll complete all the pre-operation tests while you scrub," she said to him. She motioned for Francesca and General O'Toole, both of whom were standing right outside the door, to enter the small room. "Any better?" she said to Borzov. "Not much," he grumbled. "That was a light sedative I administered. Rose Sir will give you the full anesthetic as the first step in the operation." Nicole had done all her memory refreshing in her room while she was dressing. She knew this operation inside out. It had been one of the surgical procedures they had performed during the test simulations. She entered Borzov's personal data file into Rose Sir, hooked up the electronic lines that would bring patient monitor information to Rose Sir during the appendectomy, and verified that all the software had passed self-test. As her last check, Nicole carefully tuned the pair of tiny stereo cameras that worked in concert with the surgical hand. Janos came back into the room. Nicole pressed a button on the robot surgeon's control box, and 2 hard copies of the operation sequence were quickly printed. Nicole took one and handed the other to Janos. "Is everyone ready?" she asked, her eyes on General Borzov. The commanding officer of the Newton moved his head up and down. Nicole activated Rose Sir. One of the robot surgeons, 4 hands gunned an anesthetic into the patient, and in 1 minute Borzov was unconscious. As Francesca's camera recorded every move of this historic operation, she was whispering occasional comments into her ultrasensitive microphone. The scalpel hand of Rose Sir, aided by its twin eyes, made the incisions necessary to isolate the suspect organ. No human surgeon had ever been so swift or deft. Armed with a battery of sensors checking hundreds of parameters every microsecond, Rama II had folded back all the requisite tissue and laid the appendix bare within 2 minutes. Programmed into the automatic sequence was a 30-second inspection time before the robot surgeon would continue with the removal of the organ. Nicole bent over the patient to check the exposed appendix. It was neither swollen nor inflamed. "Look at this quick Jono /" she said, her eye on the digital clock counting down the inspection period. "It looks perfectly healthy." Jonos leaned over from the opposite side of the operating table. "My God," Nicole thought, "we're going to remove." The digital clock read 0008. "Stop it," she shouted. "Stop the operation." Nicole and John both reached for the robot surgeon control box at the same time. At that instant, the entire Newton spacecraft lurched sideways. Nicole was thrown backward against the wall. Janos fell forward, smacking his head against the operating table. His outstretched fingers landed on the control box and then slowly released as he slumped to the floor. General O'Toole and Francis were both thrown against the far wall. A beep from one of the inserted Hakamatsu probes indicated that someone in the room was in serious trouble physically. Nicole checked briefly to see that O'Toole and Sabatini were all right, and then struggled against the continuing torque to regain her position next to the operating table. With great effort, she pulled herself across the room on the floor, using the anchored legs of the table. When she was beside the table, she steadied herself, still holding on to the legs, and stood up. Blood spattered Nicole as her head crossed the plane of the operating table. She stared with disbelief at Borzov's body. The entire incision was full of blood, and Rama II's scalpel hand was buried inside, apparently still cutting away. It was Borzov's probe set that was going beep, beep, despite the fact that Nicole had inserted, by command, significantly wider emergency values just before the operation. A wave of fear and nausea swept through Nicole as she realized that the robot had not aborted its surgical activities. Holding on tight against the powerful force trying to push her against the wall again, she somehow managed to reach over to the control box and switch off the power. The scalpel withdrew from the pool of blood and restored itself against a stanchion. Nicole then tried to stop the massive hemorrhaging. 30 seconds later, the unexplained force vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. General O'Toole clambered to his feet and came over beside the now desperate Nicole. The scalpel had done too much damage. The commander was bleeding to death before her eyes. "Oh no! Oh God!" O'Toole said as he surveyed the wreckage of his friend's body. The insistent beep, beep continued. Now the life system alarms around the table sounded as well. Francesca recovered in time to record the final 10 seconds of Valery Borzov's life. It was a very long night for the entire Newton crew. In the 2 hours immediately after the operation, Rama went through a sequence of 3 more maneuvers, each, like the first one, lasting 1 or 2 minutes. The Earth eventually confirmed that the combined maneuvers had changed the attitude, spin rate, and trajectory of the alien spaceship. Nobody could ascertain the exact purpose of the set of maneuvers. They were just orientation changes, according to the Earth scientists, that had altered the inclination and line of apsides of the Rama orbit. However, the energy of the trajectory had not been changed significantly. Rama was still on a hyperbolic escape path with respect to the Sun. Everyone on board the Newton and on Earth was stunned by the sudden death of General Borzov. He was eulogized by the press of all nations, and his many accomplishments were lauded by his peers and associates. His death was reported as an accident, attributed to the untimely motion of the Rama spacecraft that had taken place during the middle of a routine appendectomy. But within 8 hours after his death, knowledgeable people everywhere were asking tough questions. Why had the Rama spacecraft moved at exactly that time? Why had Rama II's fault protection system failed to stop the operation? Why were the human medical officers presiding over the procedure not able to switch off the power before it was too late? Nicole Desjardins was asking herself the same questions. She had already completed the documents required when a death occurs in space, and had sealed Borzov's body in the vacuum coffin at the back of the military ship's huge supply depot. She had quickly prepared and filed her report on the incident. O'Toole, Sabatini, and Tabori had all done the same. There was only one significant omission in the reports. Janos failed to mention that he had reached for the control box during the Raman maneuver. At the time, Nicole did not think his omission was important. The required teleconferences with ISA officials were extremely painful. Nicole was the person who bore the brunt of all the inane and repetitious questioning. She had to reach deep inside herself for extra reserves to keep from losing her temper several times. Nicole had expected that Francesca might hint at incompetence on the part of the Newton medical staff in her teleconference, but the Italian journalist was even-handed and fair in her reportage. After a short interview with Francesca, in which Nicole discussed how horrified she had been at the moment she had first seen Borzov's incision filled with blood, the life science officer retired to her room, ostensibly to rest and/or sleep. But Nicole did not allow herself the luxury of resting. Over and over she reviewed the critical seconds of the operation. Could she have done anything to change the outcome? What could possibly explain Rose Sur's failure to stop itself automatically? In Nicole's mind, there was little or no probability that Rose Sur's fault protection algorithms had a design flaw. They wouldn't have passed all the rigorous pre-launch testing if they contained errors. So somewhere there must have been a human error, either negligence, had she and Janos, in their haste, forgotten to initialize some key fault protection parameter, or an accident during those chaotic seconds following the unexpected torque. Her fruitless searching for an explanation and her almost total fatigue made her extremely depressed when she finally fell asleep. To her, one part of the equation was very clear. A man had died and she had been responsible. 18 post-mortem. As expected, the day after General Borzov's death was full of turmoil. The ISA investigation into the incident expanded, and most of the cosmonauts were subjected to another long cross-examination. Nicole was interrogated about her sobriety at the time of the operation. Some of the questions were ugly, and Nicole, who was trying to husband her energy for her own investigation of the events surrounding the tragedy, lost her patience twice with the interrogators. "Look," she exclaimed at one point, "I have now explained 4 times that I had 2 glasses of wine and 1 glass of vodka 3 hours before the operation. I have admitted that I would not have drunk any alcohol prior to surgery. I had known that I was going to operate. I have even acknowledged, in retrospect, that perhaps one of the 2 life science officers should have remained completely sober, but that's all hindsight. I repeat what I said earlier. Neither my judgment nor my physical abilities was in any way impaired by alcohol at the time of the operation." Back in her room, Nicole focused her attention on the issue of why the robot surgeon proceeded with the operation when its own internal fault protection should have aborted all activities. Based on the Rose Sur user's guide, it was evident that at least 2 separate sensor systems should have sent error messages to the central processor in the robot surgeon. The accelerometer package should have informed the processor that TBE environmental conditions were outside acceptable limits because of the untoward lateral force, and the stereo cameras should have transmitted a message indicating that the observed images were at variance with the predicted images. But for some reason neither sensor set was successful in interrupting the ongoing operation. What had happened? It took Nicole almost 6 hours to rule out the possibility of a major error, either software or hardware, in the Rose Sur system itself. She verified that the loaded software and database had been correct by doing a code comparison with TBE benchmark standard version of the software tested extensively during pre-launch. She also isolated the stereo imaging and accelerometer telemetry from TBE few seconds right after the spacecraft lurched. These data were properly transmitted to the central processor and should have resulted in an aborted sequence. But they didn't. Why not? The only possible explanation was that the software had been changed by manual command between the time of loading and the performance of the appendectomy. Nicole was now out of her league. Her software and system engineering knowledge had been stretched to the limit in satisfying herself that there had been no error in the loaded software. To determine whether and when commands might have changed the code or parameters after they were installed in Rama II required someone who could read machine language and carefully interrogate billions of bits of data that had been stored during the entire procedure. Nicole's investigation was stalled until she could find someone to help her. Maybe I should give this up, a voice inside her said. How could you? Another voice replied, until you know for certain the cause of General Borzov's death. At the root of Nicole's desire to know the answer was a desperate yearning to prove for certain that his death had not been her fault. She turned away from her terminal and collapsed on her bed. As she was lying there, she remembered her surprise during the 30-second inspection period when Borzov's appendix had been in plain view. He definitely wasn't having an appendicitis, she thought. Without having any particular motive, Nicole returned to her terminal and accessed the second set of data that she had evaluated by the electronic diagnostician just prior to her decision to operate. She glanced only briefly at the 92% likely appendicitis on TBE first screen, moving instead to the backup diagnoses. This time drug reaction was listed as the second most likely cause, with a 4% probability. Nicole now called for the data to be displayed in another way. She asked a statistical routine to compute the likely cause of the symptoms, given the fact that it could not be an appendicitis. The results flashed up on the monitor in seconds. Nicole was astonished. According to the data, if the biometry information input from Borzov's probe set was analyzed under the assumption that the cause for the abnormalities could not be an appendicitis, then there was a 62% chance that it was due to a drug reaction. Before Nicole was able to complete any more analysis, there was a knock on her door. "Come in," she said, continuing to work at her terminal. Nicole turned and saw Irina Turgenev standing in the doorway. The Soviet pilot said nothing for a moment. "They asked me to come for you," Irina said haltingly. She was very shy around everyone except her countrymen Tabori and Borzov. "We're having a meeting of the crew down in the lobby." Nicole saved her temporary data files and joined Irina in the corridor. "What sort of meeting is it?" she asked. "An organizational meeting," Irina answered. She said nothing more. There was a heated exchange in process between Reggie Wilson and David Brown when the two women reached the lobby. "Am I to understand, then," Dr. Brown was saying sarcastically, "that you believe the Rama spacecraft purposely decided to maneuver at precisely that moment? Would you like to explain to all of us how this asteroid of dumb metal happened to know that General Borzov was having an appendectomy at that very minute? And while you're at it, will you explain why this supposedly malevolent spaceship has allowed us to attach ourselves and has done nothing to dissuade us from continuing our mission?" Reggie Wilson glanced around the room for support. "You're logic chopping again, Brown," he said, his frustration obvious. "What you say always sounds logical on the surface, but I'm not the only member of this crew that found the coincidence unnerving. Look, here's Irina Turgenev. She's the one who suggested the connection to me in the first place." Dr. Brown acknowledged the arrival of the two women. There was an authority in the way he was asking the questions that suggested he was in control of the gathering. "Is that right, Irina?" David Brown asked. "Do you feel, like Wilson, that Rama was trying to send us some specific message by performing its maneuver during the General's operation?" Irina and Hiro Yamanaka were the two cosmonauts who spoke the least during crew meetings. With all eyes turned toward her, Irina mumbled no very meekly. "But when we were discussing it last night," Wilson insisted to the Soviet pilot. "That's enough on that subject," David Brown interrupted imperiously. "I think we have a consensus. shared by our mission control officers on Earth, that the Raman maneuver was coincidence and not conspiracy. He looked at the fuming Reggie Wilson. Now, we have other more important issues to discuss. I would like to ask Admiral Heilman to tell us what he has learned about the leadership problem. Otto Heilman stood up on cue and read from his notes. According to the Newton procedures, in the event of the death or the incapacity of the commanding officer, the crew is expected to complete all sequences then underway in accordance with previous directions. However, once those in-process activities are finished, the cosmonauts are supposed to wait for the Earth to name a new commanding officer. David Brown jumped back into the conversation. Admiral Heilman and I started discussing our situation about an hour ago, and we quickly realized that we had valid reasons for being concerned. The ISA is wrapped up in their investigation of General Borzov's death. They have not even begun to think about his replacement. Once they do start, it may take them weeks to decide. Remember, this is the same bureaucracy that was never able to select a deputy for Borzov, so they eventually decided that he didn't need one. He paused several seconds to allow the rest of the crew members to consider what he was saying. Otto suggested that maybe we should not wait for the Earth to decide, Dr. Brown continued. It was his idea that we should develop our own management structure, one that is acceptable to all of us here, and then send it to the ISA as a recommendation. Admiral Heilman thinks they will accept it because it will avoid what could be a protracted debate. Admiral Heilman and Dr. Brown came to see me with this idea, Janos Tabori now chimed in, and emphasized how important it is for us to get started with our mission inside Rama. They even laid out a strawman organization that made sense to me. Since none of us has the broad experience of General Borzov, they suggested that maybe we should now have two leaders, possibly Admiral Heilman and Dr. Brown themselves. Otto would cover the military and spacecraft engineering issues. Dr. Brown would lead the Rama exploration effort. And what happens when they disagree or their areas of responsibility overlap? Asked Richard Wakefield. In that case, Admiral Heilman responded, we would submit the item in question to a vote of all the cosmonauts. Isn't this cute? Said Reggie Wilson. He was still angry. He had been taking notes on his keyboard, but now he stood up to address the rest of the cosmonauts. Brown and Heilman just happened to be worrying about this critical problem, and they just happened to have developed a new leadership structure in which all the power and responsibility are divided between them. Am I the only one here who smells something fishy? Now come on, Reggie, Francesca Sabatini said forcefully. She dropped her video camera to her side. There is sound logic in the strawman proposal. Dr. Brown is our senior scientist. Admiral Heilman has been a close colleague of Valery Borzov's for many years. None of us has a solid overall command of all aspects of the mission. To split the duties would be. It was difficult for Reggie Wilson to argue with Francesca. Nevertheless, he did interrupt her before she was finished. I disagree with this plan, he said in a subdued tone. I think we should have a single leader, and based on what I have observed during my time with this crew, there's only one cosmonaut that we could all easily follow. That's General O'Toole. He waved in the direction of his fellow American. If this is a democracy, I nominate him as our new commanding officer. There was a general uproar as soon as Reggie sat down. David Brown tried to restore order. Please, please, he shouted. Let's work one issue at a time. Do we want to decide our own leadership and then hand it to the ISA as a fait accompli? Once we handle that question, then we can settle who those leaders should be. I had not thought about any of this before the meeting, Richard Wakefield said. But I agree with the idea of cutting the Earth out of the loop. They have not lived with us on this mission. More importantly, they are not on board a spaceship affixed to an alien creation somewhere just inside the orbit of Venus. We are the ones who will suffer if a bad decision is made. We should decide our own organization. It was clear that everyone, with the possible exception of Wilson, preferred the idea of defining the leadership structure and then presenting it to the ISA. All right, Otto Heilman said a few minutes later, We must now choose our leaders. One strawman proposal has been advanced, suggesting a leadership split between myself and Dr. Brown. Reggie Wilson has nominated General Michael O'Toole as the new commanding officer. Are there any other suggestions or discussion? The room was silent for about 10 seconds. "Excuse me," General O'Toole then said, "but I would like to make a few observations." Everyone listened to the American general. Wilson was correct. Despite O'Toole's known preoccupation with religion, which he didn't force anyone else to share, he had the respect of the entire cosmonaut crew. "I think we must be careful at this point not to lose the team spirit that we have worked so hard to develop during the past year. A contested election at this point could be divisive. Besides, it's not all that important or necessary. Regardless of who becomes our nominal leader or leaders, each of us is trained to perform a specific set of functions. We will do them under any circumstances." Heads were nodding in agreement around the lobby. "For myself," General O'Toole continued, "I must admit that I know little or nothing about the inside drama aspects of this mission. I have never trained to do anything except manage the 2 Newton spacecraft, assess any potential military threat, and act as a communications nexus on board. I'm not qualified to be the commanding officer." Reggie Wilson started to interrupt, but O'Toole continued without a pause. "I'd like to recommend that we adopt the plan offered by Hetman and Brown and move on with our primary task, namely the exploration of this alien leviathan that has come to us from the stars." At the conclusion of the meeting, the 2 new leaders informed the rest of the cosmonauts that a rough draft of the first sortie scenario would be ready for review the following morning. Nicole headed for her room. On the way, she stopped and knocked on the door of Jano's tabouret. At first there was no response. When she knocked a second time, she heard Jano's yell, "Who is it?" "It's me, Nicole," she answered. "Come in," he said. He was lying on his back on the small bed, with an uncharacteristic frown on his face. "What's the matter?" Nicole asked. "Oh, nothing," Janos answered. "I just have a headache." "Did you take something?" Nicole inquired. "No, it's not that serious." He still didn't smile. "What can I do for you?" he asked in an almost unfriendly tone. Nicole was puzzled. She approached her subject cautiously. "Well, I was rereading your report on Valerie's death." "Why were you doing that?" Janos interrupted brusquely. "To see if there was anything we might have done differently," Nicole responded. It was obvious to her that Janos did not want to discuss the subject. After waiting a few seconds, Nicole spoke again. "I'm sorry, Janos. I'm imposing on you. I'll come back another time." No, he said. "Let's get this over with now." That's a curious way of putting it, Nicole was thinking as she formulated her question. "Janos," she said, "nowhere in your report did you mention reaching for Rose Sir's control box right before the maneuver, and I could have sworn I saw your fingers on the keyboard panel as I was being swept over against the wall." Nicole stopped. There was no expression of any kind on cosmonaut Tabori's face. It was almost as if he were thinking of something else. "I don't remember," he said at length without emotion. "You may be right. Perhaps my hitting my head erased part of my memory." "Stop now," Nicole said to herself as she studied her colleague. "There's nothing more you can learn here." 19 Rite of Passage. Genevieve suddenly broke into tears. "Oh, Mother," she said, "I love you so much and this is absolutely awful." The teenager hurriedly moved out of the camera frame and was replaced by Nicole's father. Pierre looked off to his right for a few seconds to make certain that his granddaughter was out of earshot, and then turned toward the monitor. "These last 24 hours have been especially hard on her. You know how she idolizes you. Some of the foreign press have been saying that you bungled the surgery. There was even a suggestion this evening from an American television reporter that you were drunk during the operation." He paused. The strain was showing on her father's face as well. "Both Genevieve and one know that neither of these allegations is true. We love you completely and send all our support." The screen went dark. Nicole had initiated the video phone call and had, at first, been cheered by talking to her family. After her second transmission, however, when her father and daughter had reappeared on the screen 20 minutes later, it had been obvious that the events on board the Newton had unsettled life at Beauvoir as well. Genevieve had been particularly distraught. She had cried intermittently while talking about General Borzov. She had met him several times, and the avuncular Russian had always been especially nice to her, and had barely managed to compose herself before breaking into tears again right before the end of the call. "So I have embarrassed you as well," Nicole thought as she sat down on her bed. She rubbed her eyes. She was extremely tired. Slowly, without being aware of how depressed she had become, she undressed for bed. Her mind was plagued with pictures of her daughter at school in lines. Nicole winced as she imagined one of Genevieve's friends asking her about the operation and Borzov's death. "My darling daughter," she thought, "you must know how much I love you. If only I could spare you from this pain." Nicole wanted to reach out and comfort Genevieve, to hold her close, to share one of those mother-daughter caresses that chase away the demons. But it could not be. Genevieve was 100 million kilometers away. Nicole lay in bed on her back. She closed her eyes but did not sleep. She was aware of a deep and profound loneliness, a sense of isolation more acute than any she had felt before in her life. She knew that she was longing for some sympathy, for some human being who would tell her that her feelings of inadequacy were overblown and not consistent with reality. But there was nobody. Her father and daughter were back on Earth. Of the two Newton crew members she knew best, one was dead and the other was behaving suspiciously. "I have failed," Nicole was thinking as she was lying on her bed. "On my most important assignment I have failed." She recalled another feeling of failure when she was only 16. At that time, Nicole had competed for the role of Joan of Arc in a huge national contest associated with the 750th anniversary of the death of the Maid. If she had won, Nicole would have portrayed Joan in a series of pageants over the next 2 years. She had thrown herself totally into the contest, reading every book she could find about Joan and watching scores of video presentations. Nicole had scored at the top in virtually every test category except suitability. She should have won, but she didn't. Her father had consoled her by telling Nicole that France was not ready for its heroines to have dark skin. But that was not exactly a failure, the Newton life science officer told herself. And anyway, I had my father to comfort me. An image of her mother's funeral came to Nicole's mind. She had been 10 years old at the time. Her mother had gone to the Ivory Coast by herself to visit their African relatives. Anawi had been in Nidugu when a virulent epidemic of Hogan fever had swept through the village. Nicole's mother had died quickly. 5 days later, Anawi had been cremated as a Senufo queen. Nicole had wept while Ome chanted her mother's soul through the nether world and into the land of preparation, where beings rested while waiting to be selected for another life on Earth. As the flames had mounted the pyre and her mother's regal dress had begun to bum, Nicole had felt an overpowering sense of loss and loneliness. But that time also my father was there beside me, she recalled. He held my hand as we watched Mother disappear. Together it was easier to bear. I was much more lonely during the Poirot and more frightened. She could still remember the mixture of terror and helplessness that had filled her 7-year-old body at the Paris airport on that spring morning. Her father had caressed her very tenderly. "Darling, darling Nicole," he had said, "I will miss you very much. Come back safely to me." "But why must I go, Papa?" she had replied. "And why are you not coming with us?" He had bent down beside her. "You are going to become part of your mother's people. All Senufo children go through the Poirot at the age of 7. Nicole had started crying. "But Papa, I don't want to go. I'm French, not African. I don't like all those strange people and the heat and the bugs." Her father had placed his hands firmly on her cheeks. "You must go, Nicole. Your mother and I have agreed." Anawi and Pierre had indeed discussed it many times. Nicole had lived in France all her life. All she knew of her African heritage was what her mother had taught her, and what she had learned from 2-month-long visits to the Ivory Coast with her family. It had not been easy for Pierre to agree to send his beloved daughter off to the Paro. He knew that it was a primitive ceremony. He also knew that it was the cornerstone of the Senufo traditional religion, and that he had promised Ome, at the time of his marriage to Anawi, that all their children would return to Nidugu for at least the first cycle of the Paro. The hardest part for Pierre was staying behind, but Anawi was right. He was an outsider. He would not be able to participate in the Paro. He would not understand it. His presence would distract the little girl. There was an ache in his heart as Pierre kissed his wife and daughter and put them onto the plane to Abidjan. Anawi was also apprehensive about the rite of passage ceremony for her only child, her little girl of barely 7 years. She had prepared Nicole as well as she could. The child was a gifted linguist and had picked up the rudiments of the Senufo language very easily, but there was no doubt that she was at a severe disadvantage with respect to the rest of the children. All of the others had lived their whole lives in and around the native villages. They were familiar with the area. To alleviate the orientation problem a little, Anawi and Nicole arrived in Nidugu a week ahead of time. The fundamental idea of the Paro was that life was a succession of phases or cycles, and that each transition should be carefully marked. Each cycle lasted 7 years. There were 3 Paros in every normal Senufo life, 3 metamorphoses that were necessary before the child could be transformed into an adult in the tribe. Despite the fact that many of the tribal customs faded away with the arrival of modern telecommunications devices in the Ivory Coast villages in the 21st century, the Paro remained an integral part of Senufo society. In the 22nd century, tribal practices enjoyed a renaissance of sorts, especially after the Great Chaos proved to most of the African leaders that it was dangerous to depend too much on the outside world. Anawi kept a good acting smile upon her face during the afternoon that the tribal priests came to take Nicole away for the Poro. She didn't want her fear or anxiety to be transferred to her daughter. Nevertheless, Nicole could tell that her mother was troubled. "Your hands are cold and sweaty, Mama," she whispered in French as she hugged Anawi before departing. "Don't worry, I'll be all right." Nicole, in fact, the only brown face among the dozen dark black girls climbing into the carts, seemed almost cheery and expectant, as if she were going to an amusement park or a zoo. There were 4 carts altogether, 2 carrying the little girls and 2 that were covered and unexplained. Nicole's friend from 4 years earlier, Ludua, who was actually one of Nicole's cousins, explained to the rest of the girls that the other wagons contained the priests and the instruments of torture. There was a long silence before one of the little girls had the courage to ask Ludua what she was talking about. "I dreamed it all 2 nights ago," Ludua said matter-of-factly. "They are going to burn our nipples and stick sharp objects in all our holes, and as long as we don't cry, we won't feel any pain." The other 5 girls in Nicole's cart, including Ludua, hardly said a word for the next hour. By sunset they had traveled a long way east, past the abandoned microwave station, into the special area known only to the tribal religious leaders. The half-dozen priests threw up temporary shelters and started building a fire. When it was dark, food and drink were served to the initiates, who sat cross-legged in a wide circle around the fire. After dinner, the costumed dancing began. Ome narrated the 4 dances, each of which featured one of the indigenous animals. Music for the dances came from tambourines and crude xylophones, the rhythm being maintained by the monotonic beat of the tom-tom. Occasionally, an especially meaningful point in the story would be punctuated by a blast on the elephant, the ivory hunting horn. Just before bedtime, Ome, still wearing the great mask and headdress identifying him as the chieftain, handed each of the girls a large kit made of antelope hide and told them to study its contents very carefully. There was a flask of water, some dried fruit and nuts, 2 chunks of native bread, a cutting implement, some rope, 2 different kinds of unguents, and a tuber from an unknown plant. "Tomorrow morning each child will be removed from this camp," Ome said, "and placed in a specific location not too far away. The child will have only the gifts in the antelope hide. The child is expected to survive on her own and return to the same spot by the time the sun is full in the sky on the following day. The hide contains everything that is needed except for wisdom, courage, and curiosity. The tuber is something very special. Eating the fleshy root will terrify the child, but may also give abnormal powers of strength and vision. 20. Blessed slumber. The little girl had been alone for almost 2 hours before she really understood what was happening to her. Ome and one of the younger priests had placed Nicole right near a small, brackish pond, surrounded on all sides by the high grasses of the savanna. They had reminded her that they would return in the middle of the next day. Then they were gone. At first Nicole had reacted as if the entire experience were a great game. She had taken out her kit made of antelope hide and carefully inventoried the contents. She had mentally divided the food into 3 parts, planning what she would eat for dinner, breakfast, and mid-morning snack. There was not excessive food, but little Nicole judged that it would be enough. On the other hand, when she had visually measured the flask to determine the adequacy of her water supply, she had concluded that it was marginal. It would be good if she could end a spring or some pure running water that could be used in an emergency. Nicole's next activity had been to create a mental map of her location, paying special attention to any landmarks that would help her identify the brackish pond from a distance. She was an extremely organized little girl, and back at Chile Mazarin, often played by herself in a wooded vacant lot very close to her house. In her room at home, Nicole had maps of the wood that she had carefully drawn by hand, her secret hiding places marked with stars and circles. It was when she came upon 4 striped antelope, grazing calmly under the steady afternoon sun, that Nicole first understood how utterly isolated she was. Her first instinct was to look for her mother, to show Anawi the beautiful animals she had found. But mother is not here, the little girl thought, her eyes scanning the horizon. Lamb all alone. The last word echoed through her mind and she felt an inchoate despair. She fought against the despair and looked off into the distance to see if she could find any indication of civilization. There were birds all around and some more grazing animals on the horizon at the limit of her vision, but no sign of any human beings. "I'm all alone," Nicole said to herself again, a slight shiver of fear running through her body. She remembered that she wanted to find another source of water and walked off in the direction of a large grove of trees. The little girl had no idea about distances in the open savanna, although she did carefully stop every 30 minutes or so to ensure that she could still find her way back to the pond. It amazed her that the distant grove did not appear to be coming any closer. She walked on and on. As the afternoon waned, she became tired and thirsty. She stopped to drink some of her water. The tsetse flies surrounded her, buzzing around her face as she tried to drink. Nicole took out the 2 unguents, smelled them both, and applied the worst smelling of the 2 to her face and arms. Her choice was apparently correct. The flies also found the unguent noisome and kept their distance. She reached the trees about an hour before dark. She was delighted to find that she had fortuitously stumbled upon a small oasis in the middle of the great stretch of savanna. There was a strong spring in the grove, where the water rushed out of the ground and formed a circular pool about 10 meters in diameter. The excess water, in turn, trickled out of one edge of the pool and became a creek that ran from the oasis back into the savanna. Nicole was exhausted and sweaty from her long walk. The water in the pool was inviting. Without thinking, she pulled off her clothes except for her underpants and jumped in for a swim. The water invigorated and soothed her tired little body. With her head underwater and her eyes closed, she swam and fantasized that she was in the community pool in her suburb near Paris. In her imagination, she had gone to the piscine, as she generally did once a week, and was playing water sports with her friends. The memory comforted her. After a long time, Nicole rolled over on her back and took a few strokes. She opened her eyes and looked at the trees above her. The rays from the late afternoon sun were making magic as they cut through the branches and the leaves. 7-year-old Nicole stopped swimming and treaded water for several seconds, looking around the edge of the pool for her clothes. She didn't see them. Puzzled, she scanned the perimeter of the pool more carefully. Still, she saw nothing. In her mind, she reconstructed all the scenes of her arrival in the grove and conclusively remembered exactly where she had placed both her clothes and the kit made from antelope hide. She climbed out of the water and examined the spot more closely. This is definitely the place, she thought, and my clothes and the kit are gone. There was no way to quell the panic. It overpowered her in an instant. Her eyes flooded with tears, a wail broke from her throat. She closed her eyes and wept, hoping that this was all a bad dream and that she would wake up in the next few seconds and see her mother and father. But when she opened her eyes again, the same scene was still there. A half-naked little girl was alone in the wilds of Africa with no food, no water, and no hope of rescue before the middle of the next day. And it was almost dark. With great effort, Nicole managed at last to control both her fright and her tears. She decided to look for her clothes. Where they had been before, she found fresh prints of some kind. Nicole had no way of knowing what kind of animal might have made the tracks, so she assumed that it was one of the gentle antelope that she had seen that afternoon in the savannah. That would make sense. The little girl thought logically. This is probably the best water hole in the area. They stopped here and were curious about my things. My splashing must have scared them away. As the light faded, she followed the tracks along a tiny pathway through the trees. After a short trek, she found the antelope hide, or rather what was left of it, discarded on the side of the path. The kit was torn completely open. All the food was gone, the water flask was mostly drained, and everything else had fallen out except the unguents and the tuber. Nicole finished the water that was left in the flask and put it with the tuber in her right hand. She discarded the messy unguents. She was about to continue following the path when she heard a sound, halfway between a yelp and a cry. The sound was very close. The path opened into the savannah about 50 meters ahead. Nicole strained her eyes and thought she saw motion, but she couldn't make out anything specific. Then she heard the yelp again, louder this time. She dropped down on her stomach and crawled slowly along the path. There was a small rise 15 meters before the end of the grove. From that vantage point, little Nicole saw the source of the yelp. 2 lion cubs were playing with her green dress. Their watchful mother was on the opposite side, staring out into the savannah twilight. Nicole froze in terror as she comprehended that she was not visiting a zoo, that she was out in the wild, and a real African lioness was only 20 meters away. Trembling with fear, she inched back along the path, very slowly, very quietly, lest she call attention to her presence. Back near the pool, she resisted the urge to jump up and run pell-mell into the savannah. Then the lioness will see me for certain, she thought, but where to spend the night? I'll find a ditch among the trees, she reasoned, away from the path, and lie still. Then maybe I'll be safe. Still clutching the flask and the tuber, Nicole walked softly over to the spring. She took a drink and filled her flask. Next, she crawled into the grove and found a ditch. Then, convinced that she was as safe as she could possibly be under the circumstances, the exhausted little girl fell asleep. She woke up suddenly with a sensation that bugs were crawling all over her. She reached down and rubbed her bare stomach. It was covered with ants. Nicole screamed, and then she realized what she had done. In a flash, she heard the lioness crashing through the brush, searching for the creature that had made the noise. The little girl shuddered and scraped the ants off with a stick. Then she saw the lioness staring at her, the feral eyes piercing the dark. Nicole was near collapse. In her fright, she somehow remembered what Ome had said about the tuber. She put the dirt-covered root into her mouth and chewed vigorously. It tasted awful. She forced herself to swallow. A moment later, Nicole was rushing through the trees with the lioness chasing her. Branches and leaves cut her face and chest. She slipped once and fell. When she reached the pool, she did not stop. Nicole ran across the water, her feet barely touching the top. She flapped her arms. They had changed to wings, white wings. She was no longer touching the water. She was a great white heron soaring up into the night sky. She turned and looked at the puzzled lioness far below her. Laughing to herself, Nicole intensified her wing motion and rose above all the trees. The great savannah unfolded below her. She could see for over 100 kilometers. She flew across to the brackish pond, turned west and spotted a campfire. She zoomed toward it, her bird shrieks piercing the calm of the night. Ome awakened with a start, saw the solitary bird spread out against the sky and made a loud bird cry of his own. "Renata?" his voice seemed to ask. But Nicole did not answer. She wanted to fly higher, even above the clouds. On the other side of the clouds, the moon and stars were clear and bright. They beckoned to her. She thought she heard music in the distance, a tinkling like crystal bells as she soared higher and higher. She tried to flap her wings. They would barely move. They had changed into control surfaces which now extended to increase the lift in the ultra-thin air. Her aft rockets began to fire. Nicole was now a silver shuttle, thin and sleek, leaving the Earth behind. The music was louder out in orbit. There it was, a magnificent symphony enhancing the beauty of the majestic Earth below her. She heard her name being called. From where? Who could be calling way out here? The sound came from beyond the moon. She changed her heading, pointed toward the void of deep space and fired her rockets again. She swept past the moon, heading away from the sun. Her speed was still increasing exponentially. Behind her, the sun was growing smaller and smaller. It became a tiny light and then disappeared altogether. There was blackness all around. She held her breath and came to the surface of the water. The lioness was prowling back and forth on the edge of the pool. Nicole could vividly see all the muscles in her powerful shoulders and read the expression on her face. "Please leave me alone," Nicole said. "I won't hurt you or your babies." "I recognize your smell," the lioness answered. "My cubs were playing with that smell." "I too am a cub," Nicole continued, "and I want to return to my mother. But I am afraid." "Come out of the water," the lioness replied. "Let me see you. I do not believe that you are what you say." Summoning all her courage, her eyes riveted on the lioness, the little girl walked slowly out of the water. The lioness didn't move. When the water was only waist deep, Nicole shaped her arms into a cradle and began to sing. It was a simple, peaceful melody, the one she remembered from the beginning of her life, when her mother or father would kiss her good night, put her down in the crib, and then turn out the light. The little animals in the mobile would go around and around while a woman's soft voice sang the Brahms lullaby. "Lay thee down now and rest. May thy slumber be blessed." The lioness rocked back on her haunches and threatened to pounce. The girl, still softly singing, continued walking toward the animal. When Nicole was completely out of the water and only about 5 meters away, the lioness jumped aside and leapt back into the grove. Nicole kept walking, the soothing song giving her both comfort and strength. In a few minutes she was back out at the edge of the savannah. By sunrise she had reached the pond, where she lay down among the grasses and fell fast asleep. Ome and the Senufo priests found her lying there, half naked and still asleep, when the sun was high in the sky. She could remember it all as if it were yesterday. Almost 30 years ago now, she recalled as she lay still awake in her small bed on the Newton. "And the lessons I learned have never stopped being valuable." Nicole thought about the little 7-year-old girl who had been stranded in a completely alien world and had managed to survive. "So why am I feeling sorry for myself now?" she thought. That was a much tougher situation. Immersing herself in her childhood experience had given her unexpected strength. Nicole was no longer depressed. Her mind was working overtime again, trying to formulate a plan that would give her the crucial answers to what had happened during the operation on Borzov. She had pushed her loneliness aside. Nicole realized that she would have to stay on board the Newton during the first sortie if she wanted to do a thorough analysis of all aspects of the Borzov incident. She resolved to bring up the issue with Brown or Heilman in the morning. At length the exhausted woman fell asleep. As she was drifting into the twilight world that separates waking and sleeping, Nicole was humming a tune to herself. It was the Brahms lullaby. 21 Pandora's Cube. Nicole could see David Brown sitting behind the desk. Francesca was leaning over him, pointing at something on a large chart that was spread out in front of the two of them. Nicole knocked on the door of the commander's office. "Hello, Nicole," Francesca said as she opened the door. "What can we do for you?" "I came to see Dr. Brown," Nicole replied, "about my assignment." "Come on in," Francesca said. Nicole shuffled in slowly and sat in one of the two chairs opposite the desk. Francesca sat in the other. Nicole looked at the walls of the office. They had definitely changed. General Borzov's photographs of his wife and children, along with his favorite painting, a picture of a solitary bird with outstretched wings soaring above the Neva River in Leningrad, had been replaced by huge sequencing charts. The charts, each one headed by a different name, first sortie, second sortie, etc., covered the side bulletin boards from one end of the wall to the other. General Borzov's office had been warm and personal. This room was definitely sterile and intimidating. Dr. Brown had hung laminated replicas of two of his most prestigious international scientific awards on the wall behind his desk. He had also raised the height of his chair so that he looked down on anyone else in the room who might be sitting. "I have come to see you about a personal matter," Nicole said. She waited several seconds, expecting David Brown to ask Francesca to leave the room. He said nothing. Finally, Nicole glanced in Francesca's direction to make her concern obvious. "She has been helping me with my administrative duties," Dr. Brown explained. "I find that her feminine insight often detects signals that I have missed altogether." Nicole sat silently for another 15 seconds. She had been prepared to talk to David Brown. She had not expected that it would be necessary also for her to explain everything to Francesca. Maybe I should just leave, Nicole thought fleetingly, somewhat surprised to find that she was irritated at Francesca's being there. "I have read the assignments for the first sortie," Nicole said eventually in a formal tone, "and I would like to make a request. My duties, as outlined in the sequence, are minimal. Irina Turgenev, it seems to me, is also underworked for the 3-day sortie. I recommend that you give my non-medical tasks to Irina, and I will stay on board the Newton with Admiral Heilman and General O'Toole. I will follow the progress of the mission carefully and can be available immediately if there is any significant medical problem. Otherwise, Janos can handle the life science responsibilities." Again there was silence in the room. Dr. Brown stared at Nicole and then at Francesca. "Why do you want to stay on board the Newton?" Francesca responded at length. "I would have thought that you couldn't wait to see the inside of Rama." "As one said, it's mostly personal," Nicole answered vaguely. "I'm still extremely tired from the Borzov ordeal and I have a lot of paperwork to finish. The first sortie should be straightforward. I would like to be fully rested and prepared for the second." "It's a highly irregular request," David Brown said, "but under the circumstances I think we can do it." He glanced again at Francesca. "But we'd like to ask a favor of you. If you're not going into Rama, then perhaps you'd be willing to spell O'Toole as communications officer from time to time. Then Admiral Heilman could go inside." "Certainly," Nicole answered before Brown had finished. "Good, then I guess we're all agreed. We'll change the manifests for the first sortie. You will remain on board the Newton." After Dr. Brown was through talking, Nicole still made no move to leave her chair. "Was there something else?" he asked impatiently. "According to our procedures, the life science officer prepares certification memoranda on the cosmonauts prior to each sortie. Should I give a copy to Admiral?" "Give all those memos to me," Dr. Brown interrupted her. "Admiral Heilman is not concerned with personnel matters." The American scientist looked directly at Nicole. "But you don't need to prepare new reports for the first sortie. I've read all the documents you wrote for General Borzov. They are quite adequate." Nicole did not let herself be cowed by the man's penetrating gaze. "So you know what I wrote about you and Wilson," she thought, "and you think I should feel guilty or embarrassed? Well, I don't. My opinions have not changed just because you are now nominally in charge." That night Nicole continued with her investigation. Her detailed analysis of the biometry data from General Borzov showed that he had had extraordinary levels of two strange chemicals in his system just before his death. Nicole could not figure out where they had come from. Had he been taking medication without her knowledge? Could these chemicals, which were known to trigger pain, they were used, according to her medical encyclopedia, to test pain sensitivity in neurologically distressed patients, somehow have been manufactured internally in some kind of allergic reaction? And what about Janos? Why couldn't he remember reaching for the control box? Why had he been reticent and withdrawn since Borzov's death? Just after midnight she stared at the ceiling of her small bedroom. Today the crew enters Rama and I will be here alone. I should wait until then to continue my analysis. But she couldn't wait. She was unable to push aside all the questions that were flooding her mind. Could there be a connection between Phanos and the drugs in Borzov? Is it possible that his death was not completely accidental? Nicole took her personal briefcase out of the tiny closet. She opened it hastily, and the contents spilled into the air. She grabbed a group of family photographs that were floating above her bed. Then she gathered up most of the rest of the items and returned them to her briefcase. Nicole retained in her hand the data cube that King Henry had given her in Davos. She hesitated before inserting the cube. At last she took a deep breath and placed it into the reader. 18 menu items were immediately displayed on the monitor. She could choose any of the 12 individual dossiers on the cosmonauts or 6 different compilations of crew statistics. Nicole called for the dossier on Janos Tabori. There were 3 submenus for his biography: personal data, chronological summary, and psychological assessment. She could tell from the listed file sizes that the chronological summary contained most of the details. Nicole accessed personal data first to gain familiarity with the format of the dossiers. The brief chart did not tell her much that she didn't already know. Janos was 41 and single. When he was not on duty for the ISA, he lived alone in an apartment in Budapest, only 4 blocks away from where his twice-divorced mother lived by herself. He had received an honors engineering degree from the University of Hungary in 2183. In addition to mundane items like height, weight, and number of siblings, the chart listed 2 other numbers, IE for intelligence evaluation and SC for socialization coefficient. Tabori's numbers were plus 337 for IE and 64 for SC. Nicole returned to the main menu and called up the glossary to refresh her memory about the definitions of IE and SC. The IE numbers supposedly represented a composite measure of overall intelligence, based on a comparison with a similar worldwide student population. All students took a set of standardized tests at specified times between the ages of 12 and 20. The index was actually an exponent in a decimal measuring system. An IE number of 0 was average. An IE index of plus 100 meant the individual was above 90% of the population. Plus 200 was above 99% of the population. Plus 300 above 99.9%, etc. Negative IE indices indicated below average intelligence. Janos' score of plus 337 placed him in the middle of the upper 0.1% of the population in intelligence. The SC numbers had a more straightforward explanation. They too were based on a battery of standardized tests administered to all students between the ages of 12 and 20, but the interpretation here was easier to understand. The highest SC score was 100. A person scoring close to 100 was liked and respected by virtually everybody, would fit into most any group, was almost never quarrelsome or moody, and was very dependable. A footnote to the explanation of the SC scores acknowledged that written tests could not accurately measure personality traits in all cases, so the numbers should be used with discretion. Nicole reminded herself to do a comparison sometime of all the cosmonaut IE and SC scores. Then she accessed the chronological summary file for Janos Tabori. The next 60 minutes was an eye-opening experience for Nicole. As the life science officer, she had of course studied the official ISA personnel files for the entire crew. But if the information about Janos Tabori on the cube given to her by King Henry was correct, and she had no way of knowing one way or the other, then the ISA files were woefully incomplete. Nicole had known previously that Janos had twice been selected as the outstanding engineering student at the University of Hungary. She had not known that he had been president for 2 years of the Gay Students' Association of Budapest. She was aware that he had entered the Space Academy in 2192 and had graduated in only 3 years, because of his previous experience with major Soviet engineering projects. She had never been told that he had applied to the Academy twice previously and had been rejected both times. Despite sensational entrance scores, he had twice failed his personal interview. Both times the interview committee had been headed by General Valery Borzov. Janos had been active in various gay organizations until 2190. Subsequently, he had resigned from them all and never rejoined or participated in any organized gay activities. None of this information had been in his ISA file. Nicole was stunned by what she had learned. It wasn't that Janos had been, or was, gay that disturbed her. She was free of prejudices where sexual orientation was concerned. What bothered her most was the likelihood that his official file had been deliberately censored to remove all references both to his homosexuality and to his earlier interactions with General Borzov. The last entries in the Tabori chronological summary were also surprising for Nicole. According to the dossier, Janos had purportedly signed a contract with Schmidt and Hagenist, the German publishing conglomerate, in the last week of December, just before launch. His task was to perform unspecified consulting for a wide variety of post-Newton media endeavors in support of what was referred to as the Brown-Sabatini project. Cosmonaut Tabori was paid an initial fee of 300,000 marks for signing. 3 days later, his mother, who had been waiting almost a year for one of the new artificial brain implants that reversed the damage from Alzheimer's disease, entered the Bavarian hospital in Munich for neurological surgery. Her eyes weary and burning, Nicole finished reading the extensive dossier on Dr. David Brown. During the hours that she had been studying his chronological summary, she had created a special subfile for herself of those items in the summary that were of particular interest to her. Before trying again to sleep, Nicole scrolled through this special subfile one more time. Summer 2161. Brown, 11, enrolled in Camp Longham by father over strenuous objections of mother. Typical outdoor summer camp in hill country of Texas for upper-class boys, featuring athletics of all kinds, riflery, crafts, and hiking. Boys lived 10 to a barracks. Brown was extremely unpopular immediately. On 5th day, bunkmates seized him coming out of shower and painted his genitals black. Brown refused to move from bed until mother had traveled almost 200 miles to pick him up and take him home. Father apparently ignored son altogether after this incident. September 2166. After being valedictorian from private high school, Brown enrolled as freshman in physics at Princeton. Remained in New Jersey only 8 weeks. Completed undergraduate work at SMU while living at home. June 2173. Awarded Ph.D. in Physics and Astronomy by Harvard. Dissertation advisor Wilson Brownwell called Brown an ambitious, diligent student. June 2175. Brown completed postdoctorate research on the evolution of stars with Brian Murchison at Cambridge. April 2180. Married Jeanette Hudson of Pasadena, California. Ms. Hudson had been graduate student in astronomy at Stanford. Only child, daughter Angela, born in December 2184. November 2181. Was refused tenure in astronomy department at Stanford because 2 members of evaluation committee believed Brown had falsified scientific data in several of his many scholarly publications. Issue was never resolved. January 2184. Appointed to First ISA Advisory Committee. prepared comprehensive plans for series of major new astronomical telescopes on far side of the Moon. May 2187. Brown named chairman of Department of Physics and Astronomy at SMU in Dallas, Texas. February 2188. Fistfight with Wendell Thomas, Princeton professor, in atrium outside AAAS meeting in Chicago. Thomas insisted that Brown had stolen and published ideas they had discussed together. April 2190. Electrified scientific world by not only publishing breakthrough models of supernova process, but also predicting nearby supernova to occur in mid-March 2191. Research done in collaboration with SMU doctoral student Elaine Bernstein of New York. Strong suggestion from graduate associates of MS Bernstein that she was actually one with the new insights. Brown catapulted to fame as a result of his bold and correct prediction. June 2190. Brown divorced wife, from whom he had been separated for 18 months. Separation had started 3 months after Elaine Bernstein had begun graduate work. December 2190. Married Ms. Bernstein in Dallas. March 2191. Supernova 2191, A filled night sky with light, as predicted by Brown et al. June 2191. Brown signed 2-year science reporting contract with CBS. Jumped to UBC in 2194 and then, at recommendation of agent, to in 2197. December 2193. Brown awarded top ISA medal for distinguished scientific achievement. November 2199. Signed exclusive multi-million mark, multi-year contract with Schmidt and Hagenist to exploit all possible commercial applications of Newton mission, including BOO, videos, and educational material. Teamed with Francesca Sabatini as other principal, cosmonauts Heilman and Tabori as consultants. Signing bonus of 2 million marks deposited in secret account in Italy. Her alarm awakened her after she had been asleep for only 2 hours. Nicole dragged herself out of bed and freshened up in the retractable wash basin. She moved slowly into the corridor and turned toward the lobby. The other 4 space cadets were gathered around David Brown in the control center, excitedly reviewing the details of the initial sortie. "All right," Richard Wakefield was saying. "First priorities are the lightweight individual chairlifts by the right and left stairways and 1 heavy load elevator from the hub to the central plane. Then we set up a temporary control center at the edge of the plane and assemble and test the 3 rovers. Crude campsite tonight. Base camp at the Beta site near the edge of the cylindrical sea tomorrow. We will leave the assembly and deployment of the 2 helicopters for tomorrow, the icemobiles and motorboats for day 3. "That's an excellent summary," Dr. Brown replied. "Francesca will go with the 4 of you while you're setting up the infrastructure this morning. When the lightweight lifts are installed and operational, Admiral Heilman and I will join you along with Dr. Takagishi and Mr. Wilson. We'll all sleep inside Rama tonight." "How many long-duration flares do you have?" Janos Tabori asked Irina Turgenev. 12, she answered. "That should be plenty for today. And tonight, when we go to sleep in there, it will be the darkest night that any of us have ever seen," Dr. Takagishi said. "There will be no moon and no stars, no reflection off the ground, nothing but blackness all around." "What will the temperature be?" Wakefield asked. "We don't know for certain," the Japanese scientist answered. "The initial drones carried only cameras, but the temperature in the region around the end of the tunnel was the same as in Rama I. If that's any indication, then it should be about 10 degrees below freezing at the campsites." Takagishi paused for a moment, and getting warmer, he continued. "We're now inside the orbit of Venus. We expect the lights to come on in another 8 or 9 days, and the cylindrical sea to melt from the bottom soon thereafter." "Hey," kidded Brown, "it sounds as if you're becoming converted. You no longer qualify all your statements, just some of them." Takagishi replied, "With each datum that indicates this spaceship is like its predecessor 70 years ago, the probability that they are identical increases. Thus far, if we ignore the exact timing of the correction maneuver, everything about the two vehicles has been the same. Nicole approached the group. "Well, look who's here," Jono said with his usual grin. "Our fifth and final space cadet." He noticed her swollen eyes. "And our new commander was right. You do look as if you might benefit from some rest." "I, for one," Richard Wakefield interjected, "am disappointed that my rover assembly assistant will now be Yamanaka instead of Madame Desjardins. At least our life science officer talks. I may have to recite Shakespeare to myself to stay awake." He elbowed Yamanaka in the ribs. The Japanese pilot almost smiled. "One wanted to wish you all good luck," Nicole said. "As I'm sure Dr. Brown has told you, I felt I was still too tired to be very helpful. I should be fresh and ready by the second sortie." "Well," Francesca Sabatini remarked impatiently after her camera had panned around the room and captured one final close-up of each face, "are we finally ready?" "Let's go," said Wakefield. They headed toward the airlock at the front of the Newton spacecraft. 22 Dawn. Richard Wakefield worked quickly in the near darkness. He was halfway down the Alpha stairway, where the gravity due to the centrifugal force created by the spin of Rama had grown to 1/4 of a g. The light from his headgear illuminated the near field. He was almost finished with another pylon. He checked his air supply. It was already below the midpoint. By now they have been deeper into Rama, closer to where they could breathe the ambient air. But they had underestimated how long it would take them to install the lightweight chairlift. The concept was extremely simple, and they had practiced it several times in the simulations. The upper part of the job, when they had been in the vicinity of the ladders and virtually weightless, had been relatively straightforward. But at this level, the installation of each pylon was a different process because of the increasing and changing gravity. Exactly 1,000 steps above Wakefield, Janos Tabori finished wrapping anchor lines around the metal banisters that lined the stairway. After almost 4 hours of tedious, repetitive work, he was becoming fatigued. He remembered the argument the engineering director had advanced when he and Richard had recommended a specialized machine for the installation of the lifts. "It's not cost-effective to create a robot for non-recurring uses," the man had said. "Robots are only good for recurring tasks." Janos glanced below him but could not see as far as the next pylon, 250 steps down the stairway. "Is it time for lunch yet?" he said to Wakefield on his compact. "Could be," was the response. "But we're way behind. We didn't send Yamanaka and Turgenev over to Gamma Stairway until 10:30. At the rate we're going, we'll be lucky to finish these lightweight lifts and the crude campsite today. We'll have to postpone the heavy load elevator and the rovers until tomorrow." "Hyro and one are already eating," they both heard Turgenev say from the other side of the bowl. "We were hungry. We finished the chair rack and the upper motor in half an hour. We're down to pylon number 12. "Good work," Wakefield said. "But I'll warn you that you're in the easy part, around the ladders and the top of the stairway. Working weightless is a snap. Wait until the gravity is measurably different at each location." According to the laser range finder, cosmonaut Wakefield is exactly 8.13 kilometers away from me. Everyone heard Dr. Takagashi interject. "That doesn't tell me anything, Professor, unless one know where the hell you are." "I'm standing on the ledge just outside our relay station, near the bottom of the Alpha stairway." "Come on, Shig, won't you Orientals ever go along with the rest of the world? The Newton is parked on the top of Rama and you are at the top of the stairway. If we can't agree on up and down, how can we ever hope to communicate our innermost feelings, much less play chess together?" "Thank you, Janos. I am at the top of the Alpha stairway. By the way, what are you doing? Your range is increasing rapidly." "I'm sliding down the banister to meet Richard for lunch. I don't like eating fish and chips by myself." "I'm also coming down for lunch," Francesca said. "I just finished filming an excellent demonstration of the Coriolis force using Hyro and Irina. It will be great for elementary physics classes. I should be there in 5 minutes. Say, Signora, it was Wakefield again. Do you think we could talk you into some honest-to-goodness work? We stop what we're doing to accommodate your filming. Maybe we can make a trade with you. I'm willing, answered Francesca. I'll help after lunch, but what I would like now is some light. Could you use one of your flares and let me capture you and Jonos having a picnic on the stairway of the gods? Wakefield programmed a flare for a delayed ignition and climbed 80 steps to the nearest ledge. Cosmonaut Tabori arrived at the same spot half a minute before the light flooded them. From 2 kilometers above, Francesca panned across the 3 stairways and then zoomed in on the 2 figures sitting cross-legged on the ledge. From that perspective, Jonos and Richard looked like 2 eagles nesting in a high mountain eyrie. By late afternoon, the Alpha chairlift was finished and ready for testing. We'll let you be the first customer, Richard Wakefield said to Francesca, since you were good enough to help. They were standing in full gravity at the foot of the incredible stairway. 30,000 steps stretched into the darkness of the artificial heavens above them. Beside them on the central plane, the ultralight motor and the self-contained portable power station for the chairlift were already in operation. The cosmonauts had transported the electrical and mechanical subsystems in unassembled pieces on their backs, and assembly had required less than an hour. The little chairs are not permanently connected to the cables, Wakefield explained to Francesca. At each end, there is a mechanism that attaches or detaches the chairs. That way it's not necessary to have an almost infinite number of seats. Francesca hesitantly sat down in the plastic structure that had been pulled away from a group of similar baskets hanging from a side cable. "You're certain this is safe?" she said, staring at the darkness above her. "Of course," Richard said with a laugh. "It's exactly like the simulation, and I'll be in the next chair behind you, only 1 minute or 400 meters below. Altogether, the ride takes 40 minutes from bottom to top. Average speed is 24 kilometers per hour. And I don't do anything," Francesca remembered, "except sit tight, hold on, and activate my breathing system about 20 minutes from the summit." "Don't forget to fasten your seat belt," Wakefield reminded her with a smile. "If the cable were to slow down or stop near the top, where you are weightless, your momentum could cause you to sail out into the Raman void." He grinned. "But since the entire chairlift runs beside the stairway, in the event of any emergency, you could always climb out of your basket and walk back up to the hub along the stairs." Richard nodded and Jonos Tabori switched on the motor. Francesca was lifted off the ground and soon disappeared above them. "I'll go right over to Gamma after I'm certain you're on your way," Richard said to Fanos. "The second system should be easier. With all of us working together, we should be finished by 1900 at the latest." "I'll have the campsite ready by the time you reach the summit," Jonos remarked. "Do you think we're still going to stay down here tonight?" "That doesn't make much sense," David Brown said from above. He or Takagishi had monitored all cosmonaut communications throughout the day. "The rovers aren't ready yet. We had hoped to do some exploring tomorrow." "If we each bring down a few subsystems," Wakefield replied, "Jonos and I could assemble one rover tonight before we go to sleep. The second rover will probably be operational before noon tomorrow if we don't encounter any difficulties." "That's a possible scenario," Dr. Brown responded. "Let's see how much progress we have made and how tired everyone is 3 hours from now." Richard climbed into his tiny chair and waited for the automatic loading algorithm in the processor to attach his seat to the cable. "By the way," he said to his companion as he started his ascent, "thanks a lot for your good humor today. I might not have made it without the jokes." Jono smiled and waved at his friend. Looking upward from his moving chair, Richard Wakefield could barely make out the light from Francesca's headgear. "She's more than 100 floors above me," he thought, "but only 2.5% of the distance from here to the hub. This place is immense." He reached in his pocket and pulled out the portable meteorological station that Takagishi had asked him to carry. The professor wanted a careful profile of all the atmospheric parameters in the North Polar Bowl of Rama. Of particular importance for his circulation models was the density and temperature of the air versus the distance below the airlock. Wakefield watched the pressure readings, which started at 1.05 bars, fall below Earth levels and continue their steady, monotonic decline. The temperature held fixed at a cold -8 degrees Celsius. He leaned back and closed his eyes. It was a strange feeling, riding a basket upward, ever upward in the dark. Richard turned down the volume of one channel on his compact. The only ongoing conversation was between Yamanaka and Turgenev, and neither of them ever had very much to say. He increased the volume on Beethoven's Sixth Symphony, which was playing in the background on another channel. As he listened to the music, Richard was surprised at how his internal visions of brooks and flowers and green fields on Earth evoked a powerful feeling of homesickness. It was almost impossible for him to fathom the miraculous concatenation of events that had carried him from his boyhood home in Stratford to Cambridge, to the Space Academy in Colorado, and finally to Rama, where he was riding a chairlift in the dark along the stairway to the gods. No, Prospero, he said to himself, no magician could ever have conceived of such a place. He remembered seeing The Tempest for the first time as a boy and being frightened by the portrayal of a world whose mysteries might be beyond our comprehension. There is no magic, he had said at the time. There are only natural concepts that we cannot yet explain. Richard smiled. Prospero was not a mage. He was only a frustrated scientist. A moment later, Richard Wakefield was stupefied by the most amazing sight he had ever seen. As his chair was sailing soundlessly upward, parallel to the stairway, dawn burst upon Rama. 3 kilometers below him, cut into the central plain, the long straight valleys that ran from the edge of the bowl to the cylindrical sea suddenly exploded with light. The 6 linear suns of Rama, 3 in each hemicylinder, were carefully designed to produce a balanced illumination throughout the alien world. Wakefield's first feelings were of vertigo and nausea. He was suspended in air by a thin cable, thousands of meters above the ground. He closed his eyes and tried to maintain his bearings. "You will not fall," he said to himself. "Aili," he heard Hiro Yamanaka yell. From the ensuing conversation, he could tell that Hiro, startled by the burst of light, had lost his footing near the middle of the gamma stairway. He had apparently fallen 20 or 30 meters before he had adroitly and luckily managed to grab part of the banister. "Are you all right?" David Brown asked. "I think so," Yamanaka answered breathlessly. With the short crisis over, everyone started talking at once. "This is fantastic," Dr. Takagishi was shouting. "The light levels are phenomenal, and this is all happening before the thawing of the sea. It's different. It's altogether different." "Have another module ready for me as soon as I reach the top," Francesca said. "I'm almost out of film." "Such beauty, such indescribable beauty," General O'Toole added. He and Nicole Desjardins were watching the monitor on board the Newton. The real-time picture from Francesca's camera was being transmitted to them through the relay station at the hub. Richard Wakefield said nothing. He simply stared, entranced by the world below him. He could barely discern Giano's tabori, the chairlift apparatus, and the half-completed campsite down at the bottom of the stairway. Nevertheless, the distance to them gave him some measure of this alien world. As he looked out across the hundreds of square kilometers of the central plain, he saw fascinating shapes in every direction. There were 2 features, however, that overwhelmed his imagination and vision: the cylindrical sea and the massive, pointed structures in the southern bowl opposite him, 50 kilometers away. As his eyes grew more accustomed to the light, the gigantic central spire in the southern bowl seemed to grow larger and larger. It had been called Big Horn by the first explorers. Can it really be 8 kilometers tall? Wakefield asked himself. The 6 smaller spires, surrounding the Big Horn in a hexagonal pattern and connected both to it and the walls of Rama by enormous flying buttresses, were each larger than anything made by man on Earth. Yet they were dwarfed by this neighboring prominence originating from the very center of the bowl and growing straight along the spin axis of the cylinder. In the foreground, halfway between Wakefield's position near the North Pole and that mammoth construction in the south, a band of bluish-white ringed the cylindrical world. The frozen sea seemed illogical and out of place. It could never melt, the mind wanted to say, or all the water would fall toward the central axis. But the cylindrical sea was held in its banks by the centrifugal force of Rama. None knew better than the Newton crew that, on its shore, a human being would have the same weight as he would standing beside a terrestrial ocean. The island city in the middle of the cylindrical sea was Rama's New York. To Richard, its skyscrapers had not been too imposing in the views that had been offered by the light from the flares. But under the light of the Raman suns, it was clear that this city held center stage. The eyes were drawn to New York from any point inside Rama. The dense oval island of buildings was the only break in the orderly annulus that formed the cylindrical sea. "Just look at New York," Dr. Takagishi was gushing excitedly into his compact. "There must be almost 1,000 buildings over 200 meters tall." He paused only a second. "That's where they live. I know it. New York must be our target." After the initial outbursts, there was a protracted silence, while each of the cosmonauts privately integrated the sunlit world of Rama into his own consciousness. Richard could now clearly see Francesca, 400 meters above him, as his chair crossed the transition between the stairways and the ladders and closed in on the hub. "Admiral Heilman and I have just had a quick conversation," David Brown said, breaking the silence, "with some advice from Dr. Takagishi. There seems to be no obvious reason to change our plans for this sortie, at least not the early part. Unless something else unexpected occurs, we will go forward with Wakefield's suggestion. We will finish the 2 chairlifts, carry the rover down for assembly later this evening, and all sleep in the campsite at the foot of the stairway as planned." "Don't forget me," Janos hollered into his compact. "I'm the only one who doesn't have much of a view." Richard Wakefield unfastened his seat belt and stepped out onto the ledge. He looked down to where the stairway disappeared from view. "Roger, Cosmonaut Tabori, we have arrived back at Station Alpha. Whenever you give the signal, we will hoist you up to join us." 23 Nightfall. Considering the regular abuse that he received from his neurotic rather, and the emotional scars that must remain from his youthful marriage to British actress Sarah Tidings, Cosmonaut Wakefield is remarkably well adjusted. He underwent 2 years of professional therapy after his celebrated divorce, concluding a year before he entered the Space Academy in 2192. His scholastic record at the Academy is still unequaled to this day. His professors in electrical engineering and computer sciences all insist that by the time of his graduation, Wakefield knew more than any member of the faculty. Except for a wariness where intimacy is concerned, particularly with women, he has apparently had no sustained emotional involvement since the breakup of his marriage. Wakefield exhibits none of the antisocial behavior usually found in abused children. Although his SC was low as a youth, he has grown less arrogant as he has matured and is now less likely to force his brilliance upon others. His honesty and character are unassailable. Knowledge, not power or money, seems to be his goal. Nicole finished reading the psychological assessment for Richard Wakefield and rubbed her eyes. It was very late. She had been studying the dossiers ever since the crew inside Rama had settled down to sleep. They would be awakening for their second day in that strange world in less than 2 hours. Her 6-hour shift as communications officer would start in another 30 minutes. So out of this entire bunch, Nicole was thinking, there are only 3 that are beyond question. Those 4 with their illegal media contract have already compromised themselves. Yamanaka and Turgenev are unknowns. Wilson is marginally stable and has his own agenda anyway. That leaves O'Toole, Takagishi, and Wakefield. Nicole washed her face and hands and sat down again at the terminal. She exited from the Wakefield dossier and returned to the main menu of the data cube. She scanned the comparative statistics available and keyed a pair of displays to appear side by side on the screen. On the left-hand side was the ordered set of IE scores for each member of the crew. Opposite, for comparison, Nicole had displayed the SC indices for the Newton dozen. IE, SC, Wakefield, plus 5.58. O'Toole, 86. Sabatini, plus 422. Borzov, 84. Brown, plus 417. Takagishi, 82. Takagishi, plus 402. Wilson, 78. Tabori, plus 337. Desjardins, 71. Borzov, plus 3.28. Heilman, 68. Desjardins, plus 3.04. Tabori, 64. O'Toole, plus 292. Yamanaka, 62. Turgenev, plus 2.87. Turgenev, 60. Yamanaka, plus 2.66. Wakefield, 58. Wilson, plus 248. Sabatini, 56. Heilman, plus 224. Brown, 49. Although Nicole had very quickly glanced through most of the information in the dossiers earlier, she had not read all the charts on all the crew members. Some of the indices she now saw for the first time. She was particularly surprised by the very high intelligence rating for Francesca Sabatini. What a waste, Nicole thought immediately. All that potential being used for such ordinary pursuits. The overall intelligence level of the crew was quite impressive. Every cosmonaut was in the top 1% of the population. Nicole was 1 in 1,000, and she was only in the middle of the dozen. Wakefield's intelligence rating was truly exceptional and placed him in the super genius category. Nicole had never before personally known someone with such high scores on the standardized tests. Although her training in psychiatry had taught her to distrust attempts to quantify personality traits, Nicole was intrigued by the SC indices as well. She herself would have intuitively placed O'Toole, Borzov, and Takagishi at the top of the list. All three men seemed confident, balanced, and sensitive to others. But she was astonished by Wilson's high socialization coefficient. He must have been an altogether different person before he became involved with Francesca. Nicole wondered for a brief moment why her own SC index was no higher than a 71. Then she remembered that as a young woman she had been more withdrawn and self-centered. 50. What about Wakefield? She asked herself, realizing that he was the only viable candidate to help her understand what had happened inside the Rose software during Borzov's operation. Could she trust him? And could she enlist Richard's help without revealing some of her far-fetched suspicions? Again, the thought of abandoning her investigation altogether seemed very appealing. Nicole, she said to herself, if this conspiracy idea of yours turns out to be a waste of time. But Nicole was convinced that there were enough unanswered questions to warrant continuing her investigation. She resolved to talk to Wakefield. After determining that she could add her own files to the King's data cube, she created a new file, a 19th file, simply called NICOLE. She called in her word processing subroutine and wrote a brief memorandum. 3300. Have determined for certain that Rose malfunctioned during Borzov procedure due to external manual command after initial load and verification. Enlisting Wakefield for support. Nicole pulled a blank data cube from the supply drawer adjacent to her computer. She copied onto it both her memorandum and all the information stored on the cube that she had been given by King Henry. When she dressed for her work shift in her flight suit, she put the duplicate cube in her pocket. General O'Toole was dozing in the CCC, Command and Control Complex, of the military spacecraft when Nicole arrived to give him a break. Although the visual displays in this smaller vehicle were not quite as breathtaking as those in the scientific ship. The layout of the military, C-cubed, as a communications center was far superior, especially from a human engineering point of view. All the controls could easily be handled by a single cosmonaut. O'Toole apologized for not being awake. He pointed to the 3 monitors that showed 3 different views of the same scene, the rest of the crew fast asleep inside the crude campsite at the foot of Alpha Stairway. "This last 5 hours has not been what you would call exciting," he said. Nicole smiled. "General, you don't need to apologize to me. I know you've been on duty for almost 24 hours. General O'Toole stood up. "After you left," he summarized, checking his electronic log on one of the 6 monitors in front of him, "they finished dinner and then they started the assembly of the first rover. The automatic navigation program failed its self-test, but Wakefield found the problem, a software bug in one of the subroutines that was changed in the last delivery, and fixed it. Tabori took the rover for a test drive before the crew prepared for sleep. At the end of the day, Francesca did a stirring short piece for transmission to the Earth." He paused for a moment. "Would you like to see it?" Nicole nodded. O'Toole activated the far-right television monitor, and Francesca appeared in a close-up outside the enclosed campsite. The frame showed a portion of the bottom of the stairway, and the equipment for the chairlift as well. "It is time to sleep in Rama," she intoned. She looked up and around her. "The lights in this amazing world came on unexpectedly about 9 hours ago, showing us in more detail the elaborate handiwork of our intelligent cousins from across the stars." A montage of still photographs and short videos, some taken by the drones and some taken by Francesca herself on that day, punctuated her tour of the artificial worldlet that the crew was about to explore. At the end of the brief segment, the camera was again fixed on Francesca. "Nobody knows why this second spacecraft in less than a century has invaded our little domain at the edge of the galaxy. Perhaps this magnificent creation has no explanation that would be even remotely comprehensible to us human beings. But perhaps somewhere in this vast and precise world of metal, we will find some keys that will unlock the mysteries enshrouding the creatures who constructed this vehicle." She smiled, and her nostrils flared dramatically. "And if we do, then perhaps we will have moved one step closer to an understanding of ourselves, and maybe our gods as well." Nicole could tell that General O'Toole was moved by Francesca's oratory. Despite her personal antipathy for the woman, Nicole begrudgingly acknowledged again that Francesca was talented. "She captures my feelings about this venture so well," O'Toole said enthusiastically. "I just wish one could be that articulate." Nicole sat down at the console and entered the handover code. She followed the listed procedure on the monitor and checked out all the equipment. "All right, General," she said as she turned around in her chair. "I believe I can handle it from here." O'Toole lingered behind her. It was obvious that he wanted to talk. "One had a long discussion with Signora Sabatini 3 nights ago," he said, "about religion. She told me that she had become an agnostic before finally coming back to the church. She told me that thinking about Rama had made her a Catholic again." There was a long silence. For some reason, the 15th century church in the old village of Saint Etienne de Chigny, 800 meters down the road from Beauvoir, came into Nicole's mind. She remembered standing inside the church with her father on a beautiful spring day and being fascinated by the light scattering through the stained glass windows. "Did God make the colors?" Nicole had asked her father. "Some say so," he had answered laconically. "And what do you think, Daddy?" she had then asked. "I must admit," General O'Toole was saying as Nicole forced herself to return to the present, "that this entire voyage has been spiritually uplifting for me. I feel closer to God now than I have ever felt before. There's something about contemplating the vastness of the universe that humbles you and makes you." He stopped himself. "I'm sorry," he said. "I have imposed." "No," Nicole answered. "No, you haven't. I find your religious certitude very refreshing. Nevertheless, I hope I haven't offended you in any way. Religion is a very private matter," he smiled. But sometimes it's hard not to share your feelings, particularly since both you and Signora Sabatini are Catholics as well. As O'Toole left the control complex, Nicole wished him a sound sleep during his nap. When he had gone, she removed the duplicate data cube horn in her pocket and placed it in the CCC cube reader. At least this way, she said to herself, have backed up my information sources. Into her mind came a picture of Francesca Sabatini listening intently while General O'Toole waxed philosophical about the religious significance of Rama. You're an amazing woman, Nicole thought. You do whatever it takes. Even immorality and hypocrisy are acceptable. Dr. Shidru Takagishi stared in rapt silence at the towers and spheres of New York 4 kilometers away. From time to time, he would walk over to the telescope that he had temporarily set up on the cliff overlooking the cylindrical sea and study a particular feature in that alien landscape. You know, he said at length to cosmonauts Wakefield and Sabatini, I don't believe the reports the first crew gave on New York are entirely accurate, or else this is a different spaceship. Neither Richard nor Francesca responded. Wakefield was engrossed in the last stages of assembly of the Icemobile, and Francesca, as usual, was busy video recording Wakefield's efforts. It looks as if there are certainly 3 identical parts to the city, Dr. Takagishi continued, primarily to himself, and 3 subdivisions within each of those parts, but all 9 sections are not absolutely the same. There appear to be subtle differences. There, said Richard Wakefield, standing up with a satisfied smile. That ought to do it. A full day ahead of schedule. I'll just quickly test all the important engineering functions. Francesca glanced at her watch. We're almost half an hour behind the revised timeline. Are we still going to take a fast look at New York before dinner? Wakefield shrugged his shoulders and looked at Takagishi. Francesca walked over to the Japanese scientist. What do you say, Shidru? Shall we take a quick run across the ice and give the people on Earth a close-up view of the Rama version of New York? By all means, Takagishi answered. I can't wait. Only if you will be back at camp by 1930 at the latest, David Brown interrupted. He was in the helicopter with Admiral Heilman and Reggie Wilson. We need to do some serious planning tonight. We may want to revise the deployments for tomorrow. Roger, said Wakefield. If we forget about the pulley system for now and have no problem carrying the Icemobile down the stairs, we should be able to cross the sea in 10 minutes each way. That would get us back to camp in plenty of time. We've overflown many of the features of the northern hemicylinder this afternoon, Brown said. No biots anywhere. The cities look like duplicates of each other. There were no surprises anywhere in the central plain. I personally think that maybe we should attack the mysterious South tomorrow. New York, Takagishi shouted. A detailed reconnaissance of New York should be our goal for tomorrow. Brown didn't answer. Takagishi walked out to the edge of the cliff and stared down at the ice 50 meters below. To his left, the unimposing narrow stairway cut in the cliff descended in short steps. How heavy is the Icemobile? Takagishi asked. Not very, Wakefield answered, but it's bulky. Are you certain you don't want to wait for me to install the pulleys? We can always go across tomorrow. I can help carry it, Francesca interjected. If we don't at least see New York, we will not be able to make educated inputs at the planning meeting tonight. All right, Richard replied, shaking his head in amusement at Francesca. Anything for journalism. I'll go first so that most of the lifting is on my back. Francesca, get in the middle. Dr. Takagishi at the top. Watch out for the runners. They are sharp on the edges. The climb down to the surface of the cylindrical sea was uneventful. Goodness, Francesca Sabatini said as they prepared to cross the ice. That was easy. Why is a pulley system needed at all? Because sometimes we may be carrying something else or, perish the thought, we may need to defend ourselves during ascent or descent. Wakefield and Takagishi sat in the front of the Icemobile. Francesca was in the back with her video camera. Takagishi became more and more animated as they drew closer to New York. "Just look at that place," he said when the icemobile was about 500 meters from the opposite shore. "Can there be any doubt that this is the capital of Rama?" As the trio approached the shore, the breathtaking sight of the strange city silenced all conversation. Everything about New York's complicated structure spoke of order and purposeful creation by intelligent beings. Yet the first set of cosmonauts, 70 years earlier, had found it as empty of life as the rest of Rama. Was this vast complex, broken into 9 sections, indeed an enormously complicated machine, as the first visitors had suggested, or was the long, thin island, 10 kilometers by 3, actually a city whose denizens had long ago disappeared? They parked the icemobile on the edge of the frozen sea and walked along a path until they found a stairway leading to the ramparts of the wall surrounding the city. The excited Takagishi loped along about 20 meters in front of Wakefield and Sabatini. As they ascended, more and more of the details of the city became apparent. Richard was immediately intrigued by the geometrical shapes of the buildings. In addition to the normal tall, thin skyscrapers, there were scattered spheres, rectangular solids, even an occasional polyhedron, and they were definitely arranged in some kind of a pattern. Yes, he thought to himself as his eyes scanned the fascinating complex of structures. Aver there is a dodecahedron, there a pentahedron. His mathematical ruminations were interrupted when all the lights were suddenly extinguished, and the entire interior of Rama was plunged into darkness. 24 sounds in the darkness. At first Takagishi could see absolutely nothing. It was as if he had suddenly been struck blind. He blinked twice and stood motionless in the total darkness. The momentary silence on the comlinks erupted into hopeless noise as all the cosmonauts began to talk at the same time. Calmly, fighting against his growing fear, Takagishi tried to remember the scene that had been in front of his eyes at the moment the lights were extinguished. He had been standing on the wall overlooking New York, about a meter from the dangerous edge. In the final second, he had been looking off to the left and had just glimpsed a staircase descending into the city about 200 meters away. Then the scene had vanished. "Takagishi," he heard Wakefield calling, "are you all right?" He turned around to acknowledge the question and noticed that his knees had become weak. In the complete darkness, he had lost his orientation. How many degrees had he turned? Had he been facing the city directly? Again he recalled the last image. The elevated wall was 20 or 30 meters above the floor of the city. A fall would be fatal. "I'm here," he said tentatively, "but I'm too close to the edge." He dropped down on all fours. The metal was cold against his hands. "We're coming," Francesca said. "I'm trying to find the light on my video camera." Takagishi turned down the volume on his compact and listened for the sound of his companions. A few seconds later, he saw a light in the distance. He could barely make out the forms of his 2 associates. "Where are you, Shidru?" Francesca asked. The light from her camera illuminated only the area immediately around her. Up here, up here." He waved before he realized that they could not see him. "I want complete quiet," David Brown shouted over the communications system, "until everyone is accounted for." The conversation ceased after a few seconds. "Now," he continued, "Francesca, what's going on down there?" "We're climbing the stairway up the wall on the New York side, David, about 100 meters from where we parked the icemobile. Dr. Takagishi was ahead of us, already at the top. We have the light from my camera. We're going to meet him." "Janos," Dr. Brown said next, "where are you in rover number 2? "About 3 kilometers from camp. The headlights are working fine. We could return in 10 minutes or so. Go back there and man the navigation console. We'll stay airborne until you verify that the homing system is operational from your side. Francesca, be careful, but come back to camp as fast as you can, and give us a report every 2 minutes or so." "Roger, David," she said. Francesca switched off her compact and called for Takagishi again. Despite the fact that he was only 30 meters away, it took Francesca and Richard over a minute to find him in the dark. Takagishi was relieved to touch his colleagues. They sat down beside him on the wall and listened to the renewed chatter on the compact. O'Toole and Desjardins verified that there had been no other observed changes inside Rama at the time the lights had gone out. The half-dozen portable scientific stations that had already been deployed in the alien spaceship had exhibited no meaningful perturbations. Temperatures, wind velocities and directions, seismic readings, and near-field spectroscopic measurements were all unchanged. "So the lights went out," Wakefield said. "I admit that it was scary, but it was no big deal, probably." "SHH," said Takagishi abruptly. He reached down and turned off both his and Walsfield's compact. "Do you hear that noise?" To Wakefield, the sudden silence was nearly as unnerving as the total darkness had been a few minutes before. "No," he said in a whisper after listening for several seconds, "but my ears are not very." "SZZ," now it was Francesca's turn. "Are you talking about that distant, high-pitched scraping sound?" she whispered. "Yes," said Takagishi, quietly but excitedly. "Like something is brushing against a metallic surface. It suggests movement." Wakefield listened again. Maybe he could hear something. Maybe he was imagining it. "Come on," he said to the others out loud. "Let's go back to the ice-mobile." "Wait," said Takagishi as Richard stood up. "It seemed to stop just as you spoke." He leaned over to Francesca. "Turn off the light," he said softly. "Let's sit here in the darkness and see if we can hear it again." Wakefield sat back down beside his companions. With the camera light off, it was absolutely black around them. The only sound was their breathing. They waited a full minute. They heard nothing. Just as Wakefield was about to insist that they leave, he heard a sound from the direction of New York. It was like hard brushes dragging across metal, but there was also an embedded high-frequency noise, as if a tiny voice were singing very fast that punctuated the nearly constant scraping. The sound was definitely louder and eerie. Wakefield felt his spine tingle. "Do you have a tape recorder?" Takagishi whispered to Francesca. The scraping stopped at the sound of Takagishi's voice. The trio waited another 15 seconds. Hey there," they heard David Brown's loud voice on the emergency interrupt channel. "Is everybody all right? You're way overdue for a report." "Yes, David," Francesca replied. "We're still here. We heard an unusual sound coming from New York." "Now's not the time for dilly-dallying. We have a major crisis on our hands. All our new plans have assumed that Rama would be constantly lit. We need to regroup." "All right," Wakefield responded. "We're leaving the wall now. If all goes well, we should be back to the campsite in less than an hour." Dr. Shigeru Takagishi was reluctant to leave New York with the mystery of the strange sound unresolved, but he understood completely that now was not the appropriate time for a scientific foray into the city. As the ice-mobile raced across the frozen cylindrical sea, the Japanese scientist smiled to himself. He was happy. He knew that he had heard a new sound, something decidedly different from any of the sounds catalogued by the first Rama team. This was a good beginning. Cosmonauts Tabori and Wakefield were the last two to ride up the chairlift beside the Alpha stairway. Takagishi was really quite irritated with Dr. Brown, wasn't he? Richard was saying to Janos as he helped the little Hungarian disembark from the chair. They glided along the ramp toward the ferry. "I've never seen him so angry," Janos replied. "Shig is a consummate professional and he has great pride in his knowledge of Rama. For Brown to discount the noise you guys heard in such an offhand manner suggests an absence of respect for Takagishi. I don't blame Shig for being irritated." They climbed on board the ferry and activated the transportation module. The vast darkness of Rama retreated behind them as they eased through the lighted corridor toward the Newton. "It was a very strange sound," Richard said. "It really gave me the chills. I have no idea if it was a new sound, or if maybe Norton and his team heard the same thing 70 years ago. But I do know that I had a bad case of the willies while I was standing there on the wall." Francesca was even pissed off at Brown at first. She wanted to do a feature interview with Shig for her nightly report. Brown talked her out of it, but I'm not certain he completely convinced her that strange noises are not news. Luckily, she had enough of a story with just the lights going out. The two men descended from the ferry and approached the airlock. "Hugh," said Jonos, "I'm bushed. It has been a couple of long and hectic days." "Yeah," Richard agreed. "We thought we would be spending the next 2 nights at the campsite. Instead, we're back up here. I wonder what surprises are in store for us tomorrow." Jono smiled at his friend. "You know what's funny about all this?" he said. He did not wait for Wakefield to answer. "Brown really believes he's in charge of this mission. Did you see how he reacted when Takagishi suggested that we could explore New York in the dark? Brown probably thinks it was his decision for us to return to the Newton and abort the first sortie." Richard looked at Jonos with a quizzical smile. "It wasn't, of course," Jonos continued. "Rama made the decision for us to leave, and Rama will decide what we do next." 25. A friend in need. In his dream, he was lying on a futon in a 17th century ryokan. The room was very large, 9 tatami mats in all. To his left, in the yard on the other side of the open screen, was a perfect miniaturized garden with tiny trees and a manicured stream. He was waiting for a young woman. "Takagishi-san, are you awake?" He stirred and reached out for the communicator. "Hello," he said, his voice betraying his grogginess. "Who is it?" "Nicole Desjardins," the voice said. "I'm sorry to call you so early, but I need to see you. It's urgent." "Give me 3 minutes," Takagishi said. There was a knock on his door exactly 3 minutes later. Nicole greeted him and entered the room. She was carrying a data cube. "Do you mind?" she said, pointing to the computer console. Takagishi shook his head. "Yesterday there were half a dozen separate incidents," Nicole said gravely, pointing at some blips on the monitor, "including the 2 largest aberrations I have ever seen in your heart data." She looked at him. "Are you certain that you and your doctor provided me with complete historical records?" Takagishi nodded. "Then I have reason for concern," she continued. "The irregularities yesterday suggest that your chronic diastolic abnormality has worsened. Perhaps the valve has sprung a new leak. Perhaps the long periods of weightlessness. Or perhaps," Takagishi interrupted with a soft smile, "I became overly excited and my extra adrenaline aggravated the problem." Nicole stared at the Japanese scientist. "That's possible, Dr. Takagishi. One of the major incidents occurred just after the lights went out. I guess it was when you were listening to your strange sound." "And the other, by chance, could it have been during my argument with Dr. Brown in the campsite? If so, that would support my hypothesis." Cosmonaut Desjardins touched several keys on the console and her software entered a new subroutine. She studied the data displayed on 2 sides of a split screen. "Yes," she said, "it looks right. The second incident took place 20 minutes before we started leaving Rama. That would have been toward the end of the meeting." She moved away from the monitor. "But I can't dismiss the bizarre behavior of your heart just because you were excited." They stared at each other for several long seconds. "What are you trying to tell me, doctor?" Takagishi said softly. "Are you going to confine me to my quarters on the Newton, now at the most significant moment in my professional career?" "I'm considering it," Nicole answered directly. "Your health is more important to me than your career. I've already lost 1 member of the crew. I'm not certain that I could forgive myself if I lost another." She saw the entreaty in her colleague's face. "I know how critical these sorties into Rama are to you. I'm trying to find some kind of rationalization that will allow me to overlook yesterday's data." Nicole sat down at the far end of the bed and looked away. "But as a doctor, not a Newton cosmonaut, it's very, very tough." She heard Takagishi approach and felt his hand gently on her shoulder. "One know how difficult it has been for you these last few days," he said. "But it was not your fault. All of us are aware that General Borzov's death was unavoidable." Nicole recognized the respect and friendship in Takajishi's gaze. She thanked him with her eyes. "I very much appreciate what you did for me before launch," he continued. "If you feel compelled to limit my activities now, I will not object." "Damn it," said Nicole, standing up quickly, "it's not that simple. I've been studying your overnight data for almost an hour. Look at this. Your chart for the last 10 hours is perfectly normal. There's not a trace of any anomaly, and you had had no incidents for weeks, until yesterday. What is it with you, Shig? Do you have a bad heart, or just a weird one?" Takajishi smiled. "My wife told me once that I had a strange heart, but I think she was referring to something altogether different." Nicole activated her scanner and displayed the data on the monitor in real time. "There we are again." She shook her head, "the signature of a perfectly healthy heart. No cardiologist in the world would argue with my conclusion." She moved toward the door. "So what's the verdict, Doc?" Takajishi asked. "I haven't decided," she answered. "You could help. Have another one of your incidents in the next few hours and make it easy for me." She waved goodbye. "See you at breakfast." Richard Wakefield was coming out of his room as Nicole headed down the hall after leaving Takajishi. She made a spontaneous decision to talk to him about the Rose Sur software. "Good morning, Princess," he said as he approached. "What are you doing awake at this hour? Something exciting, I hope." "As a matter of fact," Nicole replied in the same playful tone, "I was coming to talk to you." He stopped to listen. "Do you have a minute?" "For you, Madame Doctor," he answered with an exaggerated smile. "I have 2 minutes, but no more. Mind you, I'm hungry. And if I am not fed quickly when I'm hungry, I turn into an awful ogre." Nicole laughed. "What's on your mind?" he added lightly. "Could we go into your room?" she asked. I knew it, he said, spinning around and sliding quickly toward his door. "It's finally happened, just like in my dreams. An intelligent, beautiful woman is going to declare her undying affection." Nicole could not suppress a chortle. "Wakefield," she interrupted, still grinning, "you are hopeless. Are you never serious? I have some business to discuss with you." "Oh, darn," Richard said dramatically. "Business. In that case, I'm going to limit you to the 2 minutes I allocated you earlier. Business also makes me hungry and grumpy." Richard Wakefield opened the door to his room and waited for Nicole to enter. He offered her the chair in front of his computer monitor and sat down behind her on the bed. She turned around to face him. On the shelf above his bed were a dozen tiny figurines similar to the ones she had seen before in Tabori's room and at the Borzov banquet. "Allow me to introduce you to some of my menagerie," Richard said, noticing her curiosity. "You've met Lord and Lady Macbeth, Puck and Bottom. This matched pair is Tybalt and Mercutio from Romeo and Juliet. Next to them are Iago and Othello, followed by Prince Hal, Falstaff, and the wonderful Mistress Quickly. The last one on the right is my closest friend, the Bard, or TB for short." As Nicole watched, Richard activated a switch near the head of his bed, and TB climbed down a ladder from the shelf to the bed. The 20-centimeter nigh robot carefully navigated the folds in the bed coverings and came over to greet Nicole. "And what be your name, fair lady?" TB said. "I am Nicole Desjardins," she replied. "Sounds French," the robot said immediately, "but you don't look French, at least not Valois." The robot appeared to be staring at her. "You look more like a child of Othello and Desdemona." Nicole was astonished. "How did you do that?" she asked. "I'll explain later," Richard said with a wave of his hand. "Do you have a favorite Shakespearean sonnet?" he now inquired. "If you do, recite a line or give TB a number." "Full many a glorious morning," recalled Nicole. "Have I seen," the robot added. "Flatter the mountain tops with sovereign eye, kissing with golden face the meadows green, gilding pale streams with heavenly alchemy." The little robot recited the sonnet with fluid head and arm movements, as well as a wide range of facial expressions. Again, Nicole was impressed by Richard Wakefield's creativity. She remembered the key 4 lines of the sonnet from her university days and mumbled them along with TB. Even so my sun one early morn did shine, with all triumphant splendor on my brow. But out alack, he was but 1 hour mine, the region cloud hath masked him from me now. After the robot finished the final couplet, Nicole, who was moved by the almost forgotten words, found herself applauding. "And he can do all the sonnets?" she asked. Richard nodded. "Plus many of the more poetic dramatic speeches. But that's not his most outstanding capability. Remembering passages from Shakespeare only requires plenty of storage. TB is also a very intelligent robot. He can carry on a conversation better than—" Richard stopped himself in mid-sentence. "I'm sorry, Nicole, I'm monopolizing the time. You said you had some business to discuss." "But you've already used my 2 minutes," she said with a twinkle in her eye. "Are you certain that you won't die of starvation if I take 5 more minutes of your time?" Nicole quickly summarized her investigation into the Rama II software malfunction, including her conclusion that the fault protection algorithms must have been disabled by manual commands. She indicated that she could go no further with her own analysis and that she would like some help from Richard. She did not discuss her suspicions. "Should be a snap," he said with a smile. "All I have to do is find the place in memory where the commands are buffered and stored. That could take a little time, given the size of the storage, but these memories are generally designed with logical architectures. However, I don't understand why you're doing all this detective work. Why don't you simply ask Janos and the others if they input any commands?" "That's the problem," Nicole replied. "Nobody recalls commanding Rama II at any time after the final load and verify. When Janos hit his head during the maneuver, I thought his fingers were on the control box. He doesn't remember and I can't be certain." Richard's brow furrowed. It would be very unlikely that Janos just happened to toggle the fault protection enable switch with a random command. That would mean the overall design was stupid. He thought for a moment. "Oh well," he continued, "there's no need to speculate. Now you've aroused my curiosity. I'll look at the problem as soon as I have." "Break, break, break, break." Otto Hermann's voice on the communicator interrupted their conversation. "Will everyone come immediately to the Science Control Center for a meeting? We have a new development. The lights inside Rama just came on again." Richard opened the door and followed Nicole into the corridor. "Thanks for your help," Nicole said. "I appreciate it very much." "Thank me after I do something," Richard said with a grin. "I'm notorious for promises. Now, what do you think is the meaning of all these games with the lights?" 26-second sortie. David Brown had placed a single large sheet of paper on the table in the middle of the control center. Francis's had divided it into partitions, representing hours, and was now busy writing down whatever he told her. "The damn mission planning software is too inflexible to be useful in a situation like this," Dr. Brown was saying to Janos Tabori and Richard Wakefield. "It's only good when the sequence of activities being planned is consistent with one of the pre-flight strategies." Janos walked over to one of the monitors. "Maybe you can use it better than I can," Dr. Brown continued, "but I have found it much easier this morning to rely on pencil and paper." Janos called up a software program for mission sequencing and began to key in some data. "Wait a minute," Richard Wakefield interjected. Janos stopped typing on the keyboard and turned to listen to his colleague. "We're getting all worked up over nothing. We don't need to plan the entire next sortie at this moment. In any case, we know the first major activity segment must be the completion of the infrastructure. That will take another 10 or 12 hours. The rest of the sortie design can be done in parallel." "Richard's right," Francesca added. "We're trying to do everything too fast. Let's send the space cadets into Rama to finish setting up. While they're gone, we can work out the details of the sortie." "That's impractical," Dr. Brown replied. "The Academy graduates are the only ones who know how long each of the various engineering activities should take. We can't make meaningful timelines without them." Then one of us will stay here with you, Janos Tabori said. He grinned. And we can use Heilman or O'Toole inside as an extra worker. That shouldn't slow us down too much. A consensus decision was reached in half an hour. Nicole would stay on board the Newton again, at least until the infrastructure was completed, and represent the cadets in the mission planning process. Admiral Heilman would go into Rama with the 4 other professional cosmonauts. They would finish the remaining 3 infrastructure tasks: the assembly of the rest of the vehicles, the deployment of another dozen portable monitoring stations in the northern hemicylinder, and the construction of the Beta campsite communications complex on the north side of the cylindrical sea. Richard Wakefield was in the process of reviewing all the detailed subtasks with his small team when Reggie Wilson, who had been virtually silent during the entire morning, suddenly jumped up from his chair. "This is all bullshit," he shouted. "I can't believe all the nonsense I'm hearing." Richard stopped his review. Brown and Takagishi, who had already started discussing the sortie design, were suddenly silent. All eyes were focused on Reggie Wilson. "Man died here 4 days ago," he said. "Killed, most likely, by whatever is operating that gigantic spacecraft. But we went inside exploring anyway. Next, the lights go on and off unexpectedly." Wilson looked around the room at the rest of the crew. His eyes were wild. His forehead was sweating. "And what do we all do? How do we respond to this warning from alien creatures far superior to us?" "We sit down calmly and plan the rest of our exploration of their vehicle." "Don't any of you get it? They don't want us in there. They want us to leave to go home to Earth." Wilson's outburst was greeted by an uncomfortable silence. At length General O'Toole walked over beside Reggie Wilson. "Reggie," he said quietly, "we were all upset by General Borzov's death, but none of the rest of us see any connection." "Then you're blind, man, you're blind. I was up in that goddamn helicopter when the lights went out. 1 minute it was bright as a summer day and the next, poof, it was pitch black. It was fucking weird, man. Somebody turned out all the lights. In this discussion, never once have I heard anybody ask why the lights went out. What's the matter with you people? Are you too smart to be afraid?" Wilson ranted for several minutes. His recurring theme was always the same. The Ramans had planned Borzov's death. They were sending a warning with the lights going on and off. There would be more disasters if the crew insisted on continuing with the exploration. General O'Toole stood beside Reggie during the entire episode. Doctor, Brown, Francesca, and Nicole had a hurried discussion on the side, and then Nicole approached Wilson. "Reggie," she said informally, interrupting his diatribe, "why don't you and General O'Toole come with me? We can continue this conversation without delaying the rest of the crew." He looked at her suspiciously. "You doctor, why should I come with you? You weren't even in there, you haven't seen enough to know anything." Wilson moved over in front of Wakefield. "You were there, Richard," he said. "You saw that place, you know what kind of intelligence and power it would take to make a space vehicle that large and then launch it on a trip between the stars. Hey man, we're nothing to them. We're less than ants. We haven't got a chance." "I agree with you, Reggie," Richard Wakefield said calmly after a moment's hesitation. "At least where our comparative capabilities are concerned, but we have no evidence they're hostile, or even care about whether or not we explore their craft. On the contrary, the very fact that we are alive—" "Look," shouted Irina Turgenev suddenly. "Look at the monitor." A solitary image was frozen on the giant screen in the control center. A crab-like creature filled the entire frame. It had a low, flat body, about twice as long as it was wide. Its weight was supported on 6 triple-jointed legs. 2 scissor-like claws extended in front of the body and a whole row of manipulators, which looked uncannily like tiny human hands at first glance, nestled close to some kind of opening in the carapace. On closer inspection, the manipulators were a veritable hardware store of capabilities. There were pincers, probes, rasps, and even something that resembled a drill. Its eyes, if that's indeed what they were deeply recessed in protective hoods and raised like periscopes above the top of the shell. The eyeballs themselves were crystal or jelly, vivid blue in color, and utterly expressionless. From the legend on the side of the image, it was clear that the photograph had been taken just moments before by one of the long-range drones at a spot roughly 5 kilometers south of the cylindrical sea. The frame, filmed with a telescopic lens, covered an area roughly 6 meters square. "So we have company in Rama," said Janos Tabori. The rest of the cosmonauts stared at the monitor in amazement. All of the crew later agreed that the image of the crab biot on the giant screen would not have been so frightening if it had not occurred at that precise moment. Although Reggie's behavior was definitely aberrant, there was enough sense in what he was saying to remind each of them of the dangers in their expedition. None of the crew was completely free from fear. All of them had, in some private moment, confronted the disquieting fact that the super-advanced Ramans might not be friendly. But most of the time they pushed aside their fears. It was part of their job. Like the early space shuttle astronauts in America, who knew that every so often the vehicle would crash or explode, the Newton cosmonauts accepted that there were uncontrollable risks associated with their mission. Healthy denial caused the group to avoid discussion of the unsettling issues most of the time and to focus on the more bounded, and therefore more controllable items, such as the sequence of events for the following day. Reggie's outburst and the simultaneous appearance of the crab biot on the monitor triggered one of the few philosophical group discussions that ever occurred on the project. O'Toole staked out his position early. Although he was fascinated by the Ramans, he did not fear them. God had seen fit to place him on this mission, and if he so chose, could decide that this extraordinary adventure would be O'Toole's last. In any case, whatever happened would be God's will. Richard Wakefield articulated a point of view that was apparently shared by several of the other crew members. To him, the entire project was both a challenging voyage of discovery and a test of personal mettle. The uncertainties were there, to be sure, but they produced excitement as well as danger. The intense thrill of new learning, together with the possible monumental significance of this extraterrestrial encounter, more than compensated for the risks. Richard had no qualms about the mission. He was certain that this was the apotheosis of his life. If he didn't live beyond the end of the project, it would still have been worth it. He would have done something important during his brief existence on Earth. Nicole listened attentively to the discussion. She didn't say much herself, but she found her own opinions crystallizing as she followed the flow of the conversation. She enjoyed watching the responses, both verbal and nonverbal, from the other cosmonauts. Shidru Takagishi was clearly in the Wakefield camp. He was vigorously nodding his head the entire time Richard was talking about the excitement of participating in such a significant effort. Reggie Wilson, now subdued and probably embarrassed by his earlier tirade, did not say much. He commented only when asked a direct question. Admiral Heilman looked uncomfortable from the beginning to the end. His entire contribution was to remind everyone of the passage of time. Surprisingly, Dr. David Brown did not add much to the philosophical discussion. He made several short comments, and once or twice seemed on the verge of launching into a long, amplifying explanation. But he never did. His true beliefs about the nature of Rama were not revealed. Francesca Sabatini initially acted as a kind of moderator or interlocutor, asking questions of clarification and keeping the conversation on an even keel. Toward the end of the discussion, however, she offered several personal, candid comments of her own. Her philosophical view of the Newton mission was altogether different from that expressed by O'Toole and Wakefield. "I think you're making this entire thing much too complex and intellectual," she said after Richard had delivered a long panegyric on the joys of knowledge. "There was no need for me to do any deep soul-searching before one applied to be a Newton cosmonaut. One approached the issue the same way I do all my major decisions. I did a risk-reward trade-off. I judged that the rewards, considering all the factors, including fame, prestige, money, even adventure, more than warranted the risks. And I absolutely disagree with Richard in one respect. If I die on this mission, I will not be at all happy. For me, most of the rewards from this project are delayed. I cannot benefit from them if I do not return to Earth. Francesca's comments aroused Nicole's curiosity. She wanted to ask the Italian journalist some more questions, but Nicole didn't think it was the proper time or place. After the meeting was over, she was still intrigued by what Francesca had said. Can life really be that simple to her? Nicole thought to herself. Can everything be evaluated in terms of risks and rewards? She remembered Francesca's lack of emotion when she drank the abortion liquid. But what about principles or values? Or even feelings? As the meeting broke up, Nicole admitted to herself that Francesca was still very much a puzzle. Nicole watched Dr. Takagishi carefully. He was handling himself much better today. I have brought a printout of the official sortie strategy, Dr. Brown, he was saying, waving a 4-inch thick set of papers in his hand, to remind us of the fundamental tenets of sortie design that resulted from over a year of unhurried mission planning. May I read from the summary? I don't think you need to do that, David Brown responded. We're all familiar with. I'm not, interrupted General O'Toole. I would like to hear it. Admiral Heilman asked me to pay close attention and brief him on the issues. Dr. Brown waved for Takagishi to continue. The diminutive Japanese scientist was borrowing a page from Brown's own portfolio. Even though he knew that David Brown personally favored going after the crab biots on the second sortie, Takagishi still was attempting to convince the other cosmonauts that the top priority activity should be a scientific foray into the city of New York. Reggie Wilson had excused himself an hour earlier and had gone to his room for a nap. The remaining 5 crew members on board the Newton had spent most of the afternoon struggling, without success, to reach an agreement on the activities for the second sortie. Since the two scientists Brown and Takagishi had radically different opinions on what should be done, no consensus was possible. Meanwhile, behind them on the large monitor, there had been intermittent views of the space cadets and Admiral Heilman working inside Rama. The current picture showed Tabori and Turgenev at the campsite adjoining the cylindrical sea. They had just finished assembling the second motorboat and were checking its electrical subsystems. The sequence of sorties has been carefully designed, Takagishi was reading, to be consistent with the mission policies and priorities document, ISNT 0014. The primary goals of the first sortie are to establish the engineering infrastructure and to examine the interior on at least a superficial level. Of particular importance will be the identification of any characteristics of this second Rama spacecraft that are in any way different from the first. Sortie number 2 is designed to complete the mapping of the inside of Rama, focusing particularly on regions unexplored 70 years ago, as well as the collections of buildings called cities and any interior differences identified on the first sortie. Encounters with biots will be avoided on the second sortie, although the presence and location of the various kinds of biots will be part of the mapping process. Interaction with the biots will be delayed until the third sortie. Only after careful and prolonged observation will any attempt be made. That's enough, Dr. Takagishi, David Brown interrupted. We all have the gist of it. Unfortunately, that sterile document was prepared months before launch. The situation we face now was never contemplated. We have the lights going on and off, and we have located and are tracking a herd of 6 crab biots just beyond the southern edge of the cylindrical sea. I disagree, said the Japanese scientist respectfully. You said yourself that the unpredicted lighting profile did not represent a fundamental difference between the two spacecraft. We are not facing an unknown Rama. I submit that we should implement the sorties in accordance with the original mission plan. So you favor dedicating this entire second sortie to mapping, including or perhaps even featuring a detailed exploration of New York? Asked O'Toole. Exactly, General O'Toole. Even if one takes the position that the strange sound heard by cosmonauts Wakefield, Sabatini, and myself does not constitute an official difference, the careful mapping of New York is clearly one of the highest priority activities, and it is vital that we accomplish it on this sortie. The temperature in the central plain has already risen to -5 degrees. Rama is carrying us closer and closer to the sun. The spacecraft is heating from the outside in. I predict the cylindrical sea will begin to melt from the bottom in 3 or 4 more days. I have never said that New York was not a legitimate target for exploration, David Brown interrupted again. But I have maintained from the very beginning that the biots are the true scientific treasure of this voyage. Look at these amazing creatures, he said, filling the center screen with a film of the 6 crab biots moving slowly across a bland region in the southern hemicylinder. We may never have another opportunity to capture one. The drones have almost finished reconnoitering the entire interior, and no other biots have been spotted. The rest of the crew members, including Takagishi, looked at the monitor with rapt attention. The bizarre assemblage of aliens, arranged in a triangular formation with a slightly larger specimen in the lead, approached a jumbled mound of loose metal. The lead crab moved directly into the obstacle, paused a few seconds, and then used its claws to chop the elements of the mound into still smaller pieces. The 2 crabs in the second row transferred the metal fragments onto the backs of the remaining 3 members of the troop. This new material increased the size of the small piles already on the tops of the shells of the 3 crab biots in the back row. They must be the Raman garbage crew, Francesca said. Everyone laughed. But you can see why I want to move quickly, David Brown continued. Right now, the short film we just saw is on its way to all the television networks on Earth. Over 1 billion of our fellow men and women will watch it today with the same mixture of fear and fascination that all of you just felt. Imagine what kind of laboratories we will be able to build to study such a creature. Imagine what we will learn. What makes you think you can capture one? General O'Toole asked. They look as if they could be quite formidable. We are certain that these creatures, although they appear to be biological, are actually robots. Hence the name biots, which became popular during and after the first Rama expedition. Based on all the reports from Norton and the other Rama I cosmonauts, each of these biots is designed to perform a singular function. They have no intelligence as we know it. We should be able to outsmart them and capture them. A camera close-up of the scissor-like claws appeared on the giant screen. They were obviously very sharp. I don't know, said General O'Toole. I'd be inclined to follow Dr. Takagishi's suggestion and observe them for quite a while before trying to catch one. I disagree, said Francesca. Speaking as a journalist, no story could be bigger than the attempted capture of one of those things. Everyone on Earth will watch. We may never have another chance like this. She paused for a moment. The ISA has been pushing us for some upbeat news. The Borzov incident didn't exactly convince the taxpayers of the world that their space money is being wisely spent. Why can't we do both tasks on the same sortie? General O'Toole asked. One subteam could explore New York, and the other would go after a crab. No way, replied Nicole. If the goal of this sortie is to seize a biot, then all of our resources should be applied in that direction. Remember, we are limited in both manpower and time. Unfortunately, David Brown now said with a wan smile, we can't make this decision by committee. Since we don't have complete agreement, I must make the choice. Therefore, the purpose of the next sortie will be to capture a crab biot. I presume that Admiral Heilman will agree with me. If he doesn't, we will submit the issue to a vote of the crew. The meeting broke up slowly. Dr. Takagishi wanted to offer one more argument, to point out that the majority of the biot species seen by the first Rama explorers did not materialize until after the thawing of the cylindrical sea. But nobody wanted to listen anymore. Everyone was tired. Nicole approached Takagishi and clandestinely activated her biometry scanner. The warning file was empty. Clean as a whistle, she said with a smile. Takagishi looked at her very seriously. Our decision is a mistake, he said somberly. We should be going into New York. 27 to catch a biot. Be very careful, Admiral Heilman said to Francesca. "It makes me nervous to see you leaning out like that." Signora Sabatini had hooked her ankles underneath the seats of the helicopter and was now stretching out beyond the plane of the door. She was holding a small video camera in her right hand. 3 or 4 meters below her, apparently oblivious to the whirring machine overhead, the 6 crab biots plodded methodically along. They were still in their phalanx formation, arranged like the first 3 rows of a set of bowling pins. "Move out over the sea," Francesca shouted to Hiro Yamanaka. "They're coming to the edge and will be turning again." The helicopter veered sharply to the left and flew over the side of the 500-meter cliff that separated the southern half of Rama from the cylindrical sea. The bank here was 10 times higher above the water than its northern counterpart. David Brown gasped as he looked down at the frozen sea half a kilometer below him. "This is ridiculous, Francesca," he said. "What do you hope to accomplish? The automatic camera in the nose of the copter will take adequate pictures." "This camera was specifically designed for zoom action," she said. "Besides, a little jitter gives the images more verisimilitude." Yamanaka steered back toward the bank. The biots were now about 30 meters directly ahead. The lead biot came up to within half a body length of the edge, paused for a fraction of a second, and then turned abruptly to its right. Another quick 90-degree right turn completed the maneuver and left the biot heading in the exact opposite direction. The other 5 crabs followed their leader, executing their turns row by row with military precision. "I got it that time," Francesca said happily, pulling herself back into the helicopter. "Head on and full frame, and I think I caught a glimmer of movement in the leader's blue eye just before it turned." The biots were now ambling away from the cliff at their normal speed of 10 kilometers per hour. Their movement caused a slight indentation in the loamy soil. Their heading was along a path parallel to their previous sweep toward the sea. From above, the whole region looked like a suburban yard in which part of the grass had been mowed. On one side the ground was neat and packed, while in the territory not yet covered by the biots there was no orderly pattern in the soil markings. "This could get boring," Francesca said, playfully reaching up and putting her arms around David Brown's neck. "We may have to amuse ourselves with something else." "We'll only watch them one more strip. Their pattern is fairly simple." He ignored Francesca's light tickling on his neck. It seemed as if he were going through some kind of checklist in his mind. At length Brown spoke into the communicator. "What do you think, Dr. Takagishi? Is there anything else we should do at this time?" Back in the Scientific Control Center on the Newton, Dr. Takagishi was following the progression of the biots on the monitor. "It would be extremely valuable," he said, "if we could find out more about their sensory capabilities before we try to capture one of them. So far they have not responded to noises or to distant visual stimuli. In fact, they have apparently not even noticed our presence. As I'm sure you would agree, we don't have enough data yet to come to any definitive conclusions. If we could expose them to an entire range of electromagnetic frequencies and calibrate their responses, then we might have a better idea." "But that would take days," Dr. Brown interrupted. "And in the final analysis, we would still have to take our chances. I can't imagine what we might learn that would materially alter our plans." "If we found out more about them first," Takagishi argued, "then we could design a better, safer capture procedure. It might even occur that we would learn something that would dissuade us altogether." "Unlikely," was David Brown's abrupt response. As far as he was concerned, this particular discussion was over. "Hey there, Tabori," he now shouted. "How are you guys coming with the huts?" "We're almost finished," the Hungarian answered. "Another 30 minutes at the most, then I'll be ready for a nap." "Lunch comes first," Francesca interjected. "You can't go to sleep on an empty stomach." "What are you cooking, beautiful?" Tabori bantered. "Ossobuco alla Rama." "That's enough," Dr. Brown said. He paused for a couple of seconds. "O'Toole," he then continued, "can you handle the Newton all by yourself, at least for the next 12 hours?" "Affirmative," was the response. Then send down the rest of the crew. By the time we all meet at the new campsite, it should be ready for occupancy. We'll have some lunch and a brief nap. Then we'll plan our biot hunt. Below the helicopter, the 6 crab-like creatures continued their relentless march across the barren soil. The 4 human beings watched them encounter a distinct boundary, where the floor changed from dirt and small rocks into a fine wire mesh. As soon as they touched the narrow lane dividing the 2 sections, the biots executed a U-turn. They then headed back toward the sea along a parallel line adjacent to their last track. Yamanaka banked the helicopter, increased his altitude, and headed for the beta campsite 10 kilometers across the cylindrical sea. They were all correct, Nicole was thinking. Seeing it on the monitor is nothing by comparison. She was descending on the chairlift into Rama. Now that she was beyond the halfway point, she had a breathtaking view in every direction. She remembered a similar feeling once when she had been standing on the Tonto Plateau in the Grand Canyon National Park. But that was made by nature and took over 1 billion years, she said to herself. Rama was actually built by somebody, or something. The chair momentarily slowed. Shidru Takagishi climbed off a kilometer below her. Nicole couldn't see him, but she could hear him talking to Richard Wakefield on the communicator. "Hurry up," she heard Reggie Wilson shout. "I don't like sitting here in the middle of nowhere." Nicole enjoyed being suspended on the chairlift. The amazing scene around her was temporarily almost static, and she could study at her leisure any feature that was particularly interesting. After one more stop for Wilson to disembark, Nicole was at last approaching the bottom of the Alpha chairlift herself. She watched, fascinated, as the resolution of her eyes improved quickly during the last 300 meters of her descent. What had been a jumble of indistinct images resolved itself into a rover, 3 people, some equipment, and a small surrounding camp. After a few more seconds, she could identify each of the 3 men. She had a quick flashback to another chairlift ride, this one in Switzerland some 2 months before. An image of King Henry flitted momentarily through her mind. It was replaced by the smiling face of Richard Wakefield just below her. He was giving her instructions on how best to ease herself out of the chair. "It will never come to a complete stop," he was saying, "but it will slow down a lot. Unfasten your belt and then hit the ground walking as if you were coming off a moving sidewalk." He grabbed her by the waist and lifted her off the platform. Takagishi and Wilson were already in the backseat of the rover. "Welcome to Rama," Wakefield said. "All right, Tabori," he then spoke into the communicator. "We're all here and ready to go. We're switching now to the listen-only mode for our drive." "Hurry," Janos urged him. "We're having a hard time not eating your lunch. By the way, Richard, will you bring toolbox C when you come? We've been talking about nets and cages, and I may need a wider variety of gadgets." "Roger," Wakefield replied. He jogged over to the campsite and entered the only large hut. He emerged with a long rectangular metal box that was obviously very heavy. "Shit, Tabori," he said into the radio. "What in the world is in here?" They all heard a laugh. "Everything you could possibly need to catch a crab biot, and then some." Wakefield switched off the transmitter and climbed in the rover. He started driving away from the stairway in the direction of the cylindrical sea. "This biot hunt is the stupidest goddamn idea I've ever heard," Reggie Wilson groused. "Somebody is going to get hurt." There was quiet in the rover for almost a minute. To the right, at the limit of their vision, the cosmonauts could barely see the Raman city of London. "Well, how does it feel to be part of the second team?" Wilson whined, nobody in particular. After an awkward silence, Dr. Takagishi turned to address him. "Excuse me, Mr. Wilson," he said politely. "Are you talking to me?" "Sure I am," Wilson replied, nodding his head up and down. "Didn't anyone ever tell you that you were the number 2 scientist on this mission?" "I guess not," Wilson continued after a short pause. "But that's not surprising. Down on Earth I never knew that one was the number 2 journalist." "Reggie, I don't think," Nicole said before she was interrupted. "As for you, Doctor," Wilson leaned forward in the rover, You may be the only member of the third team. I overheard our glorious leaders Heilman and Brown talking about you. They'd like to leave you on the Newton permanently, but since we may need your skills—" "That's enough," Richard Wakefield broke in. There was a threatening edge in his voice. "You can stop being so unpleasant." Several tense seconds passed before Wakefield spoke again. "By the way, Wilson," he said in a friendlier tone, "if I remember correctly, you're a racing fanatic. Would you like to drive this buggy?" It was the perfect suggestion. A few minutes later, Reggie Wilson was in the driver's seat beside Wakefield, laughing wildly as he accelerated the rover around a tight circle. Cosmonauts Desjardins and Takagishi were bumping around in the backseat. Nicole was observing Wilson very carefully. "He's erratic again," she was thinking. "That's at least 3 times in the last 2 days." Nicole tried to recall when she had last done a full scan on Wilson. "Not since the day after Borzov died. I've checked the cadets twice in the interim." "Damn it," she said to herself. "Let my preoccupation with the Borzov incident make me careless." She made a mental note to scan everyone as soon as possible after she arrived at the Beta campsite. "Say, my good professor," Richard Wakefield said once Wilson had finally straightened out and was heading for camp, "I have a question for you." He turned around and faced the Japanese scientist. "Have you figured out our strange sound from the other day? Or has Dr. Brown convinced you that it was just a figment of our collective imagination?" Dr. Takagishi shook his head. "One told you at the time that it was a new noise." He stared off in the distance, across the unexplained mechanical fields of the central plain. "This is a different Rama. I know it. The checkerboard squares in the south are laid out in an entirely new pattern and no longer extend to the shore of the cylindrical sea. The lights now go on before the sea melts. And they go off abruptly, without dimming for several hours, as the first Rama explorers reported. The crab biots now appear in herds instead of individually." He paused, still looking out across the fields. "Dr. Brown says that all these differences are trivial, but I think they mean something. It's just possible," Takagishi said softly, "that Dr. Brown is wrong." "It's also possible that he's a complete son of a bitch," said Wilson bitterly. He accelerated the rover to its maximum speed. "Beta campsite, here we come." 28 Extrapolation. Nicole completed her lunch of pressed duck, reconstituted broccoli, and mashed potatoes. The rest of the cosmonauts were still eating, and it was temporarily quiet at the long table. In the corner, by the entrance, a monitor tracked the location of the crab biots. Their pattern had not changed. The blip representing the crabs would move in one direction for slightly more than 10 minutes and then reverse itself. "What happens after they finish this parcel?" Richard Wakefield asked. He was looking at a computer map of the area that was posted on a temporary bulletin board. "Last time they followed one of those lanes between the checkerboard partitions until they came to a hole," Francesca responded from the other end of the table. "Then they dumped their garbage in it. They haven't picked up anything in this new territory, so what they will do when they finish is anybody's guess." "Everyone is convinced that our biots are in fact garbage men?" Richard asked. "The evidence is fairly strong," David Brown said. "A similar solitary crab biot encountered by Jimmy Pack inside the first Rama was also believed to be a garbage collector." "Excuse me," Janos Tabori interjected, "but just what garbage are these crabs collecting?" "We flatter ourselves," Shidru Takagishi said softly after a long silence. He finished chewing his last bite and swallowed. "Dr. Brown himself was the one who first said that it was unlikely we human beings could comprehend what Rama was about. Our conversation reminds me of that old Hindu proverb about the blind men who felt the elephant. They all described it differently, for each of them touched only a small part of the animal. None of them was correct." "So you don't think our crabs work for the Rama sanitation department?" Janos inquired. "I didn't say that," Takagishi replied. "One merely suggested that it's hubris on our part to conclude so quickly that those 6 creatures have no purpose except cleaning up the garbage. Our observational data is woefully inadequate." Sometimes it is necessary to extrapolate, Dr. Brown rejoined testily, and even speculate based on minimal amounts of data. You know yourself that new science is based on maximum likelihood rather than certainty. Before we become involved in an esoteric discussion about science and its methodology, Janos now interrupted with a grin, I have a sporting proposition for you all. He stood up at his place. Actually, it was Richard's idea originally, but I've figured out how to make it into a game. It has to do with the lights. Janos took a quick drink of water from his cup. Since we first arrived here in Ramaland, he intoned formally, there have been 3 transitions in the illumination state. Boo, hiss, shouted Wakefield. Janos laughed. Okay, you guys. The little Hungarian then continued in his normal offhand way. What's the deal with the lights? They've come on, gone off, and now come on again. What's going to happen in the future? One proposed that we have a pool and contribute, say, 20 marks apiece. Each of us will make a prediction about the behavior of the lights for the rest of the mission, and whoever is closest will win the pot. Who will judge the winner? Reggie Wilson inquired sleepily. He had yawned several times during the preceding hour. Despite the impressive set of brains around this table, I don't think anyone has figured out Rama yet. My personal belief is that the lights will not follow any pattern. They will go on and off at random times to keep us guessing. Write it down and send it on the modem to General O'Toole. Richard and I agreed that he would make a perfect judge. When the mission is over, he'll compare the predictions with actuality and someone will win a lucky dinner for 2. Dr. David Brown pushed his chair back from the table. Are you finished with your game, Tabori? He asked. If so, he added, without waiting for an answer, perhaps we can clean up this lunch mess and get on with our schedule. Hey, Skipper, Janos replied. I'm just trying to loosen things up. Everybody's getting tense. Brown walked out of the hut before Cosmonaut Tabori had finished his sentence. What's bothering him? Richard asked Francesca. I guess he's anxious about the hunt, Francesca answered. He has been in a bad mood since this morning. Maybe he's feeling all the responsibility. Maybe he's just a jerk, said Wilson. He too rose from his seat. I'm going to take a nap. As Wilson was leaving the large hut, Nicole remembered that she wanted to check everyone's biometry before the hunt. It was a simple enough task. All she needed was to stand close to each cosmonaut for about 45 seconds with her activated scanner, and then read the critical data off the monitor. If there were no entries in the warning files, the entire procedure was quite straightforward. On this particular check, everyone was clean, including Takagishi. Nice going, Nicole said to her Japanese colleague very quietly. She walked outside to look for David Brown and Reggie Wilson. Dr. Brown's hut was at the far end of the campsite. Like the rest of the individual dwellings, his hut resembled a tall, skinny hat sitting on the ground. All the huts were off-white in color, about 2.5 meters tall, with a circular base just under 2 meters in diameter. They were manufactured with super lightweight, flexible materials that combined easy packing and storage with formidable strength. Nicole remarked to herself that the huts looked something like Native American Indian teepees. David Brown was in his hut, sitting cross-legged on the ground in front of a portable computer monitor. On the screen was text from the chapter on biots in Takagishi's Atlas of Rama. Excuse me, Dr. Brown, Nicole said as she stuck her head in his door. Yes, he said. What is it? He made no attempt to hide his annoyance at the interruption. I need to check your biometry data, Nicole said. You haven't been dumped since right before the first sortie. Brown gave her an irritated glance. Nicole held her ground. The American shrugged his shoulders, half grunted, and turned back to the monitor. Nicole knelt beside him and activated her scanner. There are some folding chairs over in the supply hut, Nicole offered as Dr. Brown shifted his weight uncomfortably on the ground. He ignored her comment. Why is he so rude to me? Nicole found herself wondering. Is it because of that report on Wilson and him? No, she thought, answering her own question. It's because I have never been properly deferential. Data began to appear on Nicole's screen. She carefully keyed in several inputs that permitted a synopsis of the warning data to be shown. Your blood pressure has been too high for intermittent intervals during the last 72 hours, including almost all of today, she said without emotion. This particular kind of pattern is usually associated with stress. Dr. Brown stopped reading about biots and turned to face his life science officer. He looked at the displayed data without understanding it. This graph shows the amplitudes and durations of your out-of-tolerance excursions, Nicole said, pointing at the screen. None of the individual occurrences would be serious by itself, but the overall pattern is cause for concern. I have been under some pressure, he mumbled. David Brown watched while Nicole called up other displays showing data that corroborated her original statements. Many of Brown's warning files were overflowing. The lights continued to flash on the monitor. What's the worst-case scenario? He inquired. Nicole eyed her patient. A stroke with paralysis or death, she replied, if the condition persists or worsens. He whistled. What should I do? In the first place, Nicole answered, you must start by getting more sleep. Your metabolic profile shows that since the death of General Borzov you have only had a total of 11 hours of solid rest. Why didn't you tell me you were having trouble sleeping? I thought it was just excitement. I even took a sleeping pill one night and it had no effect. Nicole's brow furrowed. I don't remember giving you any sleeping pills. Dr. Brown smiled. Shit, he said. I forgot to tell you. I was talking to Francesca Sabatini about my insomnia one night and she offered me a pill. I took it without thinking. Which night was that? Nicole asked. She changed displays again on her monitor and called for more data from the storage buffers. I'm not certain, Dr. Brown said after some hesitation. I think it was. Oh, here it is, Nicole said. I can see it in the chemical analysis. That was March 3rd, the second night after Borzov's death, the day you and Heilman were selected as joint commanders. From the breakout in this spectrometry data, I would guess that you took a single medval. You can tell that from my biometry data. Not exactly, Nicole said with a smile. The interpretation is not unique. What was it you said at lunch? Sometimes it's necessary to extrapolate and speculate. Their eyes met for a moment. Could that be fear? Nicole wondered as she tried to interpret what she was seeing in his gaze. Dr. Brown looked away. Thank you, Dr. Desjardins, he said stiffly, for your report on my blood pressure. I will try to relax and get plenty of sleep, and I apologize for not informing you about the sleeping pill. He dismissed her with a wave of his hand. Nicole started to protest her dismissal but decided against it. He wouldn't follow my advice anyway, she said to herself as she walked toward Wilson's hut, and his blood pressure was certainly not dangerously high. She thought about the strained final 2 minutes of their conversation, after she had astonished Dr. Brown by correctly identifying the type of sleeping pill. There's something not quite right here. What is it that I am missing? She could hear Reggie Wilson snoring before she arrived at the door of his tent. After a brief debate with herself, Nicole decided that she would scan him after his nap. She then returned to her own hut and quickly fell asleep. Nicole Desjardins. The voice intruded in her dream and awakened her. It's me, Francesca, I need to tell you something. Nicole sat up slowly on her cot. Francesca had already entered the hut. The Italian was wearing her friendliest smile, the one that Nicole had thought was always saved for the camera. I was talking to David just a few minutes ago, Francesca said as she approached the cot, and he told me about your conversation after lunch. Francesca kept talking as Nicole yawned and swung her legs around to the floor. I was, of course, very concerned to learn about his blood pressure. Don't worry, he and I have already agreed that I won't use it. But what really bothered me was he reminded me that we never told you about the sleeping pill. I'm so embarrassed. We should have told you immediately. Francesca was talking too fast for Nicole. Just moments before she had been in a deep sleep, dreaming of Beauvoir, and now all of a sudden she was expected to listen to a staccato confession from the Italian cosmonaut. "Could you wait a minute until I wake up?" Nicole asked crossly. She leaned around Francesca to a makeshift table and took a cup of water. She drank slowly. "Now am I to understand," Nicole said, "that you have awakened me to tell me that you gave Dr. Brown a sleeping pill, something I already know?" "Yes," Francesca said with a smile. "I mean, that's part of it, but I realized that I had forgotten to tell you about Reggie also." Nicole shook her head. "I'm not following you, Francesca. Are you talking about Reggie Wilson now?" Francesca hesitated for a second. "Yes," she said. "Didn't you check him with your scanner right after lunch?" Nicole shook her head again. "No, he was already asleep." She looked at her watch. "I had planned to scan him before the meeting started, maybe an hour from now." Francesca was flustered. "Well," she said, "when David told me that the Medville showed up in his biometry data, I thought—" She stopped herself in mid-sentence. She seemed to be collecting her thoughts. Nicole waited patiently. "Reggie started complaining of headaches over a week ago," Francesca eventually continued, "after the two Newton ships joined for the rendezvous with Rama. Since he and one have been close friends and he knew about my knowledge of drugs, you know, from all that work on my documentary series, he asked me if I would give him something for headaches. I refused at first, but finally, after he kept badgering me, I gave him some Nubitrol." Nicole frowned. "That's a very strong medicine for a simple headache. There are still doctors who believe it should never be prescribed unless everything else has failed." "I told him all that," Francesca said. "He was adamant, you don't know Reggie. Sometimes you can't reason with him." "How much did you give him?" 8 pills altogether, a total of 200 milligrams. "No wonder he's been acting so strangely." Nicole leaned over and picked up her pocket computer sitting on the end table. She accessed her medical database and read the short entry about Nubitrol. "Not much here," she said. "I'll have to ask O'Toole to transmit the full entry from the medical encyclopedia. But if I remember correctly, wasn't there a controversy about Nubitrol remaining in the system for weeks?" "I don't recall," Francesca replied. She looked at the monitor in Nicole's hand and quickly read the text. Nicole was irritated. She started to lambast Francesca verbally, but at the last moment changed her mind. "So you gave drugs to both David and Reggie," she was thinking. Out of her memory came a vague recollection of Francesca handing Valerie Borzov a glass of wine several hours before he died. A strange chill ran through Nicole's body. Could her intuition be correct? Nicole turned around and fixed Francesca with a cold stare. "Now that you have confessed to playing doctor and pharmacist for both David and Reggie, is there anything else you want to tell me?" "What do you mean?" Francesca asked. "Have you given drugs to any other member of the crew?" Nicole felt her heart race as Francesca blanched, ever so slightly, and hesitated before replying. "No, no, of course not," was her answer. 29. The hunt. The helicopter very slowly dropped the rover to the ground. "How much farther?" Janos Tabori asked over the communicator. "About 10 meters," Richard Wakefield replied from below. He was standing in a spot about 100 meters south of the edge of the cylindrical sea. Above him, the rover dangled at the end of 2 long cables. "Be careful to let it down gently. There are some delicate electronics in the chassis." Hiro Yamanaka commanded the helicopter into its tightest possible altitude control loop, while Janos electronically extended the cables a few centimeters at a time. "Contact!" shouted Wakebeld. "On the rear wheels. The front needs to come down another meter." Francesca Sabatini raced around to the side of the rover to record its historic touchdown in the southern hemicylinder of Rama. 50 meters farther from the cliff, in the neighborhood of a hut that was serving as a temporary headquarters, the rest of the cosmonauts were preparing for the hunt to begin. Irina Turgenev was checking the installation of the cable snare in the second helicopter. David Brown was by himself a few meters away from the hut, talking on the radio with Admiral Heilman back at the Beta campsite. The two men were reviewing the details of the capture plan. Wilson, Takagishi, and Desjardins were watching the conclusion of the rover landing operation. "Now we know who's really the boss of this outfit," Reggie Wilson was saying to his two companions. He pointed at Dr. Brown. "This damn hunt is more like a military operation than anything we've done, yet our senior scientist is in charge and our ranking officer is manning the phones." He spat on the ground. "Christ, do we have enough equipment here? 2 helicopters, a rover, 3 different kinds of cages, not to mention several large boxes of electrical and mechanical shit. Those poor bastard crabs don't have a chance." Dr. Takagishi put the laser binoculars to his eyes. He found the target quickly. Half a kilometer to the east, the crab biots were nearing the edge of the cliff again. Nothing about their motion had changed. "We need all the equipment because of the uncertainty," Takagishi said quietly. "Nobody really knows what is going to happen." "I hope the lights go out," Wilson said with a laugh. "We're prepared for that," David Brown interjected tersely as he walked up to join the other 3 cosmonauts. "The shells of the crabs have been sprayed with a light fluorescent material, and we have plenty of flares. While you were complaining about the length of our last meeting, we were finishing the contingency plans." He stared truculently at his countryman. "You know, Wilson, you could try." Break, the voice of Otto Heilman interrupted him. "News, hot news. I just received word from O'Toole that IN will be carrying our feed live beginning 20 minutes from now." "Good work," replied Brown. "We should be ready by then. I see Wakefield heading this way in the rover." He glanced at his watch. "And the crabs should be turning again in another few seconds. Incidentally, Otto, do you still disagree with my suggestion to snare the lead biot?" "Yes, David, I do. I think it's an unnecessary risk. What little we do know suggests that the lead crab has the most capability. Why take a chance? Any biot would be an incredible treasure to carry back to Earth, particularly if it's still functional. We can worry about the leader after we already have one in the bag." "Then I guess I'm outvoted on this one. Doctor, Takagishi and Tabori both agree with you. So does General O'Toole. We'll proceed with Plan B. The target biot will be number 4, the back right biot as we approach from the rear." The rover carrying Wakefield and Sabatini arrived at the hut area at almost the same time as the helicopter. "Good job, men," Dr. Brown said as Tabori and Yamanaka jumped down from the copter. "Take a short breather, Janos. Then go over and make sure Turgenev and the cable snare are both ready to go. I want you airborne in 5 minutes." "All right," Brown said, turning to the others. "This is it. Wilson, Takagishi, and Desjardins in the rover with Wakefield. Francesca, you come with me in the second helicopter with Hiro." Nicole started walking toward the rover, but Francesca intercepted her. "Have you ever used one of these?" The Italian journalist extended a video camera the size of a small book. "Once," Nicole answered, studying the camera in Francesca's hand, 11 or 12 years ago. I recorded one of Dr. Delon's brain operations, I guess." "Look," interrupted Francesca, "I could use some help. I'm sorry I didn't discuss it with you earlier, but I didn't know anyway. I need another camera, one on the ground, especially now that we're live on in. I'm not asking for miracles. You're the only one who—" "What about Reggie?" Nicole replied. "He's the other journalist." "Reggie won't help," Francesca said quickly. Dr. Brown called for her to come to the helicopter. "Will you do it, Nicole, please, or should I ask someone else?" "Why not?" ran through Nicole's mind. "I have nothing else to do unless an emergency comes up." "Sure," she replied. "Thanks a million," Francesca shouted as she handed Nicole the camera and dashed off to the waiting helicopter. Well, said Reggie Wilson as Nicole approached the rover with the camera cradled in her hands. "I see that our crew doctor has been recruited by the #1 journalist. I hope you asked for the minimum wage." "Lighten up, Reggie," Nicole replied. It doesn't bother me to help others when I have nothing specific to do myself. Wakefield switched on the rover and began to drive east toward the biots. The headquarters had been intentionally established in the area already cleaned by the crabs. The packed soil made progress very easy for the rover. They were within 100 meters of the biots in less than 3 minutes. Overhead, the 2 helicopters circled around the crabs. "What exactly do you want me to do?" Nicole called to Francis's on the rover transmitter. "Try to move parallel to the biot/, Francesca answered. "You can probably run alongside, at least for some of the time. The most important moment is when Janos tries to close the snare." "We're already here," Tabori announced a few seconds later. "Just give the word." "Are we on the air?" Brown asked Francesca. She nodded her head. "All right," he said to Janos, "go ahead." From out of one of the helicopters came a long, thick cable with what looked like an inverted basket on the end. "Janos will try to center the snare on the target biot/, Wakefield explained to Nicole, "and let the sides drape naturally over the corner of the shell. Then he will increase the tension and pull the biot off the ground. We will cage the crab after we return it to the beta campsite." "Let's see what they look like from down there," Nicole heard Francesca say. The rover was now right next to the biots. Nicole climbed out and jogged beside them. She was frightened at first. For some reason she had not expected them to be so large or so strange-looking. Their metallic sheen reminded her of the cold exterior of many of the new buildings in Paris. As she ran along on the soil, the biots were only about 2 meters away from her. With the automatic focusing and framing of the camera, it was not difficult for Nicole to take the proper pictures. "Don't get in front of them," Dr. Takagishi warned her. He didn't need to worry. Nicole had not forgotten what they had done to that mound of metal. "Your pictures are really very good," Francesca's voice boomed on the rover receiver. "Nicole, try to speed up to the lead biot and then fall back little by little, letting the camera pan across each of the ranks." She waited while Nicole moved to the front of the biots. "Wow, that's superb. Now one knows why we brought an Olympic champion with us." On his first 2 attempts, Janos missed with the snare. However, on the 3rd try it landed perfectly on the number 4 crab's back. The edges of the net or basket spread out to the limit of the shell. Nicole was starting to sweat. She had been running already for 4 minutes. "From now on," Francesca said to her from the helicopter, "focus on the single target crab. Move up as close as you dare." Nicole reduced her distance from the closest biot to about a meter. She nearly slipped once, and a cold chill swept over her. "If I were to fall across their path," she thought, "they'd make mincemeat out of me." Her camera was fixed on the right rear crab as Janos tightened the cables. "Now," he shouted. The snare, with the biot entrapped, began to rise off the ground. Everything happened very fast. The target biot used its scissor-like claws to snap through one of the metal threads of the snare. The other 5 biots came to a brief halt, for maybe 1 full second, and then immediately all attacked the snare with their claws. The metal net was completely shredded and the biot was freed in 5 seconds. Nicole was amazed by what she was seeing. Despite her pounding heart, she continued to film. The lead biot now sat down on the ground. The other 5 surrounded it in an extremely tight circle. Each of the biots attached 1 claw to the crab in the center and the other to its neighbor on the right. The formation was finished in less than 5 more seconds. The biots were locked and motionless. Francesca was the first to speak. "Absolutely incredible," she screamed in elation. "We just made the hair stand up on every human being on Earth." Nicole felt Richard Wakefield beside her. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I think so," she said. She was still shaking. The 2 of them glanced over at the biots. There was no movement. "They're in a huddle," Reggie Wilson said from the rover. "The score is now biot 7, humans 0. Since you are so convinced that there is no danger, I'll agree to go ahead. But I must confess that I myself am nervous about another attempt. Those things clearly communicate with each other, and I don't think they want to be captured." Otto, Dr. Brown replied. This procedure is only a straightforward refinement of what we tried the first time. The line nexus will adhere to the shell of the crab and will wrap its thin cables tightly around the entire carapace. The other biots will not be able to use their claws. There will be no room between the line and the shell. Admiral Heilman, this is Dr. Takagishi. There was definite concern in his voice as he spoke into the communicator. I must register my strongest objection to proceeding with this hunt. We have seen already how little we understand about these creatures. As Wakefield said, our attempt to snare one of them has obviously triggered their main fault protection responses. We have no idea at all how they will react next. We all understand that, Dr. Takagishi, David Brown interjected before Heilman could respond. But there are extenuating factors that override the uncertainties. First, as Francesca pointed out, the entire Earth will again be watching if we go after the biots right away. You heard what Jean-Claude Rivoire said 20 minutes ago. We have already done more for space exploration than anyone since the original Soviet and American cosmonauts back in the 20th century. Second, we are prepared to complete the hunt now. If we abandon the attempt and return all our equipment to Beta, then we will have wasted a huge amount of time and effort. Finally, there is no obvious danger. Why do you insist on making such dire predictions? All we saw the biots do was engage in some kind of self-defense activity. Professor Brown, the eminent Japanese scholar, tried one last rational appeal. Please look around you. Try to imagine the capabilities of the creatures who made this amazing vehicle. Try to appreciate the possibility that perhaps, just perhaps, what we are trying to do might be viewed as a hostile act and has somehow been communicated to whatever intelligence is managing this spacecraft. Suppose as a result that we, as representatives of the human species, are condemning not only ourselves, but also, in some larger sense, all of our fellow. Poppycock, David Brown scoffed. How can anyone ever accuse me of wild speculation? He laughed heartily. This is absurd. The evidence overwhelmingly indicates that this Rama has the same purpose and function as its predecessor and is completely oblivious to our existence. Just because one single subfamily of robots bands together when threatened does not have overwhelming significance. He looked around at the others. I say that's enough talk, Otto. Unless you object, we're going out to capture a biot. There was a short hesitation from across the cylindrical sea. Then the cosmonauts heard Admiral Heilman's affirmative reply. Go ahead, David, but don't take any unnecessary chances. Do you think we're really in danger? Hiro Yamanaka asked Dr. Takagishi, while the new capture tactics were being reviewed by Brown, Tabori, and Wakefield. The Japanese pilot was staring off in the distance at the massive structures in the southern bowl, thinking, perhaps for the first time, of the vulnerability of their position. Probably not, his countryman replied, but it's insane to take such. Insane is a perfect word for it, Reggie Wilson interrupted. You and I were the only two vocal opponents of continuing this stupidity, but our objections were made to sound foolish and even cowardly. Personally, one wish one of those goddamn things would challenge the esteemed Dr. Brown to a duel. Or better still, a bolt of lightning would come shooting out of those spires over there. He pointed at the great horns that Yamanaka had been regarding earlier. Wilson's voice changed and there was a fearful edge to it. We are over our heads here. I can feel it in the air. We are being warned of danger by powers that none of us can begin to understand, but we are ignoring the warnings. Nicole turned away from her colleagues and glanced at the lively planning meeting taking place 15 meters away from her. Engineers Wakefield and Tabori were definitely enjoying the challenge of outwitting the biots. Nicole wondered if perhaps Rama really was sending them some kind of a warning. Poppycock, she said to herself, repeating David Brown's expression. She shuddered involuntarily as she recalled the several seconds when the crab biots had devastated the metal snare. I'm overreacting. And so is Wilson. There's no reason to be afraid. Yet as she turned again and looked through the binoculars to study the biot formation half a kilometer away, there was a palpable fear in her that would not be assuaged. The 6 crabs had not moved in almost 2 hours. They were still locked in their original arrangement. "What are you really all about, Rama?" Nicole asked herself for the umpteenth time. Her next question startled her. She had never verbalized it before. "And how many of us make it back to Earth to tell your tale?" On the second capture attempt, Francesca wanted to be on the ground beside the biots. As before, Turgenev and Tabori were up in the prime helicopter, along with the most important equipment. Brown, Yamanaka, and Wakefield were in the other helicopter. Dr. Brown had invited Wakefield to provide him with real-time advice. Francesca had of course persuaded Richard to take some aerial pictures for her to complement the automatic images from the helicopter system. Reggie Wilson drove the ground-based cosmonauts to the biot site in the rover. "Now here's a good job for me," he said as they approached the location of the alien crabs. "Chauffeur." He gazed up at the distant ceiling of Rama. "You hear that, you guys? I'm versatile. I can do many things." He looked over at Francesca beside him in the front seat. "By the way, Mrs. Sabatini, were you planning to thank Nicole for her spectacular work? It was her action shots on the ground that captured the audience in your last transmission." Francesca was busy checking all her video equipment and at first ignored Reggie's comment. When he repeated his jibe, she responded, without looking up, "May I remind Mr. Wilson that I do not need his unsolicited advice on how to conduct my business." "There was a time," Reggie mused out loud, shaking his head, "when things were very different." He glanced at Francesca. There was no indication that she was even listening. "Back when I still believed in love," he said in a louder voice. "Before I knew about betrayal, or ambition and its selfishness." He jerked the rover wheel vigorously to the left and brought it to a stop about 40 meters west of the biots. Francesca jumped out without a word. Within 3 seconds, she was chattering to David Brown and Richard Wakefield on the radio about the video coverage of the capture. The ever-polite Dr. Takagishi thanked Reggie Wilson for driving the rover. "We're coming in," Tabori shouted from above. He managed to position the dangling nexus properly on his second attempt. The nexus was a round, heavy sphere about 20 centimeters in diameter, with a dozen small holes or indentations on its surface. It was slowly dropped onto the center of the shell of one of the outside biots. Next, Janos, transmitting a barrage of commands from the hovering helicopter to the processor in the nexus, ordered the extension of the massed threads of metal rolled up inside the sphere. The crabs did not stir as the threads wrapped themselves around the target biot. "What do you think, Inspector?" Janos hollered at Richard Wakefield in the other helicopter. Richard surveyed the strange apparatus. The thick cable was attached to a ring stanchion at the rear of the helicopter. 15 meters below, the metal ball sat on the back of the target biot, thin filaments extending from inside the ball around the top and bottom of the carapace. "Looks fine," Richard replied. "Now there's only the single question remaining. Is the helicopter stronger than their collective grip?" David Brown commanded Irina Turgenev to lift the prey. She slowly increased the speed of the blades and tried to ascend. The tiny slack in the cable disappeared, but the biots barely moved. "They're either very heavy or they're holding onto the ground somehow," Richard said. "Hit them with a sharp burst." The sudden jolt in the cable lifted the entire biot formation momentarily skyward. The helicopter strained as the biot mass dangled 2 or 3 meters off the ground. The 2 crabs not attached to the target biot dropped first, falling into a motionless heap seconds after takeoff. The other 3 crabs lasted longer, 10 seconds altogether, before they finally disengaged their claws from their companion and fell to the ground below. There were universal cries of joy and congratulations as the helicopter climbed higher into the sky. Francesca was filming the capture sequence from a distance of about 10 meters. After the last 3 biots, including the leader, had released their grips on the target crab and fallen onto the Raman soil, she leaned back to record the helicopter as it headed for the banks of the cylindrical sea with its prey. It took her 2 or 3 seconds to realize that everyone was shouting at her. The lead biot and its final two companion crabs had not crumbled into a heap when they had hit the ground. Although slightly damaged, they were active and on the move within moments after landing. While Francesca was filming the departure of the helicopter, the lead biot sensed her presence and headed toward her. The other two followed a step behind. They were only 4 meters away when Francesca, still filming, finally understood that she was now the prey. She turned around and started to run. "Run to the side," Richard Wakefield screamed into the communicator. "They can only go in straight lines." Francesca zigged and zagged, but the biots continued to follow her. Her original burst of adrenaline enabled her to extend the distance separating her from the crabs to 10 meters. Later, however, as she began to tire, the relentless biots were closing in on her. She slipped and almost fell. By the time Francesca regained her stride, the lead biot was no more than 3 meters away. Reggie Wilson had raced toward the rover as soon as it was clear that the biots were chasing Francesca. Once he was at the controls of the vehicle, he headed for her rescue at top speed. He had originally intended to pick her up and move her out of the way of the biot onslaught. They were too close to her, however, so Reggie decided to smash into the 3 crabs from the side. There was a crash of metal on metal as the lightweight vehicle rammed the biots. Reggie's plan worked. The momentum of the crash carried Reggie and the crabs several meters to the side. The threat to Francesca was over. But the biots were not incapacitated. Far from it. Despite the fact that one of the follower crabs had lost a leg and the lead biot had a slightly damaged claw, within seconds all 3 of them were at work in the wreckage. They started slicing the rover into chunks with their claws, and then they used their fearful collection of probes and rasps to tear the chunks into still smaller pieces. Reggie was momentarily stunned by the impact of the rover against the biots. The alien crabs had been heavier than he had anticipated, and the damage to his vehicle was severe. As soon as he realized that the biots were still active, he started to jump out of the rover, but he couldn't. His legs were wedged underneath the collapsed dashboard. His unmitigated terror lasted no longer than 10 seconds. There was nothing anyone could do. Reggie Wilson's horrified shrieks echoed through the vastness of Rama as the biots chopped him apart exactly as if he were part of the rover. It was accomplished swiftly and systematically. Both Francesca and the automatic camera in the helicopter filmed the final seconds of his life. The pictures were transmitted live back to the Earth. 30 post-mortem II. Nicole sat quietly in her hut at the Beta campsite. She could not erase from her mind the horrible image of Reggie Wilson's face, contorted in terror as he was being hacked to pieces. She tried to force herself to think of something else. So what now, she wondered. What will happen to the mission now? Outside it was dark again in Rama. The lights had vanished abruptly 3 hours before, after a period of illumination 34 seconds less than during the previous Raman day. The disappearance of the lights should have prompted much discussion and speculation. But it didn't. None of the cosmonauts wanted to talk about anything. The awful memory of Wilson's death weighed too heavily on everyone. The normal crew meeting after dinner had been postponed until morning because David Brown and Admiral Heilman were in an extended conference with ISA officials back on Earth. Nicole had not participated in any of the conversations, but it was not difficult for her to imagine their content. She realized that there was a very real possibility the mission would now be aborted. The hue and cry from the public might demand it. After all, they had witnessed one of the most gruesome scenes. Nicole thought of Genevieve sitting in front of the television at Beauvoir, watching while cosmonaut Wilson was being methodically subdivided by the biots. She shuddered. Then she chastised herself for being self-centered. The real honor, she said to herself, must have been in Lowe's Angels. She had met the Wilson family twice during the early parties right after the crew selections were announced. Nicole remembered the boy particularly. Randy was his name. He was 7 or 8, wide-eyed and beautiful. He loved sports. He had brought Nicole one of his prized possessions, a program from the 2184 Olympics in nearly perfect condition, and had asked her to sign the page featuring the women's triple jump. She had tousled his hair as he had thanked her with a huge smile. The image of Randy Wilson watching his father die on television was too much for her. Several tears wedged themselves into the corners of her eyes. What a nightmare this year has been for you, little boy, she thought. The roller coaster of life. First the joy of having your father selected as a cosmonaut. Then all the Francesca nonsense and the divorce. Now this terrible tragedy. Nicole was becoming depressed, and her mind was still too active for sleep. She decided that she wanted some company. She walked over to the next hut and knocked softly on the door. "Is someone out there?" she heard from inside. "Hot Takagishi-san," she replied. "It's Nicole, may I come in?" He walked over to the door and opened it. "This is an unexpected surprise," he said. "Is the visit professional?" "No," she answered as she entered. "Strictly informal. I was not ready to sleep, I thought." "You are welcome to visit me any time," he said with a friendly smile. "You do not need a reason." He looked at her for several seconds. "I am deeply disturbed by what happened this afternoon. I feel responsible. I don't think I did enough to stop." "Come on, Shidru," Nicole replied. "Don't be ridiculous. You're not to blame, at least you spoke up. I'm the doctor and I didn't even say anything." Her eyes wandered aimlessly around Takagishi's hut. Beside his cot, sitting on a small piece of cloth on the floor, Nicole saw a curious white figurine with black markings. She walked over to it and bent down on her knees. "What's this?" she asked. Dr. Takagishi was slightly embarrassed. He came over beside Nicole and picked up the tiny fat Oriental man. He held it between his index finger and his thumb. "It's a Netsuke heirloom from my wife's family," he said. "It's made from ivory." He handed the little man to Nicole. "He is the king of the gods. His companion, a similarly plump queen, rests on the table beside my wife's bed in Kyoto. Back before elephants became endangered, many people collected figures like this. My wife's family has a superb collection." Nicole studied the little man in her hand. He had a benign, serene smile on his face. She imagined the beautiful Machiko Takagishi back in Japan, and for a few seconds she envied their marital bond. It would make events like Wilson's death much easier to deal with, she thought. "Would you like to sit down?" Dr. Takagishi was saying. Nicole positioned herself on a box next to the cot, and they talked for 20 minutes. Mostly they shared memories of their families. They referred obliquely to the afternoon disaster several times, but they avoided detailed discussion of Rama and the Newton mission altogether. What they both needed were the comforting images of their daily lives on Earth. "And now," Takagishi said, finishing his cup of tea and putting it on the end table beside Nicole's, "I have a strange request for Dr. Desjardins. Would you please go over to your hut and bring back your biometry equipment? I would like to be scanned." Nicole started to laugh but noticed the seriousness in her colleague's face. When she returned with her scanner several minutes later, Dr. Takagishi told her the reason for his request. "This afternoon," he said, "I felt two very sharp pains in my chest. It was during the excitement, after Wilson crashed into the biots, and I realized." He did not complete his sentence. Nicole nodded and activated the scanning instrument. Neither of them said anything for the next 3 minutes. Nicole checked all the warning data, displayed graphs and charts of his cardiac performance, and shook her head regularly. When she was finished, she faced her friend with a grim smile. "You've had a slight heart attack," she said to Dr. Takagishi. "Maybe two very close together, and your heart has been irregular ever since." She could tell that he had expected the news. "I'm sorry," she said. "I have some medicine with me that I can give you, but it's only a stopgap measure. We must go back to the Newton immediately so we can treat this problem properly." "Well," he smiled wanly, "if our predictions are correct, then it will be light again in Rama in about 12 hours. I assume we'll go then." "Probably," she answered. "I'll talk to Brown and Heilman about it right away. My guess is that you and I will leave first thing in the morning." He reached out and took her hand. "Thank you, Nicole," he said. She turned away. For the second time in an hour, there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Nicole left Takagishi's hut and headed for the edge of camp to talk to David Brown. "Ah, it is you," she heard Richard Wakefield's voice in the dark. "I thought for certain you were asleep. I have some news for you." "Hello, Richard," Nicole said as the figure holding the flashlight emerged from the darkness. "I couldn't sleep," he said. "Too many grisly pictures in my head, so I decided to work on your problem." He smiled. "It was even easier than I thought. Would you like to come to my hut for an explanation?" Nicole was confused. She had been preoccupied with what she was going to say to Brown and Heilman about Takagishi. "You do remember, don't you?" Richard inquired. "The problem with the Rama II software and the manual commands." "You've been working on that?" she asked. "Down here?" "Certainly. All I had to do was have O'Toole transmit the data that I needed. Come on, let me show you." Nicole decided seeing Dr. Brown could wait for a few more minutes. She walked beside Richard. He knocked on another hut as they went by. "Hey Tabori, guess what?" he shouted. "I found our lovely lady doctor wandering around in the dark. Do you want to join us?" "I explained some of it to him first," Richard said to Nicole. "Your hut was dark and I figured you were asleep." John O stumbled out of his door less than a minute later and acknowledged Nicole with a smile. "All right, Wakefield," he said, "but let's not prolong it. I was finally drifting off." Back in Wakefield's hut, the British engineer thoroughly enjoyed recounting what had happened to the robot surgeon when the Newton had experienced the unexpected torque. "You were right, Nicole," he said, "that there were manual commands input to Rama II. And these commands did indeed shut down the normal fault protection algorithms, but none of them was input until during the Raman maneuver." Wakefield smiled and continued, watching Nicole carefully to ensure that she was following his explanation. "Apparently, when Janos fell and his fingers hit the control box, he generated 3 commands. At least that's what Rama II thought. It was told that there were 3 manual commands in its queue. Of course they were all garbage, but Rama II had no way of knowing this. Maybe now you can appreciate some of the nightmares that plague system software designers. There's just no way anybody could ever anticipate all possible contingencies. The designers had protected against one inadvertent garbage command, someone brushing the control box during an operation, for example, but not several bad commands. Manual commands were essentially considered to be emergencies by the overall system design. Hence they had the highest priority in the interrupt structure of the Rama II software and were always processed immediately. The design acknowledged, however, that there could be a single bad manual command and had the capability of rejecting it and moving on to the next priority interrupts, which included fault protection. "Sorry," said Nicole. "You've lost me. How could a design be structured to disregard a single bad command but not several? I thought this simple processor operated in series." Richard turned to his portable computer and, working from notes, called up on the monitor a mass of numbers arrayed in rows and columns. "Here are the operations, instruction by instruction, that the Rama II software implemented after there were manual commands in its queue." "They repeat," Johnels observed, "every 7 operations." "Exactly," Richard replied. Rama II tried 3 times to process the first manual command, was unsuccessful in each attempt, and then went on to the next command. The software operated exactly as it was designed. "But why," Tabori asked, "did it go back to the first command afterward?" "Because the software designers never considered the possibility of multiple bad manual commands, or at least never designed for the condition. The internal question the software asks after finishing with the processing of each command is whether or not there is another manual command in the buffer. If there is not, then the software rejects the first command and is free to handle another interrupt. If there is, however, the software is told to store the rejected command and process the next command. Now, if 2 commands in a row are rejected, The software assumes that the command processor hardware is broken, swaps to the redundant hardware set, and tries again to process the same manual commands. You can understand the reasoning. Suppose one. Nicole listened for several seconds as Richard and Janos talked about redundant subsystems, buffered commands, and queue structures. She had very little training in either fault protection or redundancy management and could not follow the exchange. "Just a moment," she interjected at length. "You've lost me again. Remember, I'm not an engineer. Can't somebody give me a summary in normal English?" Wakefield was apologetic. "Sorry, Nicole," he said. "You know what an interrupt-driven software system is?" She nodded. "And you are familiar with the way priorities operate in such a system. Good. Then the explanation is simple. The fault protection interrupts based on the accelerometer and imaging data were lower priority than the manual commands inadvertently entered by Janos when he was falling. The system became locked in a software loop trying to process the bad commands and never had a chance to heed the fault signals from the sensor subsystems. That's why the scalpel kept cutting." For some reason, Nicole was disappointed. The explanation was clear enough, and she had certainly not wanted the analysis to implicate Janos or any other member of the crew. But it was too simple. It had not been worth all her time and energy. Nicole sat down on the cot in Richard Wakefield's hut. "So much for my mystery," she said. Janos sat beside her. "Cheer up, Nicole," he said. "This is good news. At least now we know for certain that we didn't foul up the initialization process. There's a logical explanation for what happened." "Great," she replied sarcastically. "But General Borzov is still dead, and now Reggie Wilson is too." Nicole thought about the American journalist's erratic behavior over the last several days and remembered her earlier conversation with Francesca. "Say," she said spontaneously, "did either of you ever hear General Borzov complain of headaches or any other discomfort, especially on the day of the banquet?" Wakefield shook his head. "No," said Janos. "Why do you ask?" "Well, I asked the portable diagnostician, based on Borzov's biometry data, to give me the possible causes of his symptoms, given that the general was not having an appendicitis. The most likely cause was listed as drug reaction. 62% probable. I thought that maybe he might have had an adverse reaction to some medication." "Really?" Janos said, his curiosity piqued. "Why have you never said anything about this to me before?" "I was going to, several times," Nicole answered. "But I didn't think you were interested. Remember when I stopped by your room on the Newton the day after General Borzov died? It was right after the crew meeting. From the way you responded, I concluded that you didn't want to rehash." "Goodness," Janos shook his head. "How we humans fail to communicate. It was just a headache, nothing more or less. I certainly didn't mean to give you the impression that I was unwilling to talk about Valerie's death." "Speaking of communicating," Nicole said as she rose wearily from the cot, "I must go to see Dr. Brown and Admiral Heilman before I go to bed." She looked at Wakefield. "Thanks a lot for your help, Richard. I wish I could say that I felt better now." Nicole walked over beside Janos. "TM sorry, friend," she said. "I should have shared my whole investigation with you. It probably would have been over much faster." "It's fine," Janos replied. "Don't worry about it," he smiled. "Come on, I'll walk with you as far as my suite." Nicole could hear the loud conversation inside before she knocked on the door to the hut. David Brown, Otto Heilman, and Francesca Sabatini were arguing about how to reply to the latest directions from Earth. "They're overreacting," Francesca was saying, "and they'll realize it as soon as they have some time to reflect. This is not the first mission to suffer a loss of human life. They didn't cancel the American space shuttle when that schoolteacher and her crew were killed. But they have ordered us to return to the Newton as soon as possible," Admiral Heilman protested. "So tomorrow we'll talk to them again and explain why we want to survey New York first. Takagishi says the sea will start to melt in another day or two and we'll have to leave anyway. Besides, Wakefield and Takagishi and I did hear something that night, even if David doesn't believe us. I don't know, Francesca. Dr. Brown was starting to respond when he finally heard Nicole's knock. Who's there? He asked crossly. Cosmonaut Desjardins. I have some important medical information. Look, Desjardins, Brown interrupted quickly. We're very busy. Can it wait until morning? All right, Nicole said to herself. I can wait until morning. She wasn't anxious to answer Dr. Brown's questions about Takagishi's heart condition anyway. Roger, she said out loud, laughing at herself for using the expression. Within seconds, Nicole could hear the discussion start again behind her. She walked slowly back to her hut. Tomorrow has to be a better day, she said as she crawled onto her cot. 31 Orvieto Prodigy. Good night, Otto, David Brown said as the German admiral left his hut. See you in the morning. Dr. Brown yawned and stretched. He looked at his watch. It was a little more than 8 hours until the lights should come on again. He pulled off his flight suit and had a drink of water. He had just laid down on his cot when Francesca entered his hut. David, she said, we have more problems. She walked over and gave him a short kiss. I've been talking to Janos. Nicole suspects that Valerie was drugged. What? He replied. He sat up on his cot. How could she? There was no way. Apparently there was some evidence in his biometry data, and she cleverly found it. She mentioned it to Janos tonight. You didn't react when he told you, did you? I mean, we must be absolutely. Of course not, Francesca answered. Anyway, Janos would never suspect anything in 1,000 years. He is a total innocent, at least where things like this are concerned. Damn that woman, David Brown said, and damn her biometry. He rubbed his face with his hands. What a day. First that stupid Wilson tries to be a hero, now this. I told you we should have destroyed all the data from the operation. It would have been an easy matter to wipe out the central files. Then things would never. She would still have his biometry records, Francesca countered. That's where the prime evidence is. You would have to be an absolute genius to take the data from the operation itself and deduce anything. She sat down and cradled Dr. Brown's head against her chest. Our big mistake was not when we failed to destroy the files. That would have aroused suspicion at the ISA. Our error was in underestimating Nicole Desjardins. Dr. Brown shook free from the embrace and stood up. Damn it, Francesca, it's your fault. I never should have let you talk me into it. I knew at the time. You knew at the time, Francesca sharply interrupted, that you, Dr. David Brown, were not going on the first sortie into Rama. You knew at the time that your future millions as the hero and perceived leader of this expedition would be seriously compromised if you stayed on board the Newton. Brown stopped pacing and faced Francesca. You knew at the time, she continued more softly, that I too had a vested interest in your going on the sortie, and that I could be counted on to provide you with support. She took his hands and pulled him back toward the cot. Sit down, David, Francesca said. We've been over and over this. We did not kill General Borzov. We simply gave him a drug that created the symptoms of an appendicitis. We made the decision together. If Rama had not maneuvered and the robot surgeon had not malfunctioned, then our plan would have worked perfectly. Borzov would be on the Newton today, recovering from his appendectomy, and you and I would be here leading the exploration of Rama. David Brown removed his hands from hers and started to wring them. I feel so unclean, he said. I've never done anything like this before. I mean, whether we like it or not, we are partially responsible for Borzov's death, maybe even for Wilson's as well. We could be indicted. He was shaking his head again. There was a forlorn expression on his face. I'm supposed to be a scientist, he said. What has happened to me? How did I get mixed up in these things? Spare me your righteousness, Francesca said harshly. And don't try to kid yourself. Aren't you the man who stole the decade's most important astronomical discovery from a woman graduate student, and then married her to keep her quiet forever? Your integrity was compromised a long time ago. That's unfair, Dr. Brown said petulantly. I have mostly been honest. Except, except when it was important and worth a lot to you. What a pile of shit. Francesca now stood up and paced around the hut herself. You men are so damn hypocritical. You preserve your lofty self-images with amazing rationalizations. You never admit to yourselves who you really are and what you really want. Most women are more honest. We acknowledge our ambitions, our desires, even our basest wants. We admit our weaknesses. We face ourselves as we are, not as we would like to be. She returned to the cot and took David's hands in hers again. Don't you see, darling, she said earnestly. You and I are soulmates. Our alliance is based on the strongest bond of all, mutual self-interest. We are both motivated by the same goals of power and fame. That sounds awful, he said. But it's true, even if you don't want to admit it to yourself. David, darling, can't you see that your indecisiveness comes from your failure to acknowledge your true nature? Look at me. I know exactly what I want and am never confused about what to do. My behavior is automatic. The American physicist sat quietly beside Francesca for a long time. At length he turned and put his head on her shoulder. First Borzov, now Wilson, he said with a sigh. I feel whipped. I wish none of this had happened. You can't give up, David, she said, stroking his head. We've come too far, and the big prize is now within our reach. Francesca reached across him and started to remove his shirt. It's been a long and trying day, she said soothingly. Let's try to forget it. David Brown closed his eyes as she caressed his face and chest. Francesca bent over and kissed him slowly on the lips. A few moments later she abruptly stopped. You see, she said, slowly removing her own clothes, as long as we are in this together, we can derive strength from each other. She stood up in front of David, forcing him to open his eyes. Hurry, he said impatiently. I was all ready. Don't worry so much about it, Francesca replied, lazily pulling down her pants. You've never had a problem with me. Francesca smiled again as she pushed his knees apart and pressed his face against her breasts. Remember, she said, tugging easily at his shorts with her free hand, I'm not Elaine. She studied David Brown as he slept beside her. The strain and anxiety that had dominated his face just minutes before had been replaced by the carefree smile of a boy. Men are so simple, Francis was thinking. Orgasm is the perfect pain reliever. I wish it were that easy for us. She slipped off the small cot and put her clothes on again. Francesca was very careful not to disturb her sleeping friend. But you and I still have a real problem, she said to herself as she finished dressing, which we need to address quickly. And it will be more difficult because we are dealing with a woman. Francesca walked outside her hut, into the black of Rama. There were a few lights near the supplies at the other end of the camp, but otherwise the beta campsite was dark. Everyone else was asleep. She switched on her small flashlight and walked away in a southerly direction, toward the cylindrical sea. What is it that you want, Madame Nicole Desjardins? She thought as she walked along. And where's your weakness, your Achilles heel? For several minutes Francesca flipped through her entire memory bank on Nicole, attempting to find any personality or character flaw that could be exploited. Money's not the answer. Sex isn't either, at least not with me. She laughed involuntarily. And certainly not with David. Your dislike for him is obvious. What about blackmail? Francesca asked herself as she drew near to the banks of the cylindrical sea. She remembered Nicole's strong reaction to her question about Genevieve's father. Maybe, she thought, if I knew the answer to that question. But I don't. Francesca was temporarily stumped. She could not figure out any way to compromise Nicole Desjardins. By this time, the lights from the campsite behind her were barely visible. Francesca extinguished her flashlight and very cautiously sat down to dangle her feet over the edge of the cliff. Having her legs suspended above the frozen ice of the cylindrical sea brought back a suite of poignant memories from her childhood in Orvieto. At the age of 11, despite the barrage of health warnings that assaulted her from every direction, the precocious Francesca had decided to start smoking cigarettes. Every day after school, she would wind her way down the hill to the plain below the town and sit on the bank of her favorite creek. There she would smoke in silence, an act of solitary rebellion. On those lazy afternoons, she would inhabit a fantasy world of castles and princes, millions of kilometers away from her mother and stepfather. The memory of those adolescent moments produced an irresistible desire to smoke in Francesca. She had been taking her nicotine pills throughout the mission, but they satisfied only the physical addiction. She laughed at herself and reached into one of the special pockets of her flight suit. Francesca had hidden away 3 cigarettes in a special container that would preserve them in fresh condition. She had told herself before leaving the Earth that the cigarettes were there in case of an emergency. Smoking a cigarette inside an extraterrestrial space vehicle was even more outrageous than smoking at the age of 11. Francesca wanted to hoot with delight when she threw back her head and expelled the smoke into the Raman air. The act made her feel free, liberated. Somehow the threat represented by Nicole Desjardins did not seem so serious. While she was smoking, Francesca recalled the acute loneliness of that young girl stealing down the slopes of Old Orvieto. She also remembered the terrible secret that she had kept locked forever in her heart. Francesca had never told anyone about her stepfather, certainly not her mother, and she rarely thought about it anymore. But as she sat on the banks of the cylindrical sea, the anguish of her childhood appeared to her in sharp relief. It began right after my 11th birthday, she thought, plunging back into the details of her life 18 years before. Had no idea what the bastard wanted at first, she took another deep drag from her cigarette, even after he started bringing me gifts for no reason. He had been the principal of her new school. When she had taken her first full set of aptitude tests, Francesca had made the highest scores in the history of Orvieto. She was off the scale, a prodigy. Until then he had never noticed her. He had married her mother 18 months before and fathered the twins almost immediately. Francesca had been a nuisance, another mouth to feed, nothing more than a part of her mother's furniture. For several months he was especially nice to me. Then Mother went to visit Aunt Carlo for a few days. The painful memories came fast, rushing like a torrent through her mind. She remembered the smell of wine on her stepfather's breath, his sweat against her body, her tears after he had left her room. The nightmare had lasted for over a year. He had forced himself upon her whenever her mother was not in the house. Then one evening, while he was putting on his clothes and looking in the other direction, Francesca had smacked him in the back of the head with an aluminum baseball bat. Her stepfather had fallen to the floor, bloody and unconscious. She had dragged him into the living room and left him there. He never touched me again, Francesca remembered, putting out her cigarette in the Raman dirt. We were strangers in the same house. From then on I spent most of my time with Roberto and his friends. I was just waiting for my chance. I was ready when Carlo came. Francesca was 14 during the summer of 2184. She spent most of her time that summer loitering around the main square of Orvieto. Her older cousin Roberto had just completed his certificate to be a tour guide for the cathedral in the square. The old Duomo, the chief tourist attraction of the town, had been built in phases, starting in the 14th century. The church was an artistic and architectural masterpiece. The frescoes by Luca Signorelli inside its San Brizio chapel were widely hailed as the finest examples of imaginative 15th century painting outside of the Vatican Museum. To have become an official Duomo guide was considered quite an accomplishment, especially at the age of 19. Francesca was very proud of Roberto. She sometimes accompanied him on his tour, but only if she agreed beforehand not to embarrass him with her wisecracks. One August afternoon, right after lunch, a sleek limousine pulled into the piazza around II Duomo, and the chauffeur requested a guide from the tourist bureau. The gentleman in the limousine had not made a reservation, and Roberto was the only guide available. Francesca watched with great curiosity as a short, handsome man in his late 30s or early 40s climbed out of the back of the car and introduced himself to Roberto. Automobiles had been banned from Upper Orvieto, except by special permit, for almost 100 years, so Francesca knew the man must be an unusual individual. As he always did, Roberto began his tour with the reliefs sculptured by Lorenzo Maitani on the outside portals of the church. Still curious, Francesca stood just off to the side, smoking quietly, while her cousin explained the significance of the weird demonic figures at the bottom of one of the columns. "This is one of the earliest representations of hell," Roberto said, pointing at a group of Dantesque figures. The 14th century concept of hell involved an extremely literal interpretation of the Bible. Francesca had suddenly interjected, dropping her cigarette on the cobblestones and walking toward Roberto and the handsome stranger. It was also a very masculine concept of hell. Notice that many of the demons have breasts, and most of the sins depicted are sexual. Men have always believed that they were created perfect. It is women who have taught them to sin. The stranger was astonished by the appearance of this gangly teenager expelling smoke from her mouth. His trained eye immediately recognized her natural beauty, and it was clear that she was very bright. Who was she? "This is my cousin, Francesca," Roberto said, obviously flustered by her interruption. "Carlo Bianchi," the man said, extending his hand. His hand was moist. Francesca looked up at his face and could see that he was interested. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest. "If you listen to Roberto," she said coyly, "then all you'll get is the official tour. He leaves out the juicy bits." "And you, young lady?" "Francesca," she said. "Yes, Francesca, do you have a tour of your own?" Francesca gave him her prettiest smile. "I read a lot," she said. "I know all about the artists who worked on the cathedral, particularly the painter Luca Signorelli / She paused for a moment. "Did you know," she continued, "that Michelangelo came here to study Signorelli's nudes before he painted the ceiling at the Sistine Chapel?" "No, I didn't," Carlo said, laughing heartily. He was already fascinated. "But one do now. Come, join us. You can add to what your cousin Roberto says." She loved the way he kept staring at her. It was as if he were appraising her, as if she were a fine painting or a jeweled necklace, his eyes missing nothing as they roamed unabashedly over her figure. And his easy laughter spurred her on. Francesca's comments became increasingly outrageous and bawdy. "You see that poor girl on the demon's back," she said while they were gazing at the bewildering range of genius exhibited by Signorella's frescoes inside the San Brizio chapel. "She looks like she's humping the demon in the butt, right? You know who she is. Her face and naked body are portraits of Signorella's girlfriend. While he was slaving in here day after day, she became bored and decided to diddle a duke or two on the side. Luca was really pissed, so he fixed her. He condemned her to ride a demon in perpetuity." When he stopped laughing, Carlo asked Francesca if she thought the woman's punishment was fair. "Of course not," the 14-year-old replied. "It's just another example of the male chauvinism of the 15th century. The men could screw anybody they wanted and were called virile, but let a woman try to satisfy herself." "Francesca," Roberto interrupted, "really, this is too much. Your mother would kill you if she heard what you are saying." "My mother is irrelevant at this moment. I'm talking about a double standard that still exists today. Look at." Carlo Bianchi could hardly believe his good fortune. A rich clothes designer from Milano, one who had established an international reputation by the time he was 30, he had just happened to decide on a whim to hire a car to take him to Rome instead of going on the usual high-speed train. His sister Monica had always told him about the beauty of Il Duomo in Orvieto. It had been another last-minute decision to stop. And now, my, the girl was such a splendid morsel. He invited Francesca to dinner when the tour was over, but when they reached the entrance to the fanciest restaurant in Orvieto, the young woman balked. Carlo understood. He took her to a store and bought her an expensive new dress with matching shoes and accessories. He was astonished by how beautiful she was, and only 14. Francesca had never before drunk really fine wine. She drank it as if it were water. Each dish was so delicious that she positively squealed. Carlo was enchanted with his woman child. He loved the way she let her cigarette dangle from the corner of her lips. It was so unspoiled, so perfectly gauche. When the meal was over, it was dark. Francesca walked with him back to the limousine parked in front of II Duomo. As they went down a narrow alley, she leaned over and playfully bit his ear. He spontaneously pulled her to him and was rewarded with an explosive kiss. The surge in his loins overwhelmed him. Francesca had felt it too. She did not hesitate a second when Carlo suggested they go for a ride in the car. By the time the limousine had reached the outskirts of Orvieto, she was sitting astride him in the backseat. 30 minutes later, when they finished making love the second time, Carlo could not bear the thought of parting with this incredible girl. He asked Francesca if she would like to accompany him to Rome. "Andiamo," she replied with a smile. So we went to Rome and then Capri. Francesca remembered. Paris for a week. In Milano you had me live with Monica and Luigi. For appearances. Men are always so worried about appearances. Francesca's long reverie was broken when she thought she heard footsteps in the distance. She cautiously stood up in the dark and listened. It was hard for her to hear anything over her own breathing. Then she heard the sound again, off to the left. Her ears told her the sound was out on the ice. A burst of fear flooded her with an image of bizarre creatures attacking their camp from across the ice. She listened again very carefully, but heard nothing. Francesca turned back toward the camp. "Loved you, Carlo," she said to herself, "if I ever loved any man, even after you began to share me with your friends." More long-buried pain came to the surface and Francesca fought it with hard anger. "Until you started hitting me. That ruined everything. You proved that you were a real bastard." Francesca very deliberately pushed aside the memories. Now where were we, she thought as she approached her hut. Ah yes. The issue was Nicole Desjardins. How much does she really know, and what are we going to do about it?